I'm so sorry, friends.
So 7 games yesterday, and today we will be having 5 fabulous games. So we will start this morning with Circle City and Cape. We will then go to a game between Lansing and Chicago. Then we will have 2 more games. All of these games, we're starting to get into our medal games now. So we'll be determining placing all the way from 8th place all the way up to our 5 o'clock game, where we will find out who the winner is of Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions.
And if you're looking for a fan favorite, you can head over to many corn-fed sites that have information about our program, and you can vote for and put in money for a fan favorite. Those are going to be announced at the end of games, the last 4 games.
Awesome. Well, just to let you all know, again, for those of you who are joining us for the first time, we are Derby Date Night, and you can find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. We were just flabbergasted yesterday when we got home and we saw how many new subscribers we had gotten and how many views that you all gave to us yesterday, and we appreciate it so much, and we just feel so much love coming from the Derby community, and we are so glad to be able to bring you this this tournament of Derby, and we just can't wait for this game to get started today. Once we are done with announcements and going through who our skaters are going to be, we will be getting into the action. Both of these teams will be playing again later today. So the winner of this game will go into, I believe, the third place game, which will happen at 3 o'clock. And the loser of this game will be in the fifth place game, which will be happening at 1 o'clock. So if you are a fan of these two teams, you will get to see them twice today.
And there was our rolling whistle to get started. So now we're just waiting for teams to take the track. All right, we're getting slowly rolled out to the track to get started.
Also, I know that yesterday we were doing corn jokes for every 50 points scored. We do still have some corn jokes in the hopper, per se, but today we've also got some great dad jokes. So happy Father's Day to dads and those who are who take the role of dad, and we're excited to celebrate you with some pretty groan-inducing jokes. As this jam is getting started, Battison is the jammer of record for Circle City, and we've got Diana Slamma for Cape Girardeau. Battison coming out with an early lead jammer status, but Diana is right behind Battison. And Battison is going to call that jam before any points can be scored. We also... Oh, dad jokes are a bit corny. Dan, you're absolutely correct. Lego Blocks jamming for Circle City, coming out for an early lead. Harlot Oscara is jamming for Cape and is getting a little bit tangled up, but just got out of the pack as Lego Blocks is approaching the pack for a first scoring pass. And Lego deciding to call it before Cape can score any points, but Lego was able to grab 3 points from that jam. We also were live for all 7 games yesterday. Melody, you joined me for 2 of those games. My voice was definitely cracking, and this could be Derby Date Night Phoebe Buffet edition, because I feel like I could sing Smelly Cat at this point and sound pretty awesome. I've had a lot of tea this morning, so my voice is doing okay, but we're definitely getting a little scratchy with this much live streaming happening all at once.
You would sound lovely anyway. Embrace your singing voice.
Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is jamming for Circle City, and Slam I Am for Cape Girardeau. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom getting that lead jammer status.
We got 1-2-1-1 on Cape Girardeau going out for a multiplayer block.
Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom re-engaging with the pack on a first scoring pass, as Slam I Am is also trying to continue to get out of that pack on their initial. Slam I Am is out of the pack, so is Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom. So Bibbidi got those 4 points and decided to call it before Slam could come around and score any points.
Each team has a blocker in the penalty box. For Circle City, Beauty and the Beastly went to the box for a forearm.
Oh, there's a lot of yelling happening as Circle City realized they had too many skaters on the track, and so they needed to get one of their skaters off the track so they didn't start with too many skaters, and they were able to do that. Speed Princess jamming for Cape Girardeau, and Marie Fury is jamming for Circle City. I think this is the first time we've seen Speed Princess take the line for Cape Girardeau, so she'll be a new jammer to watch.
And she gets through for 4 points and calls the jam.
Last night our scoreboard was not working, and I'm not going to say that things are going well because I don't like to jinx things, but hopefully you can see the score right now. Oh, both people I'm sitting next to right now are about ready to get mad at me for saying that.
No, I'm not mad.
But we don't have to say the score every
time moment
right now.
For the moment. We're just going to chill in the moment. Let's not get our phones out and hit record and take pictures. Let's just live in the moment.
We're going to live in the moment. I'm just going to have to get used to not saying the score after every single jam for a little while this is working. Killdeer Diana Slamma out as Cape's lead jammer, but Killdeer right behind. Diana is tried to score points and call it before Killdeer was able to steal any points, and looks like she was successful. This is Speed Princess's first year doing Derby. Well, fabulous. So excited to see new jammers getting their, what is it we say in Derby date night instead of sea legs? Chicken feet underneath them. Sailor feet. Sailor feet. Oh, dear.
Battison for Circle City has a truck cut and is sitting, so it is a power jam for Cape Girardeau with
Harlot Oscara.
Harlot Oscara. Harlot is on a scoring pass, but Circle City is working. The pack is working, keeping Scarlet from getting through.
Penalty called on the Circle City blocker.
Multiplayer. So 5-7-2 is going to the box.
Harlot being forced to recycle right now. The jammer is standing, so has less than 10 seconds. Harlot Oscara is trying to really capitalize on this and pull that pack apart. Going to be hard with Pure Polly leading that blocker group and pulling Harlot back as Battison comes out of the box and is moving pretty quick, forcing Harlot Oscara to call the jam off.
Nice job by the Circle City blockers killing that penalty, or stalling that, having that penalty run out. So Harlot, was only able to get 4 points during that power jam.
I am excited that this is a close game again. We had so many close games yesterday, and that's probably why I'm losing my voice. But we're starting off pretty evenly matched between these two teams. Hopefully it's going to be really exciting. Lego blocks jamming for Circle City, and Speed Princess on the line again for Cape Girardeau.
Cape Girardeau is out for lead jammer.
Great job, Speed Princess. First year playing Derby. Look at that. That's amazing. You were able to do that in your first year. That was not something that I was still working on my minimum skills at this point in my Derby career. Lego blocks coming around. Going to be trying to steal some points before Speed Princess can call it. No points were able to be stolen. Great management on both teams for really, one of the goals in Derby is you get through, you get as many points as you can, and depending upon the strategy, which right now it seems the strategy is get those points and call it before the other team can grab any points.
Yes. Very good clock management. And point management at that point. At that point.
Points, yes. I love the puns you make when you don't even realize you're making them.
Until it's later.
Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom. I love saying Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom for Circle City Roller Derby, and Slam I Am for Cape Girardeau.
Boom is working right through those blockers and is able to sneak by on the inside with the Cape Girardeau blockers for lead jammer, where Slam I Am is coming around on the outside of the turn. Oh, but
big hit from Pure Polly
knocks Slam out and recycled all the way back.
Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom coming through on her first scoring pass is able to grab those 4 points. Slam I Am is still on her initial and needs to get out of that pack before she's eligible to score any points.
We as Corn Fed has played Circle City recently, and those walls are hard. So So these jammers, as a jammer, I can confirm that these jammers are working very hard and earning all of their points.
Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom grabbed those 4 points, but then was sent to the box for a, I'm showing Mel
that's a back block.
For a
Thank
back
you.
block.
That's a no-no.
So
we want to protect the spine.
It's hard as a jammer. When you come into the pack, you have to really make sure that you are hitting on the outside of people's shoulder blades. If you hit on the inside of those shoulder blades, that is considered a back block. So you are able to engage people as you come in, but you can't go in and hit anywhere in between those shoulder blades. You have to make sure you're staying on the outside more towards the arms. Slam IM is, I think, looking for a pivot possibly. There's some communication happening out here on track.
Yes.
As Slam IM is looking for some help from her blockers.
And Boom is back up on the track after serving her time in the penalty box and makes her way inside for 4 more points. There has been a star pass to Smaxolotl. Smax puts the star on her helmet and is making her way around the track. Boom is back in the engagement zone. But is going to the penalty box for a back block.
So with only 5 seconds left in this jam, we will be starting the next jam with a power jam for Cape Girardeau, as Circle City's jammer will be staying in the box. And if you go to the box at the end of a 2-minute jam, that means that you get to be if you're the jammer, you get to jam for a second time in a row.
Yay! Smaxolotl picked up 1 point as they rolled back into the pack there at the end.
Hooray for pivot points. I love it when a pivot can get some points there. Former pivot. I get excited about pivot points.
Yes, you do, and I appreciate that. Everyone should get excited about points being scored. Right.
Diana Slamma jamming for Cape Girardeau. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom in the box for Circle City. So Diana is trying to pull this Circle City blocker group apart and is able to do so to get lead jammer status. Going to try come around and see if she can score any points before Boom is released from the penalty box. It's really important here when you have a power jam to be as legal as you possibly can, because you don't want to waste this opportunity by accidentally getting a penalty. You really want to try to get as many points as you can. Boom, released from the penalty box, is now coming in. This will be an initial, so this is not a point scoring pass right now for Circle City.
Diana is through for 4 points and is approaching the back of the pack on her second scoring pass.
Boom is out and will be coming around trying to score some points before Diana calls the jam. We got a 5-point game going.
You know, we have a scoreboard that we can see, and I've paid less attention to it than when we didn't have a scoreboard, where I'm like constantly, what's the score? What's the score? What's the time? What's the time?
All right, Marie Fury jamming for Circle City and Speed Princess on the line for Cape Girardeau. Speed Princess breaking apart those Circle City blockers to grab that lead jammer status. Yes, lead jammer status. I didn't see the ref pointing, and sometimes I worry. Marie Fury was able to get out. They will be coming around about half a lap behind Speed Princess, who is now calling the jam to prevent Marie from scoring any points.
That's 3 points for Cape Girardeau and Speed Princess. So they're just adding a little bit more into the bank for their lead.
Just so you know, I appreciate your hand motions, even though the chat can't see them.
I can't help it. I'm a very visual talker. On the line for Circle City, we have Killdeer, and for Cape Girardeau, we have
Harlot Oscara.
Thank you. It's number 12. See, as a ref, I pay attention to numbers.
Mm-hmm. Harlot Oscara saw a little bit of a space on the inside line and tried to tiptoe around it, but Circle City was able to see that and close that door.
Killdeer is working the Cape Girardeau blockers back and forth. Oh, and Harlot is able to skate around the outside for lead jammer. Oh.
Killdeer almost out, takes a big hit from 715 on Cape, who was attempting to to recycle her back when they realized that they were given a penalty. Did you see what that penalty was for?
I did not, because I didn't realize there was a blocker penalty was going on, and I was focusing on the jammer, thinking that they were going to get a track cut. So smart on Kildeer's part. So that's the thing about officials. You see part of it, and sometimes you see part, and another official sees another part, and you can piece it together to get a whole story to either have a penalty or be like, no, that's not a penalty.
So we will be starting this next jam with 2 Cape blockers in the box. So there will only be 2 blockers out there trying to block the Circle City jammer, while Circle City has all 4 blockers out.
That's Battison for Circle City, and for Cape Girardeau, we have, I believe, is Slam I Am.
Battison breaking apart those 2 Cape Girardeau blockers, does a little spin, and is able to get out to become lead jammer. Slam I Am is out pretty quickly behind. Pure Polly chased her down to just try to slow her down a little bit, but she was still able to get out. Battison getting into the pack with Slam I Am about half a track behind. Battison quickly grabbing those points and calling the jam.
Circle City's Jammer 262 went to go play some offense, but got a direction of gameplay penalty. And some might argue that that penalty was worth it because their jammer was able to get by and score points. But is it really worth it?
That is a timeout.
An official timeout.
The officials are chatting about something that happened on the track. Looks like there was a bit of a conversation about something on turn 3 during that last jam. So seems like they are having a conversation about what somebody saw and whether or not, they want to keep a penalty, give a penalty, or change nothing.
While we're in our official timeout, why don't we give a shout out to our officials? So on this crew, let's start with our stripes, with our zebra, our skating officials. Richie Cranium is our head ref, followed with other officials, Ref Fury, Dorothy Galeforce, Roll Call, Diamond, Sam Antics, and I'm going to say the last part wrong. It's Pete Coolis? Colis. It could go either way. We should probably ask for confirmation. And then our non-skating officials, we have Mr. Bruise Guy is our head official, working with Tweety Bird, Eggs Benedict, Sasquatch, Crass Bandit Oops, Ranger Danger, Two Scott Too Furious, Bubbles DeSmear, Robin Daggers, Heatham, Lieutenant Jan, and I have yet to see one appear, but they are supposed to be coming later today. So if Wild Irish Rosie comes, that would be, hopefully we see her very, very soon.
And if you look at our screen, you'll see the tournament bracket that has been filling in very nicely throughout this tournament. So tonight we will have the championship match between Rock, Central Kentucky, and South Bend. And that is in we decided yesterday to name it our Cream of the Crop championship bracket. So we're looking forward to that. That is the last game in the championship bracket. The rest of the games today, you're going to notice, are in the Aw Shucks bracket. And so in the Aw Shucks bracket, we are currently, I think this is our 8th place game. So, it's game 8, not the 8th place game. So game 8, but later, both of these teams will either play for 5th place or 7th place. So those games will be happening later today. We will have our 7th place game at 1 p.m. We will have our 3rd place game at 11, and our 5th place game. Our 5th place game is at 3. I think our bracket says 5, but we'll work on that time. We'll fix that. All right, as the jam is started, Lego Blocks jamming for Circle City and Speed Princess for Cape Girardeau. Lego Blocks coming out with lead jammer status. Speed Princess taking a little bit of a tumble to the inside and should have reformed there, as she did go out of bounds and gets a track cut call. So will be a power jam for Circle City. So Circle City is going to have an opportunity here to try and cut into that lead. Right now we only have a 1-point game, so this is a great opportunity for Circle City.
On their power jam.
Lego Blocks working hard to get past those Cape Girardeau blockers who are not making it easy. Lego Blocks decides to call the jam to make sure that they will start the next jam with a power jam. But it won't be a long one because Speed Princess is standing in the box, so it will be less than 10 seconds that Circle City will have to take advantage of a power jam before Cape Girardeau's jammer is released.
Okay, so the look of confusion on your face, because, you know, I like to admit my mistakes. It is game 8. I thought it was game 9 because we started at 9 o'clock this morning.
When the times and the number of games are close, it can get a bit confusing.
All right, we are in.
Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom, lead jammer for Circle City. Speed Princess coming out of the box is close behind if she can get past Pure Polly, who's not going to make this easy. Speed Princess is out. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom coming around to try and score points as Speed Princess is also approaching the pack. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom calls the jam. Was Speed Princess able to steal any points? She was.
3.
Wow.
Both teams are going to have a blocker in the box. Oh, there they are reporting. Okay. There was just a little bit of a mashup there as teams were going off the track, on the track, as the blocker was reporting to the box. So my brain got confused.
4-point game right now. Circle City has now taken the lead, so we have a lead change.
We have Marie Fury is jamming for Circle City with Harlot Oscara for Cape Girardeau.
Harlot finding that space to establish lead jammer status, but Marie Fury is not far behind as a Cape blocker is being sent to the box. Circle City has 2 blockers and Cape has 2 blockers out, so this might be a little bit of easy work for the jammers. We'll have to see as they both approach the pack pretty much at the same time. Cape calling that jam, hoping to keep Circle City from stealing any points, which they managed to do, but I don't think Cape got...
They did not, but they point protection at this
point.
point.
That's what they're doing.
It was going to be a very close call, and you know what? I think I would have made that call as a jammer and a coach, thinking in coach brain.
This is a really close game. Also, pretty low scoring. We only have 12-ish minutes left in this game, and we have not gotten to our first joke. Oh, in this half, not game, half. We have not gotten to our first joke, which we get jokes whenever teams hit 50 points or 100 points, and this is no jokes yet. Which I know you guys probably need the jokes for
on
your
all
coffee.
Blockers out there. We have blockers returning from the pack, but they held the jammers into turn 2. Killdeer is out for Circle City and lead jammer, while I know that's when Slam I Am is working through those Circle City blockers who are not making it easy.
Yeah, that is a tough tripod Slam I Am is trying to get through. Killdeer coming through to grab those 4 points. Killdeer.
Yes.
To extend Circle City's lead. Slam I Am is recovering a little bit from just trying to get through these Circle City blockers are definitely making it tough on Slam I Am. Killdeer is got a little bit tangled up that time. Is trying to stretch that pack out. Here's a no pack, which means they can't engage the jammers, so Killdeer is able to keep going.
There has been a star pass to the pivot. I believe that is Diana Slammer.
Babe Runner.
Oh, good call. Thank you. That was the last jam. Killdeer is through for another 4 points. Good hit by Diana Slammer, who is out there, but not the pivot this time.
These packs have broken apart a little bit, and I can tell that they are trying to make sure to refocus as these jammers are coming around really quickly. Jammers try to go as quickly as they can so that those blockers don't have time to reform into their amazing walls that they've been doing. Babe Runner working as hard as they can to try and get through while Circle City continues to hold them. Killdeer coming through on another pass here, but getting tangled up by an equally strong Cape Girardeau contingent of blockers.
Oh, that's a good call by Cape Girardeau's coach, calling a timeout at the end of that jam to kind of go back and regroup.
I think I heard a whistle for a team timeout. Raging Jim, I thought Babe was about to make it through too. When you are a pivot and you take that star pass, when I used to take them, I would always try to make sure I'm in front of the pack because I did not want them to get me and swallow me, and then I would have to push just as hard as a jammer has to push. As a pivot, our goal usually is to just get out and get the jam called, but sometimes pivots have to work just like a jammer, and Babe did a fabulous job there, working really, really hard. Oh, it is. You're right, Willa. It is 50 points for Circle City, which means it is time for a corn joke or a dad joke because it is Father's Day, so we're celebrating that as well. I've got a great morning corn joke for you because we're talking about, family on Father's Day. So the baby corn really liked his mom, but he preferred his pop. That's a perfect first corn joke for Father's Day, isn't it? All right, Battison jamming for Circle City and Speed Princess on the line for Cape Girardeau. Battison out as lead jammer, but Speed Princess is not far behind. So let's see if Battison's gonna try and score some points before calling this jam. Battison takes a hit to the inside, which means when she passed those blockers, which she did, she was out of bounds. So she was not able to get any points. So that is a 0-point jam for both jammers. Lego Blocks on the line for Circle City Roller Derby, and Harlot O'Scara lining up for Cape Girardeau. Lego hopping their way through, but looks at the ref because there was a track cut called, so this will be a power jam for Cape Girardeau. This is an opportunity as Circle City has taken they've really extended that lead, and so this is an opportunity for Cape Girardeau to chip into that lead and get this game close again. Harlot has got 3 Circle City blockers to get past, getting some offensive help from Diana Slamma, trying to help break up that pack. Harlot is through.
Slamma is going to the penalty box. I missed the hand signal.
Lego Blocks is now re-entering as Harlot is approaching the pack on another scoring pass here.
Harlot calls the jam after getting 3 more points.
You don't need huge jams to cut into the lead. You can just cut into the lead.
Chip away at it.
Just a few points at a time. What were we saying yesterday? Got to get some salsa for those chips?
I knew you were going there.
Or seriously, one kernel at a time. Oh, did you miss my dad joke about, I like my mom, but I prefer my pop?
I did miss that
and
one.
It's Father's Day.
Oh. Being Father's Day, so Shotgun Mike, our tournament head ref, is enjoying Father's Day kid-free. Not that we don't love our kids, but, every once in a while, I think every parent would agree you need a break from children. And my unofficial gift is going to pick up my kids from my sister tomorrow and then going out to breakfast with my parents so he can have a nice, restful morning. He can sleep in.
That will be very nice.
We won't be back until late morning, almost noon. So that'll be a nice morning. Ooh, look at the dance party that is happening on the track.
Love a good dance party, especially an early morning dance party. Yesterday was a very long, full day, and it's, when you are the teams that get to play the first game of the second day of a tournament, that's a special kind of energy you got to bring. And dancing energy is a good kind of energy to choose.
As I'm listening to the house music, I made the playlist. I put 3 nuggets. No, I realized with that song, I put 4 nuggets from my kids' playlist just to see if anybody would be paying attention, because why not?
Kids' music can be just as satisfying as non-kid music. okay, seriously is disagreeing. So on Father's Day, he's kind of like, no, it's okay.
That's very fatherly of him.
We also don't have toddlers anymore like you do. And I remember being like, these kid shows aren't too bad when my kids were little.
I think I also think things a lot differently because I thought that way before kids, but like I am an elementary music teacher. I teach 5 to 11-year-olds.
True.
So my brain is quite differently wired. But don't get me wrong. I love a good made for adult. I love true crime. I love those things. I've been currently enjoying Firefly Lane.
That's a cute
show.
Those
are definitely not kid shows. But my taste of music is stuck in the 90s with 80s pop. Like 90s alternative, 90s pop is where my brain is, and that's where it normally stays on my radio in the car with satellite radio. So thank you. All right, we had an official review. I'm not exactly sure. It looks like we are going to get some information before we get started.
We are. We really appreciate our refs who have been very considerate of the fact that we are live streaming, and they've been really letting us know what has been happening during these official reviews.
They wanted the cut undone. Cut was warranted. They will not repair. Black Jam. Thank you.
The cut that was given to Black Jammer that put, I think that was Lego blocks in the penalty box. The official review was Circle City hoping that they could get that cut undone, but that cut was warranted, and they will lose their official review.
Oh, in the at the pivot, the benches into the penalty box. Circle City is helping fan Cape Girardeau.
Oh,
keeping
that's
them
so
cool.
nice.
Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is through for Circle City as lead jammer, while Slam I Am is trying and fighting so hard to get past those Circle City blockers, trying to scoot along the outside, resetting, going back in. Ooh, a good hard hit for
Smaxolotl doing some great offense to help Slam I Am get through there.
And Slam I Am is through the pack and making her way as Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom comes around for her second scoring pass.
And that pack is broken apart, which makes easier work for a jammer when packs do get spread apart like that.
Broken apart, moving fast. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom calls it for another 4 points before Slam I Am can make it around to score any.
I forgot that I put a fourth gem in there. It was like a King King song.
90s alternative, Crystal. Yes, I completely agree. Music just had something special in the 90s, and 90s alternative is a very special genre, and I miss music like that. The other music that I really miss is ska. I'm sad that ska is not as popular as it was. I miss some good Mighty Mighty Boss Tones. They Might Be Giants was another great one.
They Might
really
Be
good
Giants
music.
made music for the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Their theme song, they sang
really?
that. So, yeah.
Marie
I'm a
Fury
nerd.
jamming for Circle City. Speed Princess is currently lead jammer for Cape Girardeau. I forgot for a minute that Derby was happening while we were talking about music.
That's okay. We're stuck a lot on 90s alternative. That's the favorite genre for our adults, and we play it around the kids too. And there's been a couple songs where my daughter, who's 3, is like, "Ooh, Daddy, I like this song." So the recent one was "No Rain" by Blind Melon.
Oh, love that. Was that the one that had the music video that was the Bumblebee?
Yes. Music videos. You guys remember that? MTV, VH1 before it became reality TV?
Killdeer jamming for Circle City and Diana Slamma for Cape Girardeau. Slow packs right now. Big tumble
Got
up
some tumbles.
that Diana Slamma takes advantage of to pop out as lead jammer, but Killdeer is right on her tail. Deer, tails.
And Diana Slamma calls off the jam before getting in the engagement zone, just letting it go, and we're going to start on a new jam. 0-0 scored on that jam. All right, on this jam, we have Battison for Circle City jamming with Harlot Oscara for Cape Girardeau.
We have less than 5 minutes left in the half.
fancy little hop, skip, and a jump on the outside. Harlot is through for lead jammer, while Batty is still working through the Cape Girardeau. Oh, but is able to get out as Harlot comes around for a scoring pass, hitting that Circle City wall. Those blockers have a nice tight wall.
Ooh. There was a penalty called on Circle City pivot at the end of that jam. That was very physical there. So it looked like that was hard for everybody. We got
It's
some
a physical sport.
Oh, really? I had no idea.
Where's the ball?
We've got 2 pivots in the box to start this jam.
Oh, sad for the jammers. Lego blocks for Circle City jamming, and I believe that is Slam I Am for Cape Girardeau.
Lego as your lead jammer for Circle City. Cape going through to provide some offensive help to Slam I Am.
That was really good offense. Diana Slama went and got the brace out, but the 2 blockers in the back were very confident together. But it was very nice offense.
I noticed the last time we saw Circle City and Cornfed play that was something that Circle City actually did really well, was taking out the brace of the tripod, which means, too, that Circle City is good at handling that when it happens to them.
And it's sad as the jammer.
Mm-hmm.
But it was fun.
Lego blocks coming in on another scoring pass. Slam I Am working so incredibly hard, but has just not found any holes in this wall that Circle City has created.
Ooh, is able to skirt on the outside around the Circle City blockers, but got caught back up at the top. Pure Polly.
Pure Polly is on fire today.
That is one of her specialties. I over the years of watching her play and playing with her, she just is able to shoot up and catch you as a jammer, which crushes you as your soul as a jammer. You're like, I'm free. No, I'm not.
Lego stretching that pack out.
And is through for another 4 points. Meanwhile, Slam I Am has taken off the helmet cover and trying to pass to her pivot.
We have got 2 minutes in this period, so we've probably only got 1 or 2 jams until the half.
A star pass has been completed to
Bacon Bacon.
I'm like looking down and you're like, "20-point jam by Circle City with Lego blocks. That's very impressive. 20-point jam.
Thank you.
Bibbidi Boppity Boom is jamming for Circle City, followed by Speed Princess. Speed Princess is through for lead jammer for Cape Girardeau. Bibbidi Boppity Boom is out and picking up speed. Speed Princess is through the pack and is going through. Oh, and accidentally calls the jam. Well, maybe
I
not
don't know
accidentally.
if it was an accident, but Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom was able to steal those 4 points, so they matched each other point for point on that one with 47 seconds left in this half.
So we will have one more jam. I shouldn't say at least, because it's only 37 seconds left at this point. So unless it's a super quick jam. Right. Harlot Oscara jamming for Cape Girardeau, and I believe that is
Marie Fury.
Thank you. They are jamming for Circle City.
Both jammers really working to get through, and lead jammer goes to Cape Girardeau for the second jam in a row. Really trying to turn the tables here on Circle City as we go into the half. Marie is struggling to get through. They are really working to push, finding some space on the inside. Thought they were free, but there was a little bit of a track cut there, and so Marie will be headed to the penalty box, which means this is a power jam for Harlot Oscara.
And Harlot calls the jam that freezes Marie Fury in the penalty
does.
box as we go into halftime. So they will start the second half with
a
power
jam.
jam. Ooh, you know what I realized? We missed a corn joke for Circle City getting over 50, and now they're at.
Oh, I did the
80.
popcorn joke.
Oh.
Remember my Father's Day? Yeah, you left me. I did. The
I did.
joke
I had
on
to
my
leave
own.
real quick
But
to
as
deal
we
with
go
some
into
sound.
halftime, we only were able to do one joke. So we'll do one more great joke for you all. What do you call corn studying at the university in college? What do you call a corn who goes to college?
I don't know.
A unicorn.
Oh, that's a unicorn joke. I should have got that.
And with that, we're going to take a break, and we will be back for the second half of this Circle City Cape Girardeau game.
Bye.
Welcome back to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. You're here with Aria Kidding Me and Seriously. We have left the kids at home today because we exhausted our older one yesterday running cameras. We have 2 camera operators now. We've got both Spinelli and Slender. One former corn-fed, one current corn-fed, so we really appreciate all the help to keep our cameras running. And we are coming back for the second half here of our Cape Girardeau versus Circle City game. This game will determine which team goes into the 7th place game later today and which team goes into the 5th place game later today. So we're excited to have you all here on this Father's Day. Thanks for joining us and getting back to the Derby action here. Marie Fury jamming for Circle City and Diana Slamma for Cape Girardeau. Marie Fury's actually starting this jam in the penalty box because they were sent to the box at the end of the first half, and so this is a power jam for Diana Slamma. As Marie is standing, Diana is trying to stretch the Circle City pack out and is getting the designation of lead jammer, having a little bit of trouble with, I think, maybe a toe stop. Marie is entering the pack with that jammer hat off, so might be looking for a pivot, doesn't need it, and is able to get through as Diana approaches the pack on her first scoring pass. And Diana decides to call the jam. Oh, her foot is literally out of her skate. So she decided to approach the pack with really half a skate on to grab those 2 points she just got, and then decided to call it for 2 reasons. 1, because the other jammer was coming around, and 2, because she literally had no skate on her foot. Killdeer jamming for Circle City and Slam IM for Cape Girardeau. We do have, it looks like Smaxolotl is in the penalty box, but will be rejoining her blockers in just a second. Killdeer out as lead jammer. Slam IM working to get through the Circle City tripod that has just been really strong for this whole game. Killdeer is out and will score 4 points for Circle City. Slam IM being recycled by Pure Poly and is coming up to re-engage again with that. I feel like I need to name this Circle City tripod because they are just like, they are a triangle of, what's the Bermuda Triangle? You get lost in there?
Yes, so it's Pure Poly. It is 9110. 9110. That is Killer Queen. And
they're on turn 4 right now.
Row me over. 7572.
That is a great. I'm going to call them the Bermuda Triangle, I think.
Ro's also a music teacher.
Killdeer coming around on another scoring pass. Slam IM communicating with her team, taking that jammer hat off, maybe looking for Smaxolotl, whose focus has been on stopping Killdeer as Killdeer is being recycled.
Is going to the box for a back block. Oh.
So power jam opportunity here for Slam IM. This jam will go the full 2 minutes because there is no lead jammer out there, but Smaxolotl taking that star pass will now be the jammer for the rest of this jam for Cape Girardeau.
Smacks is coming up to the back of the pack, hopefully getting a couple of points before the jam goes due to time. A good fight by Smaxolotl, and he's able to pick up 1 point.
1 hard-earned point.
Yeah, go Smacks. Just putting pennies in the bank.
Chips.
See, you think chips and salsa, and I think like chipping at like an ice block, and so like just chipping away.
But at Derby Date Night, we're all about food.
Oh, yeah, I usually am about food, but every time I think about chip, I think about that opening scene in Frozen.
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
We're both making motions of pickaxes at an ice block. All right, Killdeer coming out of the box. Speed Princess is jamming for Cape Girardeau, has not established lead jammer status yet. So
but working very hard.
Yes, absolutely. Trying to pull that Circle City pack apart. Both jammers working real hard here. Killdeer was able to get out about a second before Speed Princess to grab that lead jammer status.
Speed Princess is closing up that gap, living up to the name, and is able to juke around the outside, scoring points as Killdeer calls the jam for the floor.
Speed
4
Princess
points.
getting all 4 points, and
I cannot quite see.
I think that's a 0.
Yeah, I thought I was looking for fingers, and nothing's going up on the
So
scoreboard.
Cape Girardeau, without lead jammer status, outscoring Circle City 4-0.
Chip, salsa.
Yes, thank you.
Chip.
Chips and salsa.
Salsa. Official review. Salsa.
All right. I don't know if that was an official review as much as it was an official timeout.
Did I say review?
I don't
meant
know. One of us
timeout because
did, but-
they did the double shoulder.
Yeah.
'Cause
Oh,
that's
yes,
an
you're still
official
trying to
timeout.
teach me that. I'm having a hard time learning it. All right. Killdeer jamming for Circle City because they are in the box. So this is a power jam for Slam I Am. Slam I Am's working to pull that pack apart. Cape Girardeau trying to keep this as slow as they can. Slam I Am is your lead jammer for Cape Girardeau as Killdeer is coming out of the box. We'll be on an initial pass here, so Slam I Am is eligible to score points, but Killdeer's got to get past all these blockers before they are able to score points as well.
That's got to feel good for Slam I Am. She has been working very hard, and then finally you get through as lead jammer. That's so satisfying. Slam I Am is through for 4 points, and Killdeer is out on the initial. Slam I Am calls the jam.
And Slam I Am has earned us a Cape dad joke. Let's go to the dad
Cape
joke
dad.
section. We're going to do dad joke this time. I am afraid for the calendar. You know why? Its days are numbered.
I was going to say it numbers the days, but that doesn't make sense.
You know, my dad said that that he should do lunges to stay in shape because that would be a big step forward.
That is the right angle. We got Battison jamming for Circle City and Speed Princess for
Ooh,
Cape
Speed
Girardeau.
Princess.
And
Battison
Battison.
looking at the live crew team to make sure that we are noticing how great that lead jammer status was, and definitely working to hype up the crowd. That made me feel hyped.
It did make me feel hyped. Those shorts also make me feel hyped. Nice bright green and little sparkly.
Speed
Battison
Princess.
doing a little jumpy jukey.
Yeah, Batison's so jumpy. I love it. Speed Princess working her tail off. Like, I feel like Speed Princess has been in every other jam pretty much. Circle City also going over the 100 mark here, so we're going to be Battison's earning us some more
Ooh,
jokes
Speed Princess
coming.
is able to get around on the outside, and Battison calls it after picking up all 4. Nope, 2 points.
Nice.
No, 3 points. I see a thumb there.
So with Circle City hitting 100, we get to have some more jokes. Why do fathers take an extra pair of socks when they go golfing?
I don't know.
Well, in case they get a hole in one.
Well, if he's got those holy socks, it's Sunday. Might as well wear them.
It is a holy day. It is a holy day.
It's a holy day. Bibbidi Boppity Boom is jamming for Circle City with Harlot Oscara for Cape Girardeau. Bibbidi Boppity Boom is battling through the 2 blockers on the track for Cape Girardeau and is able on turn 2 to get around for lead jammer. But Harlot is getting stopped by Pure Parley, but is able to get around and is out of the track half a lap behind as Bibbidi Boppity Boom comes in for a scoring pass, sneaks on the outside and calls the jam for all 4 points.
This is Mel entering her announcer era. Great job announcing that jam.
You know, it took me a moment to, wake up, find the flow. We're only 40 minutes into gameplay.
We've got 20 minutes left in this game. After this, we will be going into our third place game. So we're starting to get into our medal games. So we will be seeing Lansing and Chicago play in a game at 11 o'clock this morning in about an hour.
Lego Blocks is able to get by on the inside with some help from her pivot for lead jammer.
Ooh, that was a lot of whistles.
The jam is being called. Cape Girardeau has not fielded a jammer,
That's
so
why
it's
I
a
was
delay of game.
I was looking for the jammer that whole time. I was like, where is the jammer? There wasn't one.
And we're into an official review, so there's like a wait, what's going on moment as things get cleared up for the officials. That happens. That's why we have so many skating officials, not just to look for penalties, and some non-skating officials just for making sure everything is how it should be.
So tell me what happened, because usually if there's no jammer, that game would get the jam would get called a little more quickly. That one
we
went
are
for
at
a
a
little
tournament.
Absolutely.
So we are at a
And
tournament.
But that's what I'm asking is if it doesn't get called before that jam gets going, what do you think is happening in this official review right here?
I believe they are discussing the issue of a jammer being fielded, and then they're going to be like, okay, this is the delay of game penalty that needs to be assessed.
And who usually gets a penalty when it is more of a team penalty for something like not fielding a jammer where there's not an individual skater that can be identified as receiving a penalty?
The captain.
Thank you.
I know that you asked that for clarification for the feed, but I'm all like, we went over this yesterday, Aria. Why are we talking about it today? You know this.
Sometimes I ask questions for the benefit of the chat.
And we did get official recap that it is a delay of game penalty, and it is going to the captain. I believe that is Diana Slamma.
Mm-hmm.
So they were already sitting for a penalty, so they're going to sit for an additional 30 seconds.
Marie Fury jamming for Circle City and Slam IM for Cape Girardeau. Marie finding some space on the outside, weaving through two last Cape blockers to be able to attain that lead jammer status. Slam IM getting some offensive help from her blockers is out as Marie Fury enters the pack on her first scoring pass. A little bit of a dust up as a skater will be headed from Cape will be headed to the penalty box, and we will be stopping briefly for an injury timeout.
An injury timeout.
That was very cute. All the skaters were stopped thinking it was an injury timeout. Everyone, skaters looking at officials, officials looking at skaters, and finally someone was like, just go back to your benches. We're going to keep playing. So I think we're going to keep playing. Now we're going to have some sort of a delay of game, aren't we? Because nobody is out there for this next jam. I'm starting to understand.
Yes. And officially, this is my prediction, and this is how I would go into the ref huddle, saying both teams would get a delay of game because
nobody
both teams
was out there.
Had nobody out there.
That was confusing, though. If I was a coach or a skater, I would be super confused because they legitimately did think that was an injury timeout, which is why they should look at the NSO to see what they're doing. But it's so hard. There's so much to watch, right? Like we talked about yesterday, and like I talk about in almost every stream, Derby is so simple. Like, it's so easy to get. I even noticed the chat, you all are talking about ghost points and how do you get points when there's people in the penalty box. We love Derby because of its complication, but we really do not make it an easy game to learn, which is one of the reasons why Derby Date Night is here, is we really want to help you hopefully understand Derby a little bit better. We don't always get it right either, but we hope that we can make it a little bit more accessible to you and something that we can help you understand so you can enjoy it even more.
And listen, officials are human too.
Mm-hmm.
We don't always get it correct. And, so mistakes happen and we try and correct them if it can be corrected or, try and do better the next time.
Absolutely.
It is a complicated sport, and I'd like to say that it gets easier the longer that you do it, but just sometimes weird situations pop up and your head is like, what just happened?
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to get rolling here. We do have
Rolling.
We have Killdeer for Circle City jamming with Harlot O'Scara. Flipping it in my brain. Hey, you know what? I haven't said Circle,
Well, I think on one of the other
Gerardo, or
teams, too,
Cape City.
On one of the other teams, we have another version of Harlot O'Scara, I think, and so it's been hard because we have to switch it from game to game.
Killdeer is through for lead jammer for Circle City. Harlot is working her way through the pack and is able to get through on the inside and is out, while Killdeer is working through the pack on a scoring pass, trying to work through those two Cape Girardeau blockers, and has to get let out because there is a no pack, so 4 points for Killdeer.
Harlot O'Scara approaching the pack on her scoring pass here. Breaking that pack apart. Harlot is doing a great job of pulling that pack apart and really like just chipping away again at those blockers. And really, she's not going for all the blockers. She kind of goes for one at a time and pulls those apart in order to be able to get through there. Killdeer coming through for another 4 points as Killdeer's also pulling those blockers apart. Both jammers in the packs right now. Packs are a little bit jumbled up. I don't see a real strong wall from either pack right now.
No, and it kind of felt like a little old school derby because everybody was kind of moving. It wasn't going like uber super fast, but everybody was moving. There wasn't like stopping and getting slow and low. You know, as a jammer, I don't like the low and slow. I see that and I'm like, ugh.
Because that means you're going to have to use those shoulders.
Yeah.
Push people apart.
Yeah.
Weaving can be, then it's another thing I really love about derby is that different styles of jammers work against different styles of teams. And so that's why we have a good number of jammers who are ready to come out, because sometimes one jammer is going to struggle and another jammer is going to do great depending upon the type of team that they're up against.
Correct. Bippity Boppity Boom is out for lead jammer, and we're looking, and Speed Princess has the helmet cover in her hand, looking to fight through and is able to get through on the inside or to pass the panty.
Yep.
That's kind of one of my strategies as a jammer. Bippity Boppity Boom calls the jam. If I don't get lead jammer, I take the helmet cover off and I try to still get through, and if I can pass it, but if my pivot is at the front and I'm still able to get through, I just communicate to my pivot that I got it, or some way. So it might just be like a fake out. Confuse the blockers.
Oh yeah. Well, and also we are trained to look for the star, and so if you could take that off, it's get a little bit more confusing as to who that jammer is, which is why we train ourselves oftentimes to look at people's skates and know what their skates look like or know what their socks look like, to be able to know who that jammer is in case they do take that star off.
That's good for officiating too, especially as a jammer ref, so you can kind of see who they've passed and who they score points. Oh, I need the helmet, the skater with this sticker on their helmet, or they're wearing this color of shorts. They haven't passed them, or they have passed them for points.
Cape Girardeau Slam IM, a well-earned lead jammer status there, getting real jumpy in the pack to get through. I loved seeing that. It was a little bit of a different tactic from Slam. Lego blocks out about half a lap behind.
Beautiful by Slam IM, getting through
Wonderful.
all 4 points and calling the jam. Diana Slamma is celebrating with her blockers. I think they were playing a little bit of offense as Slam IM is coming through the pack.
That was absolutely beautiful. Great job, Slam. Okay, looks like we've got Harlot O'Scara and Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom again looking at the crowd to make sure we noticed that that's
not Bibbidi, that's Battison.
That's Battison. That Battison got that lead jammer status.
Battison is coming through on a score pass with Harlot coming in as well. Both jammers are going to get awarded
Harlot
some
stole
points.
That point.
1 point, yes.
They missed it. Again, this is Derby Date Night. Don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Also, this is your last chance to start voting for fan favorites because those will start being awarded in after the next game. So if you want to vote for your fan favorite, find our digital program on Cornfed social media platforms and go ahead and show some love to your favorite skater.
In this jam, Bippity Boppity Boom is the jammer and has the lead jammer. Oh, but is getting assessed a either forearm or a cut penalty. I'm not quite sure. Oh, a cut penalty. So the jam was called, but Bippity Boppity Boom is starting in the box.
So if a jammer is lead and successfully calls off the jam but is assessed a penalty, how does that work?
So some of it is communication. While in this instance, the jammer ref was calling it off, did not hear the penalty being assessed to their jammer until after it was already called. So it's already called. But if it's caught beforehand, it wouldn't get called off. The jammer cannot call it off.
So it kind of is a timing thing.
Yes. It's a timing, communication, and that all comes with a lot of practice. When you work in a crew, because the officiating crews are saying the same throughout the weekend in the two crews kind of get their own form of communication.
Diana Slam, a hard-earned lead jammer here as Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is coming out of the box.
You know, if you think that you would be interested in Derby but playing is not for you, we need officials, both skating and non-skating officials. So you can always contact your local league and see how you can get involved or just volunteer. It takes a village.
It really does.
Diana Slamma calls the jam after picking up 4 points.
We have got about 12 and a half minutes left in this game. Our next game will be starting around 11 a.m., and that will be our third place game for this tournament.
All right, I have a joke for you.
Ooh.
When does a joke become a dad joke?
When a dad tells it.
Oh, we have an official review. No, official time. I got the timeout. Official timeout. We got the double. Yeah. You're throwing me off, Sirius.
Can you show Sirius? Do we have a camera angle on the signal so we know what an official timeout is versus an official review?
Oh yes, it's right there.
All right, so
hands
we've got
on the
Tweety
shoulders
with her hands both on her shoulders, so that's an official timeout. Now, an official review, she would have them
an O. She would use her hands to make an O above her head, and the timeout would be a T.
Okay.
And really long official reviews or an injury timeout can get very tiresome.
Right. Those arms have to keep moving. And look, she's being brought some water.
It's always very nice. So I've also jam timed, and it's been quite lovely. I recall working a tournament in Canada, and that was a quite lovely time with all the Canadian teams.
Aww. Sounds lovely, eh?
Hey. Okay, when does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent.
Apparent. Love it.
Love homophones. All right. Maybe that's not really a homophone. Again, people, English literature is not my thing. Music.
Marie Fury jamming for Circle City, and Slam I Am grabbing that lead jammer status.
For Cape Girardeau. I said it all right all morning, and then I did a thing. Marie Fury is going to the box. It looks like for a track cut. So power jam. Power jam.
Power jam for Slam I Am.
So hopefully Cape Girardeau can chip away at that lead and pick up some salsa when they get back to the bench.
So this is a great example here of one of the strategies for a power jam, which is when you get too far away from the pack, they're going to call a no pack, and you're going to be forced to stop engaging with that jammer. So a lot of times during a power jam, the team who has the power jam tries to not move in order to force that pack to stretch out, because if you get too far away, you'll hear the words no pack, and then they are forced to let you go.
Correct. Marie is back on the track from the box. Slam I Am is through for 4 points.
Marie's finding a space on that inside line, runs up it, and they are out and free of the pack and will be coming around to try and score points unless Slam I Am decides to call the jam to keep them from scoring any. Ooh.
is not able to call it because it's called
Yep.
on a head block. It's not good to lead with the head. That's dangerous for all parties.
Slam knew as soon as it happened and was apologizing as the penalty was being called. Sometimes it's hard. I mean, you're trying to control your body at the same time as following all of the rules, and that can be pretty tough. But Marie Fury is out there with the Circle City Power Jam.
And as the jam comes to an end, Slam I Am is going to be in the penalty box, starting as the jammer for Cape Girardeau. Now I'm second guessing myself.
I have it written down.
I
so
know you do.
Jur like jury, R like either a pirate or a dinosaur, and dough like cookie dough. Girardeau. They also told me that I could be Southern and it would work even better. So Girardeau. Girardeau.
Circle City has called an official review. It is the O. I saw the coach giving the O. I was going to say something when we were talking about in the last, and now it has escaped my brain. So you all get my train of thought. Oh, CGRD, I had noticed that their jammers, some of their jammers like Harlot Oscara and Diana Slamma are also going in and blocking. So they're pulling double duty. They're going into block and then they jam. So I don't know if they're sitting one, jamming, then blocking, or if they're blocking, jamming, then sitting one, but like that's exhausting.
So hard. Yeah.
Like I jam one and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna rest for two. We've got two going on, right? Oh, you want to throw somebody else to try in jamming so I get to rest for 3 jams? Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Oh, You want me to go in? You only want me to rest for 1 jam? Okay, I guess. So going in and blocking, like, kudos, like, great strength training.
I appreciate your compliments, Melissa. We have worked very hard to make sure that we have learned how to say Girardeau because Derby Date Night, we hope that we can call some of your games again in the future and want to make sure that we've got it right. And we've worked hard for 2 days. And Melissa, you were part of the help of us learning, so we appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. It's very important to pronounce names correctly. You get to choose your names and you get to choose how you would like to be called.
Yes. And I know it would make our lives easier to say Cape, but we just are these determined type of people who, when we want to get it right, we're going to get it right. We don't take the easy way out because for some reason we like to make our lives harder. Our fabulous rogue, the Corn, running in the background. You'll see her entering frame right now. She has been popping off all weekend, doing fantastic work, really helping to run this tournament as our interleague for Cornfed.
Yeah, she decided to wear the Corn all weekend. That way, if anybody had questions, you could direct them to the Corn. So we thought was pretty smart. The only thing that I think is her stock. I wish she was a little bit taller. She's a little bit of a short stock, a little cob. If
Being
you will.
a short stock is perfectly fine.
It
Giraffe.
is. Yeah, listen, it is perfectly fine. But when you're trying to direct someone to the corn cob, it helps if they're sticking up out of the field.
But that's why she's a corn cob, because
that is why
you're
she is
gonna
a
notice
corn
the
cob.
corn cob. Although yesterday I think I saw 2 corn cobs and I saw a slice of pizza as well yesterday.
Oh, I missed the pizza.
Yep.
I did see the additional corn cob.
Mm-hmm. I love it. Derby brings the most fun types of people. I know my son was thinking about bringing his tortilla blanket, and he was like, "I'm not going to bring it." And then I saw 2 other tortilla blankets here. After I told him, I said, "I think if you're going to bring something fun and weird and kooky, this is the place to bring it."
Speaking of weird and kooky, what state has the most streets?
Rhode Island.
Yes. Way to think through it.
My brain is still working even on day 2 of this tournament.
Is the pool safe for diving?
No.
It deep ends.
Nice.
Oh.
This is a long official review. I'm wondering what Cape was asking for on this official review.
I almost wonder if maybe it was the head block.
Yeah, but I think that, I mean, what I saw was that the jammer was very aware that that happened and knew that that was a penalty.
But
And
they could be
so-
asking for it to be upgraded to an egregious head block.
But wasn't it the penalty on Cape Girardeau?
They're wanting. So I am speculating that they don't want to overturn Circle City once it upgraded from just
it
a
is Circle
head block.
City's official review.
Yes.
Okay, that's where I was confused. I thought it
okay.
was Cape Girardeau's, and I was like,
No,
if
no,
I was
no,
Cape
Circle's-
Girardeau, I would be hoping that that nobody noticed, and I would be not. So, okay, yeah, Circle City, I'm guessing that's what they're asking for as well.
And sometimes coaches can be sneaky and ask for an official review on something that's totally bogus.
Uh-huh.
And it can confuse officials. And so, I mean, we're running on to almost 5 minutes. So this is like a 5-minute timeout that the team gets to rest.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that anything is bogus. I'm just saying it has happened in the past.
Yes. As a coach, I definitely utilize that strategy a few times with my use of official reviews. Especially if something really confusing happened in a jam. I was like, you know what? I think that there was something weird going on with that other team. I don't know what it was, but I'm going to call an official review because then the officials can talk about the thing that they saw that I know something happened, but this will give them an opportunity to talk. And maybe it'll go in my favor.
Just maybe.
All right, Cape Girardeau looking a little sad. I'm not sure what the decision was here, and I will say, as someone who has experience sitting in the box while I wait for an official review result to happen, yeah, it does look like that is going to result in an expulsion, which is so tough because I remember when it happened to me, and sometimes it just happens. It doesn't necessarily mean anything about the skater or anything. It is just the way that things go.
And are we getting confirmation that is what
We
is
just
happening?
did. The ref was on his way, and I nodded, and we had a silent conversation, and that was confirmed. So now the captain will be, Diana Slamma will be in the penalty box serving the remainder of that penalty for Slam IM, who has done an amazing job this entire tournament. And there still will be one more game, and everything is kind of, after that game, everything's done. Clean slate, and we'll see Slam IM again later today.
That's okay. You can go and take a breather, take a relax. Here we go. Power jam for CCRD, and we have Killdeer jamming.
Killdeer, lead jammer.
No, you are fine. When you're used to doing something solo, like I said, it's taken me a while to find my legs in this first game.
What do we call sea legs on Derby Date Night?
Oh, you told me.
Sailor feet. Sailor feet.
Sailor feet. I
Sailor
thought you said
feet.
say it with me. I got to get my ears apparently
This
checked.
goes all the way back to the very first Derby Date Night live stream where I was getting my sea legs under me and called them sailor feet.
Sailor feet, yes. Killdeer is through for 4 and back on another scoring pass as Diana Slamma has made her way through the pack and is out, coming back around hopefully for an initial.
Putting that star on, making sure that if she could pass any Circle City blockers that she will get those points, but the jam is called before she is able to do so. We have 9 minutes remaining in this game.
All right, Jam 17 is on their way with Battison jamming for Circle City and Speed Princess for Cape Girardeau. Battison is out as lead jammer as Cape looks like they're going back. Oh, I thought they were going to play a little bit of offense, but they were just resetting in the back for Battison as they come around.
Speed Princess getting recycled on the inside as Battison's coming in on her first scoring pass.
And Speed Princess is able to get through on the inside and is out.
Battison out as well, about half a track behind her.
Speed Princess is approaching the pack. Battison is letting it run, and Speed Princess is able to break through the blockers for 4 points. You know, maybe perhaps there is a Circle City blocker in the box, so perhaps maybe they're letting the time run to get that blocker out of the box. That is something I tend to do frequently as a jammer. I don't want to necessarily end it.
I'm seeing a track cut being called on someone.
Battison has gotten a track cut. The sneaky Cape Girardeau ran them back.
Sneaky.
Oh, but we're going to have a jammer switcheroo. Oh, but
now
Cape
Speed
Girardeau
Princess will not stay in the box for very long because Battison was not. She will only stay for as long as Battison was there, right?
Yes, except Speed Princess got 2 penalties.
Okay.
So the first penalty would only sit as long as Battison did, and then has to serve a full 30 seconds. You don't get both of them excused.
That's too bad.
Womp, 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 womp.
Battison finding some space on the inside, has one Cape Girardeau blocker to get past, does a little hop on the inside, but not before being slowed down by Cape Girardeau. Great blocking there done by, who was that?
Speed Princess is back on the track and out of the box. Ooh. Oh, the floor got Battison there. Little flub, and the jam has gone to time with Cape picking up 1 point.
That great blocking was the great Catsby from Cape Girardeau, so good job there.
Circle City has hit over 150. They're at 159.
Oh, it is time for corn jokes.
12-point jam.
I love that I've created another job for myself of making sure to pay attention so we get some corn jokes here. Actually, no, we're going to do Father's Day. I've got the Father's Day ones pulled up. So, what do a tick and Eiffel Tower have in common? They're both parasites. And what do you call a fish wearing a bow tie?
A fancy fish.
So fish-sticated.
So fish-sticated. All right, we got Lego blocks jamming for Circle City, and Smaxolotl is jamming for Cape Girardeau. Lego Blocks is pushing out those jammers, stretching out the pack, and is lead jammer. Smaxolotl has the helmet cover in hand and is looking for her pivot to pass off.
Which is usually Smaxolotl, so.
Yeah, Diana and Smax have traded places. That has been a successful star pass to Diana Slammer.
Lego Blocks sailing through for 4 points there. Diana Slamma, who is now a pivot, but now a jammer because she took a jammer pass. A star pass is right behind Lego and forces her to call the jam.
They called it off. There are 2 Circle City blockers in the penalty box.
We've got 5 minutes left remaining in this game.
Man, that went fast. Again, have the penalty, or we have the scoreboard to look at, and I've hardly paid attention to it. When I had to look for it, I paid more attention to it.
But it's easier for them to pay attention to it when it's just up on screen. And we have less multitasking we have to do.
That is true. It's kind of like one of those, ooh, bippity boppity boom is on the outside for lead jammer, as Speed Princess is...
Ooh,
a nice hit against Roe, the Circle City blocker, and is through.
Nice blocking and jamming there. That was beautiful derby. Bibbidi Bobbidi streaking up the inside to grab 4 points, but Speed Princess was able to sneak a couple points in there before she called it off.
Very nice. So is there a phrase the opposite of tunnel vision, when you're looking for something and you can't find it when it's right in front of you, like when you're looking for your phone and you're holding it in your hand?
I would call that my husband, but I don't think that's the right answer.
Listen, it happens to all of us, not just seriously. Okay, I will admit it happens to me, but I don't know, chat friends, is there a term for like the reverse of tunnel vision? I'm not focused on it, but it's right in front of me and I'm missing it.
Yeah.
It's like I think
there is.
I have like horizon vision.
Marie Fury jamming for Circle City, and Harlot Oscara taking the star for Cape Girardeau. Much appreciated.
Marie is working hard against this Cape Girardeau blockers. Marie Fury is through for lead jammer. Harlot has the star cover in hand, but is able to get out on their initial. Marie is hit to the outside and calls it from the ground after picking up 3 points.
So for those of you listening in the building who are here in Muncie, we did bring some stickers, some Derby Date Night stickers. So if you'd like some swag, head on over to the merch table and you can drop us a little donation and take a sticker. We would love any help we can get in supporting this stream. We enjoy making it happen, and so anything helps keep this going. And we are really excited to be able to have some stickers, and maybe eventually we'll do a little bit more merch. If any of you are interested, we might do some more Derby Date Night merch in the future.
You know, maybe you could do like a online campaign where people could order the shirts and they get printed and like sent out to them, so you don't have to worry about shipping.
That'd be nice.
That would be nice. And then you could have like a contest of wearing your Derby Date Night and like where in the U.S. or where in the world
is Derby Date Night. Killdeer
Derby Date Night.
Killdeer was lead jammer in that jam and called it, hoping that they were able to keep Cape Girardeau from scoring any points, and I think they did so pretty successfully there. So that jam was a quick jam, but 3 points for Circle City.
We have less than 2 minutes left, and you know, when we talked about Circle City's official review, we forgot to mention that they get to retain their official review.
That's true.
Because what they were reviewing was awarded to them, and so they still get an extra official review. And Circle City has called a timeout with 1:32 left on the clock.
Now, when they call a timeout and not an official review, this is also an opportunity sometimes that coaches take to walk up to the refs and just have a short conversation. They're not necessarily asking for anything to be reviewed, but sometimes they might say a quick, like...
You can ask a clarifying question. Like last night, we had an official review about some points that were scored, and as the jammer ref, like, you know, you get questions all the time, and I told the coach later afterwards, I was like, you know, if you didn't really want to use your official review on that, you could have just asked me, and like we could have gotten that in the 30 seconds real quick, and they were like, oh no, I just wanted that extra little time, and like, oh, we're just going to use it, and I was like, oh, okay, but like those kind of quick little questions are fine. It was stuck underneath and it was bothering me. I pulled a little piece of paper out from my mic stand just so everybody at home can understand what's going on. Aria's giving me a look. You know, maybe in the future we could have like a little camera here on ours so sometimes people could see our face.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't.
Oh, that's not for Aria. I mean, it wouldn't be all the time. It's just when just give Sirius another thing to watch, right?
To make fun of. He would zoom in on all of my funny faces. Battison getting that lead jammer status for Circle City.
Smaxolotl.
I love saying Smaxolotl.
Is jamming. Is looking for her pivot, but her pivot is trying to play some offense, but needs to go back on the defense side.
Especially since there's only 2 blockers out right now for Cape Girardeau, so it's going to be hard to focus on offense when you don't have very many people doing defense, as Battison's coming around again on a scoring pass. But Diana was able to see this pass that was being passed to her. So Diana took that pass, but it looks like it was an illegal pass, or it was done before the
penalty was done as a jammer. So
Smaxolotl going to the penalty
had to go box as a jammer.
Diana had really good awareness there, though, because Diana heard the whistle and turned around to see that it was Smax who got that penalty and made sure to give Smax that jammer star back as Smax was going to the penalty box. So that was really smart. Sometimes when that just star starts getting passed around, it can be real confusing for people.
Yes, so that is really good awareness. I know that's one of the things that we practice, and some people even afterwards are like, So it's good for teammates even just to be verbal. I feel as a jammer, there really should be no secrets. We have 2 seconds left.
Also, this is the end of the game.
This is. We're just having a conversation here.
Battison, lead jammer. The period clock has ended. The jam time still is running. Battison coming through to score some points. Smaxolotl back in, coming through as well. Hearing a bunch of whistles, meaning that is the unofficial end of the game. Circle City 194, Cape Girardeau 83 is our unofficial score. And what that means is Circle City, oh, look at this. Circle City will be going on later today to play their old favorites, Corn-Fed Roller Derby at 3 o'clock.
Oh,
and
I get to officiate that game.
You get to officiate that one. Ooh, your old team and your new team. No, you're not Jessie.
I'm not
Jessie
Jessie.
is who is Circle City will be playing her old team, which is you.
But I've worked with Circle City a lot, so it's like they're like a second team to me.
They really are.
They're like my officiating home team.
Yes, and Cape will have a shorter break than Circle City, as they will be playing again at 1 o'clock against Louisville. So Cape's going to have a little bit of a break, and this has been a great, fun game for us to announce for you. And we will be back in just about, I'm guessing we'll start about 11:15 or so with our next game, which will be Lansing versus Chicago. So they'll be having a warm-up. We're going to go take a little break. I'm going to drink some tea, and we'll be back in just a little bit with Lansing versus Chicago in the third place game.
Bye.
Welcome back to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. You're here with Aria Kidding Me and
Melody Mayhem.
we've got Seriously on a camera operating switchboard and doing all the technical things and telling me what to say and making sure we're all taken care of. And we've got Spinelli and Slender Side Pocket on our cameras, and we're excited to bring you as we get into our medal games of the tournament. So this is actually the third place game for the Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions. We have Lansing Roller Derby and Chicago Style Roller Derby, both having played 2 games yesterday. This will be their last game, and whoever comes out victorious from this game will be your third place team for this tournament. With that being said, we appreciate you all joining us. Don't forget to like and subscribe Derby Date Night on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, which is where you're watching us right now. We're so glad to have you all here. We've really been enjoying all your engagement in the chat. Go ahead and shout out your favorite skater that you are here to root for. We also have a fun tradition with this tournament that we've created of giving you some corn jokes. Today we're also throwing in some Father's Day jokes, so we've got some corny, good old dad jokes for you today to enjoy.
You said Father's Day jokes, and I was like, well, that's a good old dad joke because you had to make it long and winded. You could have just said dad jokes.
It's a really good one.
Unintentional jokes. Wah, wah, waka, waka. All right, that was the rolling whistle, so we're getting ready to go. All right, the 5 seconds has been called. Chicago Style is wearing white today, and Lansing is in black. It looks like Sarah Sasson is jamming for Lansing and is out on the outside for lead jammer, where we have Miss Mayhem.
Yep. Good call.
Yes, Miss Mayhem is jamming for Chicago Style. Miss Mayhem has the helmet cover in her hand, looking to either try and sneak through or pass it off, while Sarah Sasson is out on the outside for 4 points. Miss Mayhem is looking for her blockers for some help from offense, but the Chicago Style blockers has to go back and play some defense as Sarah Sasson comes on around with a hard hit with those fabulous rainbow socks. Blocker 44 for Chicago Style. Lansing has a beautiful 2-wall blocking going on. Miss Mayhem is working very hard to get by them. The pivot for Lansing all weekend has been doing some excellent blocking. Miss Mayhem trying to pass the star to her pivot and is successful. One of Chicago's blockers goes to the penalty box, and Sarah Sasson is back around for another 4 points. That's 16 points on the jam so far as we keep rolling. 79 is the new jammer for Chicago Style. That's Justice Dispenser. She is working very hard, got recycled back in the pack and is still on her initial pass. Well, Sarah Sasson is breaking through Chicago Style and through for another 4 points. And the jam is called due to time. Sarah Sasson picked up another 4 points for a total of 24 points on that jam. Quite impressive without it being a power jam. Thank you. So we're rolling into our next jam, and it looks like Herderino is jamming for Lansing. And again, Lansing is in the black jersey. And
it's Herderino's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Herderino. And Herderino is through for lead jammer. And for Chicago Style, we have number 8. That's
That hit crazy.
Thank you. I was looking for number 8 on the list.
Batting a penalty and going to the box.
Thank you. Herderino is through for 4 points.
That is a power jam.
And yes, they are on a power jam. Herderino hitting first with the Lansing blockers coming in and trying to wedge Chicago style to the outside. Herderino almost through on the inside and is able to get through for another 4 points. Bat Hit Crazy is standing in the penalty box and has been released and is back on the track, and they are on their initial pass. Bat is, almost sneaked up on the inside where the Lansing pivot.
Toxic Shock.
Thank you. Is going to the
box.
penalty box. So there is a no pass, no penalty, and Bat Hit Crazy is out at where Herderino calls the jam, picking up another 4 points. That's a 12-point jam for Herderino. Now, I might be wrong, and so Sirius might tell me no. Is Happy Birthday still copyrighted? There's a shrug. Well, okay, so I won't sing the song. I'll just say Happy Birthday. Oh, because I'm singing it unaccompanied?
We can just say happy birthday.
Yeah, I like to
think that's
sing.
okay.
It's your birthday. Okay, we're on to a new jam, and we have... I'm having a hard time seeing the numbers.
That's Sin and Sugar, I think, for Chicago style, and Fox and Mad for Lansing getting lead jammer.
Thank you, Aria.
I'm just glad they've already played a couple games, and we know who these skaters are at this point.
I should probably go to the eye doctor because I feel like I'm squinting a lot.
A big hit from number 3 on Lansing. That was Strega, forcing Sin and Sugar to recycle to the back while Fox and Mad is getting through that pack for 4 points. Sin and Sugar out about a quarter track behind her, but looking a little confused because she's being told by a ref to go report to the penalty box.
On a track cut, so we are in a power jam.
For Lansing.
Lansing, Strega has been doing a phenomenal job at blocking this weekend. I have seen some really good hits from her all weekend long, so keep that up. Makes for some good derby. Foxen gets hit out and recycled to the back. Meanwhile, Sin is standing in the penalty box, and Foxen is able to get through for another 4 points. Sin is out of the penalty box and still on her initial pass, making her way back through the pack. Foxen is through for another 4 points. There is a Chicago-style blocker headed to the penalty box. Actually just sat down in the penalty box. Sin is working so hard.
Poppy Rotzi on Chicago style doing some great defense there. Really good awareness of the jammer and definitely slowing Fox and Mad down during that 20-point jam that Lansing just had.
The jam went to time, so Lansing is letting these jams run long. Slam Cakes is your lead jammer for Lansing, and hot on their trail is number 2, that's Green Ghost, and has to be let go by Toxic
Shock.
Toxic Shock. I wanted to make sure I get that right.
Toxic Shock is one of those players who, if I was playing, I would be a little bit intimidated because Toxic Shock has those hits that just make you leave your soul, leave your body. Toxic Shock has it's a very hard hitting pivot, and definitely would intimidate me a little bit.
Yes, so watching Toxic play and thinking in my jammer brain, I feel like I'm going up against Diamond.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So in the our fans out there, if you know Diamond, who has skated with several Indiana teams, currently skates with the Rebels.
And is currently skating across your screen, number 123. Diamond is currently reffing
with
for,
on the
this
outside
game.
in the red helmet, yes. Has a very similar skating style. So if you know, you know. But watching Toxic Shock is a very similar skating, blocking style and is very intimidating as a jammer.
You know, as people play derby, they really do develop their style. Like, I feel like every team I could think of a skater that serves that role that Toxic Shock does for Lansing, or even the role of hit the jammer out and bring him back and make him recycle. You know, like everybody has a certain role, and they're all really important and valuable in derby. That's Recco Warrior for Chicago Style, who just got out after Sarah Sasson, who is your lead jammer.
There's been a little bit of confusion. We have some skaters that are returning to their bench because they weren't quite on the track when the jam was called.
Started?
Yes, started, because the jam just got called.
Oh, Lansing is at 70, which means we have gone over 50, so it is time for a Father's Day dad joke.
And we're going to get an official review. Not an official review, excuse me, an official timeout. I even know the hand signals and called it wrong.
How does dry skin affect you at work?
It's flaky.
You don't have any elbow grease to put into it.
See, this is why I want a camera on us, just so they can see the facials.
That was definitely a groan-inducing joke. We both just stared at each other.
And seriously just looked over at me and gave me the head nod, like the classic dad, like,
Yep.
No, I don't think, though, that's not going to happen.
What do you call a factory that makes okay products?
Okie dokie.
Satisfactory.
Oh, come on. It was right there, Melody. Yes, I talk about myself in the third person.
All right, and the last joke for this, for Lansing's first 50 points is, what did the janitor say when he jumped out of the closet? Supplies.
Oh my God, I overthought that. I was like, gotcha. What's a good janitor pun? It's just surprise.
Willa is letting us know that Diamond is also double rostered on Circle City, so we could be seeing Diamond later today in the game against Cornfed.
That is right. I forgot that they are double rostered, so thank you. That's a new recent thing that's happened where teams can double roster between MURTA and WIFTA.
Yes, Diamond's home team is the Race City Rebels, our men's team out of, or I don't think they're called that anymore.
Has the league changed? I mean, they do have, it's mixed, it's both men and
it's
women.
Open gender.
Oh, yeah. So it's not just, I mean, kind of.
Anyway, Diamond is, her main team is Race City Rebels, but she also rosters for Circle City, which is a WIFTA team.
Miss Mayhem is your lead jammer for Chicago Style, but hot on her trails is Herderino, picking up some speed, slowing out from that turn and going in. Let's see what happens here in the turn. Herderino is hit out as Miss Maven is pushing through. Miss Maven has picked up points, is getting recycled by Toxic Shock, and has called the jam from the ground. There are 3 points for Lansing and 2 points for Chicago Style. Wow, I blacked out for a second. I was like, who's the white team? All right, coming into the next jam, we have Bat Hit Crazy jamming for Chicago Style with Slam Cakes jamming for Lansing. Slam Cakes found a little bit of opening and tiptoed on the outside and is your lead jammer. Bat Hit Crazy is still working through the pack.
Strega is headed to the penalty box and having a little bit of a discussion with the ref about that.
There has been not getting off the track, not fast enough, but staying and skating on the track too far instead of exiting the track soon enough. So that's why we're seeing a lot. There's been quite a bit of additional in-sub penalties been assessed this weekend by both crews for skaters. You're out of the pack, but you're skating to the box on the track for too long.
Slam Cakes is going to be headed to the penalty box on I think, is this the forearm signal?
Yeah, that's the forearm signal. Nice job. So it's
we are-
a power jam.
Or
jam,
bat hit crazy.
jam. So
And
here's
Chicago
a chance
style.
for Chicago to put some coins in the bank. Oh, some beautiful offense coming up from Chicago. But a Lansing blocker was all like, no, I'm not going to let you force me and open that inside. Ooh. Bat hit crazy is through for 4 points and coming back around. Chicago style is at full force with 4 blockers, with Lansing only having 2 blockers up. So let's see what happens as the power jam is coming down to an end. We got 1 blocker going up to play O, while the other 3 are preparing for Slam Cakes to come in. The packs are starting to speed up a little bit, and Slam Cakes tried to take advantage of that. Made through for 4 points. So both teams are on a scoring pass, and we have 13 seconds left in the jam. Each jammer should get about 1 more trip around the track. Bat hit crazy, trying to find some space on the inside and hit out. There is jam called for time. 4 more points for Slam Cakes. There has been a timeout called by Lansing, and it looks like 3 more points for Chicago. So that brings 15 points to the jam the jam for Chicago. Lansing getting 8 points, so the score is 22 Chicago, 81 Lansing. And we are in a team timeout. Lansing has taken a team timeout. All right, so we're in this timeout. Let me pull up a joke. How can you tell if a tree is a dogwood tree?
If they have bark,
By its bark.
both serious, and I got that
Yes,
one.
you did. What do you call? This is kind of like a skate joke in a way. And you know, when we have our hot dog cart, what do you call a hot dog on wheels?
A happy dog?
Fast food.
Okay, that's a good one. That's almost a skating joke, too.
Want to hear a joke about paper?
Of course I do.
Never mind, it's terrible.
Oh, terrible. Oh.
Can February march?
If April says they may?
No, but April May.
Oh, good. I was close.
It was close. It was good.
My brain is still working during game. What game are we in out of this? Now this is game 9.
This is now game 9. Now we're on game 9.
Game 9 out of 12 games. So after this game, we will have Louisville versus Cape for the 7th place game. After that, we will have Cornfed versus Circle City for the 5th place game. And then at 5 o'clock, we will have the championship game of Rock versus South Bend.
Now here's the pronunciation debate. Is it Louisville or Louisville?
Oh, see, I'm from Seattle. I can't do the Southern. I think is it Louisville?
Louisville.
But is it only Louisville if you're from around here? And those of us who have no business having some sort of Southern accent, we say Louisville.
I have no idea. See, I'm from Northeast Indiana, and I say things like I'm from like Canada, Canada, and Wisconsin. Sometimes I'm like phone.
I'm sure the chat, even though we are looking at Michigan and a Illinois team, they probably have some opinions on.
And we are having an injury timeout. We are back. The skater was able to get up and skate on their off the track on their own. So thank you again to our medics who have volunteered this weekend. We could not have Derby without them. It is a very physical sport, so we always need to make sure that we have medics on hand. And they have been very helpful this weekend. We want to keep everybody safe. And there was a rolling whistle to get back into gameplay. On the track for Chicago-style jamming, we have number 2, Green Ghost. And Sarah Sasson is jamming for Lansing. Sarah Sasson works through the pack quickly and is announced lead jammer, while Green Ghost has taken off the helmet cover, is recycled back. Sarah Sasson is coming around on a scoring pass and has scored 4 points. Green Ghost is still working at the back of the pack. One of her blockers is trying to offer some offense for her. Sarah Sasson with a little hop, a little jump skip on the inside for another 4 points. Green Ghost is trying to pass the panty and has successfully passed the helmet cover to Sin and Sugar, who then got caught by 2 more blockers. Sarah Sasson is through for another 4 points. Sarah Sasson comes up on hits the back of the pack of Chicago and is making their way through again for another 4 points, whereas Sin and Sugar has been recycled to the back by the Lansing blockers. Very hard walls Lansing is putting up for those jammers. Keep up the good fight, jammers. I know it's hard. Sarah Sasson on the inside, hop, skip, and a little leap for another 4 points. Sin and Sugar was almost out of the pack and then caught by Lansing's pivot Toxic Shock and hit to the outside. Sarah Sasson around for another 4 points. It's a very slow moving Lansing while Sin and Sugar, is pushing very hard, and that 2-minute jam is very, very, sometimes more mentally than physically exhausting on jammers. Sarah Sasson got another 4 points, bringing the total Lansing 109, Chicago 22. All right, the jam is underway, and we have Herderino jamming for Lansing and is declared lead jammer. Meanwhile, Chicago-style jammer got a penalty. That is 8-5. That is Recco Warrior. They are headed to the penalty box to sit down for 30 seconds. Herderino is through for 4 points. Herderino approaching the Chicago blockers, hitting and through for another 4 points. Lansing blockers are holding Chicago-style blocker back at the back. We refer to that as a goat, and we're not talking about the greatest of all time. We're talking about keeping one blocker back, but 2-2-2 from Chicago is able to make their way. That's Mad Eye Mood Swings. They were able to make their way up to be with their teammates, where Recco Warrior is back in the pack, a release from the penalty box, working their way on their initial pass. Herderino is being caught up by the Chicago-style blockers, where in Lansing 22, blocker Paparazzi, it helped get Herderino through for another 4 points. Recco hit to the inside by Toxic Shock. Brecco Warrior is going back to the penalty box, this time on a track cut. Herderino is around for another 4 points, and the jam is called due to time. You know, these long 2-minute jams are very exhausting, not just for jammers. I know I come with a lot of jammer perspective. Sorry, friends. It's also mentally exhausting and physically exhausting for the blockers as well. We've had an issue with the scoreboards connecting. So let me give you a score update. It's Lansing 133 to Chicago 22, and there is 12 minutes left on the clock. Foxen Hard for Lansing is through as your lead jammer, and Recco Warrior is still in the box for Chicago Style. Foxen is through for 4 points. Recco is released from the penalty boxes, making their way around the track. As Foxen is approaching the Chicago blockers, makes a little contact and through for 4 points. Recco, trying to sneak on the outside, gets hit out by number 3 Lansing Strega and taken back. We've had a little update. It's for Louisville. I've got a pronunciation guide. It's Louisville. So Louisville. I want to say I was right. So Louisville. So we'll get Aria on that pronunciation when she returns. All right. Both jammers are in the pack, working against those blockers, fighting hard. Foxen is through for another 4 points. And Recco, working so hard, has gotten through on the outside on their initial pass. Foxen hitting the Chicago blockers in the middle and then tries to juke around to the outside and is able to have some fancy twirl on the inside for another 4 points. Recco working really hard. Let's see if they squeaked out any points. No points. Very well fought hard, Recco. All right. We have one Lansing blocker in the penalty box. And as we come up to our next jam, we have Miss Mayhem jamming for Chicago Style versus Slam Cakes for Lansing. Slam Cakes is through on a no pass, no penalty, so is not lead jammer. Miss Mayhem has the opportunity to get lead jammer, so let's see what happens. Slam Cakes is coming back around. Miss Mayhem is through for lead jammer as Slam Cakes is in the pack scoring points. Miss Mayhem is coming around into the pack. Slam Cakes is back around, hitting, initiating with the blockers, and is through, tipping-toeing around the line on the outside for another 4 points. Miss Mayhem is receiving some offense by her pivot there on the inside, looking to score some points, and decides to call the jam. Looks like 2 points for Miss Mayhem, so that brings 3 points, excuse me. So that brings Lansing to 161 to Chicago's 25. Yes, we know that the scoreboard has stopped working. There is 9 minutes left, so we're back to how we were yesterday, having to look afar through officials to see the score, to see the time. So please give us a little grace. Well, at this point, give me some grace as we are figuring that out. Yes, so we have 9 minutes left in this game. After this game, where did the thing go? We're going into game 9, which is our third place game, and that is Lansing. No, that's literally the one that we're doing right now. Lansing and Chicago, our third place game. After this game, we're going to announce we might not necessarily announce, but in-house there will be announcing the fan favorite for Lansing and Chicago. Our next game, our 1 p.m. game, is that right? Yeah. I'm reading at this, but then I'm looking at the time. The next game, game 10, is Louisville versus Cape Girardeau. And Bat Hit Crazy is your lead jammer for Chicago, and Herderino is out of the pack, trying to close that gap, racing around the track. Bat is making contact with the Lansing blockers, scoring those points, and is calling the jam for 2, possibly 3. I can't quite see if there is a thumb up on the jam ref. 2 points. So that brings Chicago to 27, Lansing 163. Oh, I did just get some confirmation from Aria about the pronunciation of Louisville, and she says, fine, you win this one. Listen, there's nothing wrong with a little friendly competition, and, I get it. Aria kidding me, and seriously, they're transplants from Seattle. If I went out there, I probably would sound funny to them. Listen, I just remember when you guys came here, we talked about potlucks. We were having a get-together, and you were like, you're trying to get all this stuff, and I'm just like, you can provide the food, and it's a BYOB. Everybody brings their own drinks. Everybody brings their chairs. And I remember Aria looking at me like, are you serious? I was like, hi, welcome to the Midwest. They'll probably bring food, too. The pitch-in, a carry-in, everybody has their little different phrases, maybe depending on where you are in the state of Indiana, in the region of the Midwest. It takes a village. It's all of those fun things. We are in a timeout. I am not sure which team called the timeout, but we are now ending our timeout. So let's get this game rolling. There is just above 8 minutes left in the game. Looks like we have for Chicago style number 2, that is Green Ghost jamming. There are 2 Lansing blockers in the box, and Sarah Sasson is your jammer for Lansing and is through for lead jammer. Green Ghost is getting offense from her blockers and trying to work through those 2 Lansing blockers. That is 55 Toxic Shock and 22 Paparazzi, who are blocking very well together. Sarah Sasson is through for 4 points as they are rolling to the back of the pack for another scoring pass. Getting through the Chicago-style jammers for another 4 points, and we are out for an injury timeout. All right, we are back. The skater is up and is skating back to the bench on their own 2 skates. So we're going to get rolling in just a little bit. There's the rolling whistle, and both teams are skating back out to the floor. We have 7.5 minutes left in the game. Ooh. And Bat Hit Crazy is jamming for Chicago style. All the penalty box is clear, so all blockers are on the track. And Foxen is jamming for Lansing, got around the blockers and tiptoed on that inside line for lead jammer. I believe a few jams back I said their skater name wrong. It's Foxen Mad. Excuse me for that, Foxen, please. I apologize. Please forgive me. Bat Hit Crazy is working and juking those shoulders, trying to get through the Lansing blockers. Foxen is around for 4 points. I really appreciate, the tiptoe work, not stepping out. That was so close, and good align awareness for Bat Hit Crazy. Foxen is coming, is in the pack on a scoring pass. The Chicago blockers are keeping it nice and slow. They're not making it easy for Foxen. Same for Lansing. They have slowed Bat Hit down, and Bat Hit is pushing and not so jumping, but is able, after getting some offense, is through on their initial pass and is skating up against Foxen as both jammers come towards the back of the pack, and it is called by Foxen. Lansing is at 179 and Chicago 27 with just over 6 minutes left in the game. So our next game, our 1 o'clock game, is Louisville versus Cape Girardeau. This is for our 7th place game. So Cape played earlier this morning, so they're still probably up and going, and this will be Louisville's first game of the day and their only game of the day. Jamming for Lansing, we have Slam Cakes, who is through for lead jammer, and we have Recca Warrior for Chicago Style, who is through on their initial. Slam Cakes is coming around for a scoring pass. The pack is rolling. Slam Cakes is able to, with the speed up pack, easily get around the blockers, get all 4 points, call off the jam before Recco is able to score any points. That brings Lansing to 183, Chicago 27. Oh, thank you for saying Lansing 22 is Jarmageddon. I was reading off of Chicago Style. There are 2 number 22s, so I apologize for that. That was my bad. There are 2 22s numbers, and making sure reading off the right list is hard. So I apologize that. Black 22, Lansing 22 is Jarmageddon. Herderino is lead jammer for Lansing. Happy birthday. Where Miss Mayhem on Chicago Style received a penalty and is just sat down in the penalty box. Herderino is in the pack in the scoring pass, working against those blockers of Chicago Style, getting some offense. Herderino gets through on the inside for 4 points. Lansing is trying to hold the pivot of Chicago as the pivot came back from the penalty box. And the pivot, Sin and Sugar, received a track cut and is going back to the penalty box, where Herderino is through on the inside for 4 more points. Looks like we're running this jam. Miss Mayhem is back from the penalty box, working on her initial pass. Herderino, finding some space with some speed, is through for 4 points. Miss Mayhem is working very hard, trying to get through the Lansing blockers. Had some offense from her blockers, but the blocker got a back block assessed to them and is getting in the penalty box. Here comes Miss Mayhem on her first scoring pass as Herderino is out for another 4 points. Miss Mayhem tangles with her own blocker, but is able to get through for 4 points before getting caught by any of the Lansing blockers. Herderino is around for another 4 points, calls the jam for another 4 points. That brings Lansing's total to 203 to 31 points for Chicago, and we are just under 3 minutes left in the game. You know, I find it interesting. So Aria commented in the chat, Aria had a family emergency and had to go home and take care of a sick child for a hot moment, and that she is listening as she is driving home and taking care of a sick child. So thanks for tuning in. We have Green Ghost Chicago is our lead jammer. Sarah Sasson got out quickly right after and passed Green Ghost. So Green Ghost, before either jammers get to the back end of the pack to score, calls the jam. So no change in the score, 203 to 31. And we're just about 2 minutes left in the game. Wait, no, this is the first half. Why did I keep saying game? Friends, I apologize. This is the first half. Fox and Mad is our lead jammer for Lansing. Bat Hit Crazy comes out very soon after. So it almost seems like a race is going on. Both blocking packs are stopped. Foxen is looking for points and calling it. Bat Hit is trying. Foxen tries to call off the jam, but is assessed a track cut, so this will be a 2-minute jam, and Bat Hit Crazy is on a power jam. Oh, I said that wrong. A power jam. Jam. Bat Hit Crazy is through for 4 points, and the in-house crowd is very excited. Nice job, Bat Hit. Foxen is standing in the penalty box. Trying to work that inside with those blockers. Oh, Bat Hit, notice they did not want to cut, so they reset behind the pack, working those blockers. Black blockers are being assessed a multiplayer block. It looks like Foxen is going back to the penalty box on another track cut. Bat Hit is through for 4 points and coming around to score on another scoring pass. Chicago let Bat Hit first and is trying to squeeze the Lansing blockers to the inside so Bat Hit can skate around to the outside. All strategy when trying to on a power jam. Bat Hit is through for another 4. I don't know if you can tell in my voice, I am very excited. I get very happy for jammers when they find success on a power jam. We are into the jam time. We are in the jam time, and that is the jam has been called due to time. That'll take us into halftime. 4 more points for Bat Hit. That brings Lansing to 206, Chicago 47, and this is halftime. update you with the score and the time as much as I remember. I am trying to pay attention to what also is being said in the feed. Again, I apologize if I missed something, but thank you also for your interactions. The score for Lansing is 206 to Chicago's 47. All right. We've got the rolling whistle, so we're getting started. Sarah Sasson is jamming for Lansing and is caught up from the Chicago-style blockers, hit to the inside. Miss Mayhem is the lead jammer for Chicago Style. No, not the lead jammer, excuse me. Sarah Sasson was declared lead jammer and then was recycled to the back. So Miss Mayhem is not lead jammer. Sarah Sasson did come out and has passed Miss Mayhem, and both are coming around on a scoring pass. The pack is starting to speed up. There are 2 Lansing blockers in the penalty box. Sarah Sasson is through for 4 points. Miss Mayhem trying to skirt around on the outside, but was a hit out by the Lansing blockers, excuse me. Sarah Sasson through Chicago's blockers for another 4 points. Miss Mayhem is still working through the pack. Miss Mayhem is headed to the penalty box for a forearm, so she will sit for 30 seconds. And the jam goes due to time. Sarah Sasson had another 4 points. So this is a power jam start for Lansing. So it's a power jam. And an official timeout has been called. Miss Mayhem did score 3 points before getting her penalty and going to the box. Now, during halftime, we celebrated Silken Tofu, who is an NSO. At the end of 2019, officiated her 1,000th game, which is a big deal in roller derby, and didn't calculate that it was her 1,000th game until earlier this year. So at the halftime in-house, we celebrated and gave her recognition. Derby officials have unofficial milestones. There's like, you've officiated 100 games, yay, who cares? 300 games, you get a cape. 500 games, you get a card. But 1,000 games, it calls for a lot of unwanted attention. And if you know Silken Tofu, she does not like a lot of attention. So we honored her and her commitment to roller derby, not just as an official and doing the thing, but as a teacher. She has inspired and mentored many of the NSOs that are here in the tournament. And not only just doing small little tournaments, but making them see that they are capable to do big tournaments as well. I know Tofu took me under her wing when I first started out officiating and doing the jam timing and doing penalty tracking and stuff like that. And it's just been a great friendship. So something, a card, a little gift. She was presented with a trophy, a handmade trophy, and was also given a bag full of cards sent from officials who could not make it today, but one of our official friends has been secretly planning getting stuff, and Tofu was presented with that bag of cards. So I can't wait to hear as she goes through them. So thank you, Tofu. 1,000 games. I'm not quite sure why we're in the official review. The scoreboard. That sneaky scoreboard. It's been giving us fits all weekend. Computer software, man. See, this is why I don't do things with technology. So in my line of work, so I'm an elementary music teacher. I do use technology, but it's mostly like to project things up on the screen so it's easy, so I don't have to have a whole bunch of paper for my kids, and it's up and they sit on the floor, so it's up high so they can see it. And yeah, when the internet goes down, I'm just like, because I do everything internet based. So we got some time. I'm going to give a little jokes here. Oh, the scoreboard's up, so I might not have time for jokes. Oh, here we go. Where do math teachers go on vacation? Times Square. Mountains aren't just funny. They're hill areas. Hill areas. What is the best smelling insect? A deodor ant. So I am not sure how much time is left because they have restarted the scoreboard. So they are fixing it. They're putting the score up. We have had a jam, yes. We had a jam, so things are getting updated. The score is getting put back up. The time is currently getting put back up on the clock. So if you are into well wishes, can you just send well wishes, good vibes, good thoughts to the scoreboard software, to the computer, and just be like, let's do this, let's make it through. I'm doing weird like spirit fingers, so if that helps you too. Friends, if you haven't figured it out, I am a self-proclaimed weirdo and I'm okay with it. Both teams are ready to play when we're ready to rock and roll. Miss Mayhem for Chicago Style will be starting in the box. So this is a power jam for Lansing, and Slam Cakes is on the line for Lansing as the jammer. There is one Chicago blocker in the penalty box with keeping Miss Mayhem company. It's always nice to have a friend in the penalty box, even though it's not nice to go to the penalty box. As we are waiting for the scoreboard, so we are currently in the game of Lansing versus Chicago. And you know what? Oh, there is my paper. Our next game, hopefully starting close to 1 o'clock as possible, is Louisville versus Cape Girardeau. That will be our 7th place game. We are currently in the second half of our 3rd place game. All right, jam is on. This is Slam Cakes, a powered power jam for Lansing. And hop, skip, and a jump through her blockers, played some offense, and Slam Cakes is your lead jammer coming around on a scoring pass. Communication from their blockers about what is going to happen. Some nice offense, squeezing Chicago to the outside, opening that inside lane for Slam Cakes, and 4 points. Miss Mayhem is standing in the penalty box, waiting to get released by our NSOs, and Miss Mayhem has been released from the penalty box, is coming around on her initial pass. Slam Cakes is through for another 4 points. Miss Mayhem making contact with 22. Jarmageddon on Lansing Roller Derby. Again, sorry for the wrong name earlier in the first half. Slam Cakes is through for another 4 points. Miss Mayhem hitting that strong Lansing wall. Toxic Shock trying to get Miss Mayhem out and has drawn a cut. So Miss Mayhem is going back to the penalty box. We'll be sitting and scores 4 points. Slam Cakes engaging with the Chicago blockers and is able to get around for 4 more points. You know, I really have to applaud Aria for doing this all the time by herself. Like, she's been gone for maybe 40 minutes, and I've been like, oh my gosh, how does she do 2 full bouts of this by herself? There's just like little lulls when I'd love some banter. But we've got Slam Cakes through for another 4 points. 4 seconds left on the jam, and the jam is going to end due to time. That brings Lansing total to 260 to Chicago's 50 points. There is 26 minutes, 25 minutes. Can't tell if that's a 5 or a 6 left in the half. This time for real in the game. All right. The jam is on. We have Bat Hit Crazy jamming for Lansing, and Herderino is through as your lead jammer. Excuse me. Herderino is jamming for Lansing. Bat Hit Crazy is for Chicago. Herderino is your lead jammer coming up on the back of the pack on a scoring pass. Passing their blockers. Their blockers tried to play some offense to skirt on the inside, and Herderino is able to skirt by on the inside, picking up 4 points. Bat Hit Crazy has jumped and leaped on the outside through for 4 points. Herderino is back in the pack on another scoring pass and is through for 4 points. Both pivots are in the box for both teams, although Chicago's pivot is just released and coming back to the track. Herderino coming around for another scoring pass, which will be a power jam as Bat Hit Crazy received a back block and will sit and think about what they did for 30 seconds. I know as a jammer, when I go to the penalty box, I'm always running the scenario over back in my head. Did that really happen? And sometimes I just need to be like, you know what, it is, take a breather, and let's come back out and start afresh. Herderino engaging the Chicago blockers, waiting for their blockers to come in for some offense. Got swept out not just by the Chicago, but a little bit by her own teammates, which happens. Pushing, trying to pass the Chicago pivot for another 4 points. Bat Hit Crazy is out of the box and back through the pack for 4 points. Both jammers are in the pack. Herderino has made their way through the pack for 4 points. And as I've said that, Bat Hit Crazy has gotten through for another 4 points. And the jam is called Due to Time. That brings Lansing to 280 to Chicago's 62 with 24 minutes left in the half. We've got number 2 Green Ghost jamming for Chicago versus number 12 Fox and Mad for Lansing. Fox and Mad is able to jump on those toe stops around the outside for lead jammer. Green Ghost has the helmet cover in their hand, looking to either sneak on, still get through, or to pass off to their pivot. Foxen is hitting up the inside and is able to get through the Chicago blockers for 4 points. Toxic Shock hitting Green Ghost to the outside and recycling back. Foxen out of the pack for another 4 points. Chicago blockers helping their jammer get by Lance. I would not want to jam against those right now. Offense by Chicago Style to get Recco, through, but then Recco a track cut and is going to the box. So there we have a power jam for Sarah Sasson on Lansing. A hard hit. Sarah Sasson assessed to the white jammer, and we have an injury timeout. And we are back. This skater was able to get up and skate back to their bench and get checked out by the medics on their own 2 skates. A score update. We have Lansing 308 to Chicago's 62. There is just over 20 minutes left in the game. All right, while we're waiting, let's pull out some jokes here. Have you ever tried to catch fog? I tried yesterday, but I missed.
I haven't seen the whole text thread.
How do you make a Kleenex dance? Oh, this one's my favorite. How do you make a Kleenex dance or a tissue dance? Put a little boogie in it. Little audience reaction out there. Yeah, I know. Booger jokes. We had fart jokes earlier and a poop joke. How does the moon cut his hair? He eclipses it. Oh, this is when I really wish we had video because I just have like the corniest smile on my face. Looks like we're also waiting for some clock adjustment from the jam timer. Oh, but there is that rolling whistle, so we're getting ready to roll in our game. So we have just over 20 minutes left in this game of Lansing versus Chicago. Coming up next, we have Louisville versus Cape. That is for the 7th place game. Currently, we are in the 3rd place game. All right. Now, Recco is starting in the penalty box, so this is a power jam for Slam Cakes of Lansing. And Slam Cakes is able to take a hop, little jump, and a skip, and a leap on the inside apex for lead jammer and is coming around for a scoring pass. The Lansing blockers are taking off, offering some offense, opening up the inside for Slam Cakes. White 7-9 Justice Dispenser is headed to the box for a penalty, a forearm penalty. I said forearm in my head, but not out loud. Nice hit out of bounds by Sin and Sugar as the pivot for Chicago. Slam Cakes through for another 4 points. Recco is standing in the box as 22 from Lansing. That is Jarmageddon headed to the penalty box for 30 seconds. And Recco is back in play. Out on their initial and is chasing Slam Cakes, hoping to score out some points. Slam Cakes is signaling to the bench that they want to stretch the jam out. And Slam Cakes gets through on the outside, scoring points. Recco has gotten out and is trying to not get caught by the Lansing blockers, but Toxic Shock has hit Recco out and is being recycled, all the way to the back of the pack. Good fight, Recco. It's hard. You are doing great. Those are some hard walls. Those blockers are hitting hard. You're doing fabulous. I know you're tired. Very nice footwork on the outside. Good awareness by Slam Cakes stepping out, so recycling back so we don't get a track cut. Slam Cakes is back in and headed up the inside for 4 more points. Recco is pushing very hard. Her teammates are offering offense. The jam is called. Lansing has a score of 332 to Chicago's 65. There is 18 and a half minutes left in the game.
So I heard somebody say that I needed to come back because I needed to prove that I could say Louisville.
Louisville.
So I got to learn how to say Louisville before this next game.
Yeah, because I won't be here to help you.
Had to come back. Kiddo's doing okay. Luckily, I only live 5 minutes up the road, and I am back to assist you. But you've been doing a wonderful job with all this announcing.
Herderino is through as your lead jammer. You know, that's quite impressive that you are dealing with a sick kiddo and still listening. That multitasking.
Gotta keep updated. Herderino getting through on that inside line without being touched.
Lansing's pivot is not the pivot, excuse me. Lansing blocker is going to the box on a forearm. That is 3, well, it looked like there is a 3-7. Ms.
Hyde.
Thank you. Vowels are hard for me.
Ms. Mayhem pushing as hard as she can to get out and is pushed to the inside and is going to be forced to recycle. Yar.
Oh,
Yarmageddon.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucille Brawl. Yarmageddon.
It's more fun to say.
It is Yarmageddon. Man, I could have had so much fun. Yarmageddon.
Well, we've still got about 16 minutes left to be able to say Yarmageddon a few times.
You're going to have to do that for me. After this jam, I'm going to pop off so I can go get ready to officiate.
That sounds like a plan. Thanks for doing all of your double duty today, and appreciate you holding the fort down and you doing a wonderful job while I had to step away. Thank you.
It's been so nice being here. Herderino is through. Miss Mayhem is getting recycled to the back of the pack. The one lone Chicago blocker trying her best, offering Miss Mayhem some offense, and has opened up a space for Miss Mayhem to get through for 4 points. Shout out to number 6, Doom. I hope you don't mind me saying Doom. Did a great job opening up. They did a great job opening up a hole for Miss Mayhem. And on that note, Aria, I'm going to turn it back over to you solo.
Like
and I will see you at the championship game.
I would love to see you then. It's been lovely sharing the mic with you today, and have a good time reffing and being neutral.
Thank you. See you later.
All right, it looks like we've got Fox and Mad for Lansing, and Bat Hit Crazy is going to be jamming for Chicago style. Fox and Mad is lead jammer, but Bat Hit Crazy is out not too far behind here. Fox and Mad looking at the bench, trying to see if they would like her to call it or not. And Bad Hit Crazy coming through to get some 4 points there. Fox and Mad deciding to run this jam, getting through for another 4 points of her own. Bad Hit Crazy with a great hit and doing some real good work to get out of the pack there to grab another 4 points. Fox and Mad, seeing the call from her bench, decides to call that jam. Current score 368-78 with 14 minutes remaining in this game. All right, we're getting started again. It's Sarah Sasson on the line for Lansing, and Sarah Sasson will be the lead jammer for Lansing. Green Ghost is jamming for Chicago style, trying to find a way to get around these Lansing walls as Sarah sails through. There's a few blockers from Chicago style that have ended up in the box there. Oh, amazing little jump there by Green Ghost. Lansing thought they had her out, and they did not, and Green Ghost was able to stay in and get out to, I think, maybe even score some points there. Maybe not, but definitely force that jam to be called off. Score is 376 Lansing and 678 Chicago. You know, I was thinking about Chicago style earlier, and it could either be Chicago style pizza or Chicago style hot dog. And I think either one would be perfectly fine, whichever Chicago style we're talking about. I think they're talking about Chicago style roller derby, though. Rico Warrior jamming for Chicago style, and Slam Cakes is going to be your jammer for Lansing. Slam Cakes coming out with lead jammer. Rico getting pushed to the inside line. Penalty being called on a couple Lansing blockers there. So Rico's coming into the pack with 2 Lansing blockers to get around. Slam Cakes taking a bit of a dive to the inside line thanks to Sin and Sugar, but able to reform and is trying to get through that pack. Sin and Sugar still working her way through that pack, does find some space and is able to get out. Both jammers really lining up side by side, with Slam Cakes just a tiny bit ahead of Rico Warrior here. Both jammers approaching the pack. Doesn't look like anybody's thinking about calling it. Rico finding some beautiful space on the outside line to get through, and Slam Cakes coming out at pretty much the same time. So both of them finding that space, and it's turning into a little bit of a foot race here. Both jammers approaching the pack. The pack's a little bit spread out here. Rico takes a good hit from a Lansing blocker and is being forced to recycle. Slam Cakes also, I think, got a little bit tangled up in there, but is now clear of the pack for another 4 points. Rico resetting, trying to figure out a strategy, and is being forced to recycle by Yarmageddon. Slam Cakes taking a little bit of a break as she is also being forced to recycle. And that would be courtesy of Brawley Shore from Chicago style. Slam Cakes through for those 4 points. Rico Warrior through right behind, following that same path. Black is at 392 and white is at 86 as that jam is ending, leaving us a little bit more than 10 minutes left on the clock in this third place game. This game may go over 400 points for Lansing to finish out their tournament. This is the last game for both teams today, and we've really enjoyed having all these visitors here in beautiful, luxurious Muncie, Indiana, and hope that you all consider coming back again next year for another Smalltown Smackdown. Looks like Herderino is on the line for Lansing, and we have the Chicago-style jammer headed to the box. That is Miss Mayhem, so I'm not sure what happened at the beginning of the jam there, but that's going to give Herderino a power jam, so an opportunity for Lansing to get over that 400 mark, possibly before Chicago-style is able to score any points. Lansing providing some offense to open up that inside line for Herderino. Herderino sees that and takes that and says, thank you very much. I will also take those 4 points. Ms. Mayhem is back from the penalty box and will now be starting her initial. So this will not be a point-scoring pass for Ms. Mayhem, but Herderino is approaching the pack and is eligible to score points. Ms. Mayhem clear of the pack, has a little bit of a tumble, but is clear, but also receives a penalty on her way out, and so we'll be headed to the penalty box. In the meantime, Herderino got through for another 4 points, which brings Lansing to that 400 mark. I think that's the first game of this tournament we've seen hit that number. Herderino through for another 4 points as the packs are a little bit broken apart here and really trying to figure out a strategy and how to reset. Lansing deciding to definitely move into a power jam strategy here. They're going to come up and provide some offense, trying to clear that inside line and then sweep into the outside, which Herderino follows with grace to grab those 4 points. Miss Mayhem has been released from the penalty box and is now re-entering as Herderino comes through, trying to score another 4 points with a very similar inside-outside swoop move, and that jam will end. We have 8 minutes left in this game, and we currently have a score of 410 for Lansing to 86 for Chicago style. as that jam begins, Bat Hit Crazy is on the line for Chicago Style, going up against Bat Hit Crazy, getting that lead jammer status. Fox and Mad coming out right after Bat Hit Crazy, but very excited crowd for Chicago Style getting that lead jammer. But Foxen literally right behind Bat Hit Crazy and forcing that call off before any points can be scored. Fairgrounds building is starting to fill up as people are waking up for the day and coming in for our medal games that are happening. We have 3 more games today that are going to be happening, so don't forget to stick around all day at Derby Date Night to be able to watch those games. Sarah Sasson quickly establishing lead jammer for Lansing coming out of that pack, while we've got I think Green Ghost for Chicago is jamming for Chicago Style and being forced to recycle as Sarah Sasson comes through and grabs 4 points for Lansing. Green Ghost working their way through, has got a couple Lansing blockers to get past here, getting a little bit of help from Sin and Sugar. As Sarah Sasson comes through for another 4 points, Green Ghost sees an open inside line and decides to run up that and take that opportunity to get out of the pack. Pack's resetting, trying to figure out exactly what they're going to do. Sarah Sasson going around the outside line to grab 4 points as Green Ghost approaches the pack, looking for a little bit of help from her blockers. She's got a Lansing tripod to get through here, getting up on those toe stops. Sarah Sasson sweeping in and out to get around those Chicago-style blockers to score another 4 points for Lansing. Green Ghost taking a hit to the outside and being forced to recycle as Sarah Sasson comes in to score another 4 points. Chicago Style really debating here on whether or not offense or defense is going to be the strategy, trying to help their jammer who has been forced to recycle a number of times, but also Sarah Sasson's been coming around and breaking these packs apart, which Chicago did just slow her down on that one, but she does come through for another 4 points. Green Ghost has got the jammer star off and might be looking for Sin and Sugar, who is the pivot. But she's got to get to her first, and number 3 from Lansing, Strega, has definitely made this a very difficult jam for Green Ghost, who is still smiling even though this has been so difficult, and I love seeing that kind of camaraderie between skaters. It's really a good job, you got me on that one type of a look, and they shook hands as that jam ended. So no hard feelings, just good, hard derby. We are under 5 minutes now in this game. Black is currently with a score of 439 to White's 89. We'll be taking a short break after this, and then we will be headed into our next game, which is a 7th place game, which is going to be between Louisville and Cape Girardeau. We saw Cape Girardeau earlier this morning, and so they've had a little bit of a rest, and we'll be coming in to play again. Slam Cakes jamming for Lansing is going to get your lead jammer status. For Chicago Style, we are looking at, I think that's Recco Warrior, who is jamming for Chicago Style and trying to get through, and looks like she found some space on the outside line to get out. Slam Cakes coming in on their first scoring pass is getting a little bit tangled up here with these Chicago blockers who are focused fully on offense as Recco Warrior comes around to see if she can grab any points. Looks like Slam Cakes is going to run this, so should be an opportunity for Recco to grab some points as Recco's getting pushed to the outside and is being forced to recycle by Yarmageddon. Hearing a whistle happening here, and not sure, it sounds like somebody might be going to the penalty box, but Slam Cakes is through for another 4 points. It's like Chicago Style Pivot is headed to the box to join one of her teammate blockers, so Slam Cakes doesn't have more than, she's only got 2 blockers to get past over there on the Chicago Style team. Those 2 blockers just did some amazing offense to really help Recco Warrior opening up that hole, but Lansing reformed and was able to kind of chase her down and force her to recycle. Slam Cakes finding some trouble with the Chicago Style blockers who are definitely slowing down her roll here, but she scores another 4 points. Recco Warrior also getting through, grabbing 4 hard-earned points of her own. Slamcakes approaching the pack, only has 2 blockers to get through, is able to do so. Recco Warrior also approaching the pack. Coming up on a strong Lansing tripod that we're definitely ready for her. Slamcakes tries to take that inside line, takes a great hit from Doom, who is going to force her to, well, she didn't call the jam just ended. We've got 2 minutes and 20-ish seconds left, so we have at least one more jam left in this game. Lansing has got 459 points to Chicago Style's 96. We are currently in the Aw Shucks bracket, so these teams are battling for their places. So if the score remains similar in the next 2 minutes, we are going to be looking at a 3rd place finish for Lansing and a 4th place finish for Chicago Style. Congratulations to both. They've both had great tournaments and have done a wonderful job. As that whistle blows, we are under 2 minutes left in this game. Bat hit crazy, jamming for Chicago Style. I think did not grab that lead jammer status. A track cut was given to one of the Lansing blockers. Herderino is the one who grabs that lead jammer status, but Bat hit crazy coming out right behind says, I'm still gonna fight for this one. Herderino getting through the pack there for 4 points. Bat hit crazy coming into a Lansing tripod. A few little tumbles and everybody's recovering, but Bat hit crazy is still engaged in that pack as Herderino comes around and swoops to the outside line to grab some points of her own. We have 1 minute and 11 seconds left in this game. Bat hit crazy, getting some help from her blockers, is able to get through, and that is 4 points for White, bringing Chicago Style to 100 points, so they will hit that century mark as Herderino engages in the pack again to continue on that scoring pass. Both jammers getting through for 4 points each. The crowd is loving it as both teams here are closing down their time here at Smalltown Smackdown. 3rd and 4th place for these teams. Very well earned, very hard fought games. We've really enjoyed having these visitors from Michigan and Illinois with us. We now have only 30 seconds left in this game and this period, with the jam clock and the time clock pretty much being exactly the same. So I think this jam will probably be the end of this game, and both jammers really at this point just showing off their skills and doing a fantastic job. Bat hit crazy, pushing super hard. We've got 10 seconds left, and Bat hit crazy really wanted those last points just to end this game. Lansing did not make it easy, but both jammers getting through for a final 4 points to finish this game in a wonderful last jam. Lansing 479, Chicago Style 108. Both teams, you have been a pleasure today. Congratulations, Lansing, 3rd place award. Chicago Style, 4th place. We will be back in just a little bit with our 7th place game between Cape Girardeau and Louisville. I'm going to learn to say it by the end of the game. I will see you back here in about 45 minutes, and go enjoy a piece of pizza or some hot dogs, Chicago Style. Welcome back to Derby Date Night. You are here with Aria, Kidding Me, and Serious Lee for this second game of the Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions. As my co-host for the last couple games, Melody Mayhem, is now on the ref crew, I have found myself another co-host. Kimbo, you want to introduce yourself?
Yep, I am Kimbo Slicer, skater for Circle City Roller Derby.
We are so excited to have you here. A bit of a different perspective.
I'm so glad to be here.
Having somebody who's from another team. So hopefully that will be good for our listeners to hear. You are joining us for Louisville Roller Derby versus Cape Girardeau Roller Derby, and we are in the 7th place game. So all of these teams have played 2 games so far this weekend, and we are going into the 3rd game of the weekend for everybody. So we're going to have this game, and then right after this we will have Cornfed and Circle City, very familiar foes, go up against each other, followed by our championship game with Rock of Central Kentucky versus South Bend. That whistle means we are about to get started in this game. Welcome to all the fans for Louisville, Cape Girardeau, and roller derby in general. Harlot O'Hara getting lead jammer status for Louisville, followed closely behind by Diana Slamma. Both jammers running up to that pack. Harlot O'Hara trying to call off that jam before Diana can score any points. Let's see if she was able to sneak any. Does not look like it, but it does look like Diana Slamma might be headed to the penalty box. So, no, not Diana Slamma. Harlot O'Scara. Somebody. Yep, Diana. So Cape Girardeau will have a jammer in the box to start this next jam, and we will start with a power jam for Louisville. Tina Fatal jamming for Louisville, and Diana Slamma in the box for Cape Girardeau. Tina Fatal finding space on the inside line will grab that lead jammer status. And we'll have just a little bit of time to come around to see if they can score any points before Diana gets out of the box. That is 4 points right there for Louisville Roller Derby. Diana is standing and will be coming out of the box pretty quickly. About a quarter lap behind. And she is through. Louisville getting those 4 points. Diana also, I think, is Diana still on her initial at this point?
Yes, Diana just got through on her initial.
All right, so when Diana hits the pack again, she will be eligible to score points. Let's see if Tina's going to let this jam run or if she's going to call it before Diana can score any points. And she decided to call it, but not before scoring some points, with Louisville at a score of 10 and Cape Girardeau with the score of 1. Nope, 3. They were able to, I guess Diana grabbed 2 points at some point there.
Those jammers are sneaky.
Those jammers are sure sneaky. Kimbo, you've been both a jammer and a blocker, yes?
Yes.
So you can give me some of that jammer perspective, because that's something that I never really liked to do.
I loved jamming. Coming back as a blocker, though, it definitely does give perspective on looking at what those jammers are going to do. So kind of having that insight definitely helps.
Harlot O'Scara getting forced to the outside to recycle, and lead jammer going to Descriptive Vixen from Louisville. That pack is stretching out a little bit. Harlot O'Scara has gotten out of the pack and will be coming around. Descriptive Vixen engaging with the pack, grabs those 4 points. Harlot O'Scara unable to get to the pack in time to score any points of their own. Looks like Smaxolotl is currently in the penalty box, so we will start this next jam with Cape Girardeau down 1 blocker.
I think Corella de Kill is jamming for Cape Girardeau.
Oh, that is a new jammer we haven't seen. Corella de Kill is jamming for Cape Girardeau. Phoenix is going to be jamming for Louisville. Phoenix looking to see some space on the inside. Oh, great offense by her teammate there. Number 13, blue sleigh shoes, really helping Phoenix get through. But Cruella got through first. But that really great offense to help Phoenix forced Cruella to have to call that jam off before any points could be scored by either team. Okay, we have people in the chat who are watching from their bath, from the pool. It's clearly a hot day, and on Father's Day, people are relaxing, and we really appreciate that you're relaxing with us here on Derby Date Night, which we're really calling Derby Getaway Weekend for right now. Harlot O'Hara getting out as lead jammer for Louisville. Shantastic Vixen taking some great defense from KCDC and on Louisville, is able to get out. Shantastic Vixen has come in on a scoring pass and is engaging the pack, trying to get through as Harlot coming around on that scoring pass. And 4 points for Harlot O'Hara there. Shantastic Vixen, seeing some space on the inside, is able to get out and will now be eligible to score points. So I'm learning from the chat that this is Cruella's first year in roller derby for Cape Girardeau.
That's
jamming
impressive.
in a tournament. There have been quite a few from Cape Girardeau that are new skaters, very new skaters. I think that this has been just a great opportunity for so many of them to really develop into their own style as a jammer or a blocker, and it's just been great for them.
Mhm. And if you think about it, coming back from COVID, last season per WIFTA was the first time teams could come back, and a lot of them opted not to. So this might be, the first opportunity some of these teams have had to play in a tournament since pre-COVID.
Absolutely true. There's not a lot of tournaments that have come back, and this is the first time we've had Smalltown Smackdown since the COVID shutdown. So glad to see things like this coming back, because this crowd is a pretty big crowd, and it has been this whole tournament. And so it's been just great just seeing people come out, support roller derby, hoping people brought their dad or their dad figure in their life to celebrate Father's Day with their family.
That's Cruella, but I'm not sure who the other jammer is.
All right, we've got Cruella for Cape Girardeau and Tina Fatal for Louisville Roller Derby. Tina getting out with that lead jammer status. Tina Fatal was doing a lot more pivoting and blocking in the first couple games, but I've noticed in the last game started to jam a little bit more and is pretty solidly in the jammer rotation so far in this game. Cruella taking a hit on the outside, did not pull her out of bounds though, and so she was able to stay in and is now free to come around and score points if Tina Fatal does not call the jam before she does. But she's going to call that jam and make sure that no points can get scored, bringing Louisville's total to 34, Cape Girardeau to 4. Descriptive Vixen jamming for Louisville Roller Derby and Harlot O'Hara for Cape Girardeau. Ooh, great blocking by Louisville there, but Harlot O'Hara is able to get around and get that lead jammer status for Cape Girardeau. I think a pass. No, Descriptive Vixen did not pass, but was thinking about it. Just took a hit to the outside, is still trying to get through on that initial as Harlot O'Hara comes through on her first scoring pass and grabs those 4 points for Cape Girardeau. A pass did happen. David Buster is now the jammer for Louisville and will be able to score points depending on what Harlot O'Hara decides to do here. Harlot scoring those 4 points, but is being sent to the penalty box, it looks like, on a track cut. So this will be a power jam for Louisville, and Dave and Buster will be scoring some points, but also we have a minute left in this jam, and you know what that means when a jammer gets sent to the box. This jam's going the full 2 minutes. That always made me so tired when I would see a jammer who was lead go to the box. I was like, oh no, no one can call it. I'm going to be tired.
Especially when there's a star pass and you know the pivot that took the star is already exhausted, and
Yeah.
then the other jammer goes to the box.
Or if you are the pivot who took the pass, which has happened to me so many times, and I'm like, oh no. Dave and Buster working really hard there. This Cape Girardeau blockers are working really well together. It's been really delightful to watch Cape Girardeau really develop their strategy this weekend, and I'm seeing their communication and their walls just tighten up, and this is fun to see. Dave and Buster doing a little bit of a spin there to get through for those 4 points. Harlot O'Scara came back in, but then immediately was called on another penalty and will be headed back to the box again, it looks like. So we will be starting this next jam on a power jam for Louisville. I'm just watching to make sure that I'm correct here and that Harlot is going to be in the box. Yep, it does look like it. Oh, that is rough.
And it looks like Dave and Buster was able to get 8 points for Louisville on the board.
Nice. Louisville is also only 4 points away from our first dad joke of this game. Those are always just a little bit of fun. They keep us entertained and make us pay attention to the score when we give a joke every 50 points. Phoenix is out there jamming in this power jam for Louisville, really working to get through, getting some great offense from Sweet Revenge to help her get through. Harlot O'Scara is standing, so we'll be coming out of the penalty box shortly. Phoenix is going to try and see if she can score some points before Harlot enters. Harlot will be on her initial, so will not be eligible to score points until she has gotten through that pack one time. Phoenix getting through on a point-scoring trip around the track and entering the pack again. I'm hearing lots of whistles. That penalty box looks real full right now. And we have a Phoenix went to the box this time, and so now this will be a power jam for Harlot O'Scara, but I believe Phoenix was lead when she went to the box, so another 2-minute jam.
Yep, Phoenix was called on a back block.
All right, some blockers re-entering the track. Harlot O'Scara has been really just taking, just assessing the situation, kind of figuring out what's going on. I just saw looks like a jammer star might be getting passed to a pivot here. The pivot on Cape Girardeau is Sketchy Morels, so I think a pivot pass might have happened. Yep, Sketchy Morels, I can see it in her hand, so she is now the jammer for Cape Girardeau, and Phoenix came out of the box and scored 4 points. I think scored 4 points coming out. Whew. Okay, that jam made me tired. Great derby by both teams there. Go ahead.
You could see the pivot from Cape Girardeau struggling to get that cover on their helmet, and it's so hard as a pivot to get that star over another helmet cover.
Yep.
But they knew they were trying to get those points, so they got to get that cover on.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've got a couple dad jokes for you since Louisville's gotten to 50 points, which means we've earned a couple dad jokes. Have you heard about the chocolate record player? It sounds pretty sweet. I think we might have done this one yesterday, but this is the classic dad joke. What did the ocean say to the beach? Nothing. It just waved. And with that, we are back to the action with Diana Slamma as lead jammer for Cape Girardeau. Harlot O'Hara right behind. Harlot O'Hara right behind for Louisville Roller Derby. Diana calling the jam, hoping that she was able to keep Harlot from getting any. Did either jammer get any points on that one, or was that a 0-0? I think that was a 0-0. We have 17 minutes left in this half. Again, this is the 7th place game for this tournament. Following this, we will have Cornfed versus Circle City in the 5th place game, followed by the championship game. Ellie Slay jamming for Louisville Roller Derby and Cruella DeKill for Cape Girardeau. Ellie getting that lead jammer status. I haven't seen Ellie jam too much this tournament. They are approaching the pack and on their first scoring pass, finding some space to be able to tiptoe up that inside line and grab those 4 points. Cruella approaching the pack on their scoring pass. Were they able to snag any points? They did. I think all 4 points. Nope, 3. Cape Girardeau was able to grab 3 points in that last jam. Tina Fatal jamming for Louisville and Diana Slamma for Cape Girardeau. Oh, that was beautiful. I thought Tina Fatal was going to come out with that one, and Diana came out of nowhere and grabbed that lead jammer status, but called it pretty quickly because it was pretty much dead even. Is that something you would do as a jammer in that situation?
I think to protect points, it's better to just go 0-0 than risk them sneaking some extra points. So definitely strategy-wise, calling that was a good call for Louisville.
It's hard when you earn that jammer status and you're like, oh, dang it, there they are. They're right there. I guess I'll call it.
Or you think you're so close to getting lead and then they blow by you. You're like, dang.
Mm-hmm.
Soul crushing as a jammer.
Yes, that is very true. Descriptive Vixen lining up for Louisville and Cruella DeKill for Cape Girardeau. It is taking a little while here. We're at turn 2. Descriptive Vixen has pulled that pack out all the way to turn 2, but then became your lead jammer. Cruella DeKill out about half a track behind. Hannah, I was wondering that as well. I did notice that Louisville did have someone in the box, but I try to give the refs the benefit of the doubt, and I know that I'm just armchair quarterbacking over here. I don't know what armchair quarterbacking would be in Derby, because
would that be like a side seat driver when you're driving with someone?
But what would we call it in Derby? So like if it's an armchair quarterback, because if you're watching football, you're armchair quarterbacking. So would we be like side seat jamming?
Lawn chair jammer,
Lawn
maybe?
chair.
I don't know.
Lawn chair jamming.
We need to come up with a term for that.
I like lawn chair jamming. I think that's great. Just imagining, I know, I'm a lawn chair jammer here. I'll tell you what we should do. Woo, very pretty spins by Diana Slamma, trying to earn that lead jammer status. Phoenix in the back also pushing as hard as they can. Diana, that was beautiful work by Diana to earn that lead jammer status there. Phoenix is out about a quarter track behind.
KCDC for Louisville was doing some amazing defense right there.
Woo. That was a pretty jam. Phoenix looking at her ref, hoping that she was able to snag a point there. Looks like the refs are discussing. Sometimes when they're not sure how many points, they like to double check in with a couple other refs before they decide how many points, if any, a jammer got. Okay, so out of 5 refs, how many points do you think we're going to come out with?
I feel like that's a bad knock-knock joke.
It is. It really is. That's going to be an official timeout because they were still talking. Oh, how many points did we get from 5 refs? I think it was 4 points. Nope, 3?
I think it was 3 points.
3. How many refs does it take to screw in a light bulb? Ooh, we'll come up with something. Harlot O'Hara jamming for Louisville Roller Derby and Sketchy Morels. Still love that derby name. For Cape Girardeau, Harlot O'Hara coming out with lead jammer status pretty quickly there. Sketchy trying to find some space, taking a big push to the outside line, being forced to recycle as Harlot comes into the pack. Harlot makes it through for 4 points as Cape Girardeau turns back to see how they can help Sketchy Morels. In a moment of confusion, Sketchy Morels notices there's no one in front of her and just decides to get out of that pack.
And we have 2 Louisville blockers headed to the box for destruction of pack and failure to reform.
Harlot O'Hara grabbing some points before calling the jam. Great awareness there by Harlot O'Hara. She was definitely working on making sure those hips got in front, and she grabbed those points before calling that jam.
Jammers from both teams are doing amazing with communication, looking to the bench, which is key, knowing when to call it off, when to run it, get points, hit it and quit it.
Absolutely.
Both jammers from both teams are doing great jobs with that. I know all the hand signals too well.
Tina Fatal jamming for Louisville Roller Derby, and Cruella DeKill jamming for Cape Girardeau. Woo, woo, woo. Little bit of looks like Cruella is going to be headed to the box. I know this one for a back block. Am I right?
Back block. Yep, 2 hands pushing forward is the ref signal for a back block.
But it looks like that was maybe overturned. She's back on the track, so not going to be a power jam here for Tina Fatal and Louisville, who have lead jammer status right now.
I do know with the new ruling, back block, there has to be some sort of impact, if I'm correct, and I'm not sure if Cruella DeKill had any impact because the other jammer was already in the process of falling, so that might be why it was overturned. But it does look like Cruella DeKill is now sitting down in the penalty box. I'm not sure what she was called on for this time.
The fun thing about being on the live stream is sometimes we find out and sometimes we don't. So when we find out, it's lovely, and we're always like, ooh, were we right? Maybe, maybe not. But when we don't find out, I just go with the assumption that I was right, you know.
Educated guesses are great.
And the chat sometimes helps us out, too.
Yes.
Descriptive Vixen establishing lead jammer status for Louisville. Cruella DeKill, as you stated, is in the box for Cape Girardeau. So this is a power jam for Louisville Roller Derby. Descriptive Vixen is through and with scoring 4 points as Cruella DeKill comes out of the penalty box.
Big hit by Cruella DeKill on that Louisville wall.
Great job getting through. So that was Cruella's initial, and Cruella's not going to have the opportunity to score any points there. Hannah, that is a great fact. Cape is currently being coached by Chops and Schlitt Throat. Schlitt used to skate for Cape, but now skates for Demolition City Roller Derby. I had a great conversation with Schlitt this morning, which left me with all the confidence, and I now feel like Schlitt and I have bonded because I now am confident in how I say Cape Girardeau. Lovely human being. Harlot O'Hara jamming for Louisville Roller Derby, and Diana Slamma for Cape Girardeau. Diana Slamma finding that space on the inside line there to get through. And will be your lead jammer. Harlot O'Hara finding similar space and will be coming out about 3/4 of a lap behind. Diana taking a swing. I saw that one. I was taking a swing to the outside, just touched her skate outside of the line and was called on a track cut. So this will be a power jam for Louisville and Harlot O'Hara.
Nice footwork as they get through the pack for 4 more points. Looking to take advantage of that power jam, and easily with the offense goes on the outside for 4 more.
All right, Diana Slamma being released from the box after Harlot gets through on another scoring pass.
Louisville doing an amazing job using that bait and sweep technique for that offense for their jammer.
Yeah, I love that. It's really hard to fight against physics. I never realized how much physics was used in roller derby.
And going around the apex, I see so many jammers that take the outside, and as being a former jammer, the apex is your friend. You want to stay to the inside, and I see so many of them catching their wheels and just using their laterals and going on the outside. So it takes tremendous skill to be able to hold on to that when you're on the outside on that turn.
Oh, yeah, because you've got so much more momentum, and it's hard to change that momentum if you're already headed in one direction and you're on a bigger sweep there. Harlot O'Hara, after scoring 4 more points, is back engaged in the pack and having a hard time, not sailing through as much as they were, but is able to get out. As Cape Girardeau is headed back to help Diana, that jam will come to an end. Very hard earned by everyone. We have got kids who are watching from home who are yelling, "Go Louisville." We are so excited that we've got some younger kids cheering on their favorite skaters. We love to hear it. I'm realizing as I've sat here this weekend with you and with Melody, both of you having been jammers, I'm realizing you know those hand signals a lot better than I do, because as a blocker and pivot, I knew multiplayer. That's the one that I always knew, which I think is a new signal now.
Multiplayer is usually just the 2 hands clasped together, and that just shows, you didn't drop your hands. But we've got directional, we've got failure to reform, we've got out of play.
Yes.
There's so many different penalties that are typically more given to blockers than so much jammers, but they can be given to anyone.
Absolutely. Great job by Fox Sake getting lead jammer status in that one. Sketchy Morels, who's jamming for Cape Girardeau, is headed to the penalty box, so this will be a power jam for Louisville. I'm also remembering that my other favorite signal that I knew very well was forearm.
Yes. Unfortunately for jammers, track cuts and forearms tend to be the big, also back blocks tend to be the most earned penalties, I would say, for jammers.
I feel like I see more back blocks now than I did a few years ago.
They've really cracked down on making the sport more safe, and our refs and those head people of WIFTA really want to make sure that their skaters are skating safely and that everyone can have a good time and really avoid those injuries. So I think a lot of that comes down to thinking about the safety of the skater. So when we think of back blocks, our backs and our necks and our heads are all, very important to our safety. So they want to do as much as they can to protect those.
Super important. Just great job by Fox Sake there, getting 12 points for Louisville Roller Derby. We have got 5 minutes left in this first half, and then we'll be back for the second half because we are just enjoying playing some roller derby today. But as I'm noticing, Louisville has gotten us over that 100 mark, which means it is time for another dad joke. Why do seagulls fly over the ocean? Because if they flew over the bay, we'd call them bagels.
I love bagels.
Cruella DeKill will be the lead jammer for Cape Girardeau. We've got Lacey. I don't think I've seen Lacey line up on the jam line yet for Louisville. Lacey getting out of that pack and coming in behind Cruella DeKill, who is working really hard against a super strong tripod from Louisville, listening to the bench who shouted, "Call it." So before Louisville could score any points there. Was Cape Girardeau. Yep, Cape Girardeau was able to grab 2 points there, bringing their total to 27. Maybe we should call them seagulls when they're in the sea and bagels when they're in the bay. Although I always get confused what is defined as a bay versus like a different type of body of water.
Versus maybe a harbor.
Right.
Or
what makes it a...
We need a scientist.
Or what is a oceanographer?
Oceanographer, yeah.
Maybe there's one in the chat. You never know.
Yeah. And when they land, are they lagels or landals?
I love that. Wheel and Banshee is going to be your lead jammer for Louisville. Diana Slamma jamming for Cape Girardeau. A little bit of falling there and people spending a little bit of time on the ground, but I don't see anybody go into the penalty box, so no harm, no foul on that.
We do have one blocker from Cape Girardeau, though, going to the penalty box for a low block.
All right. Well, and that happens sometimes. When you see a lot of falling, sometimes afterwards you see somebody headed to the penalty box because if you trip over somebody who's on the ground, then that person who is on the ground will often get a low block. Wheel and Banshee got through for 4 points. Diana is still pushing and trying to get through. We have 3 minutes left in this first half. Back block called on Wheel and Banshee, who will be headed to the penalty box. So this will be a power jam for Diana Slamma, and this jam will go the full 2 minutes. Diana is now out of the pack and putting that jammer star back on so that she can score points when she comes back in. Let's see if she can take advantage of this power jam.
KCDC is also taking a 30-second break in the penalty box for Louisville.
Diana making good work of that with some help from her offense there. I think, was that Sketchy Morels?
Smaxolotl, I think, isn't it?
How have I not said Corn Dog's name at all in this? Corn Dog. Like, this is the Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions. We should be celebrating that Cape Girardeau has a skater named Corn Dog.
I've announced 3 games, and I have not seen that name either.
Well, Corn Dog just did some great offense there, so good job. All right, Wheel and Banshee back in the pack, as is Diana Slamma after getting 8 points for Cape Girardeau to 6 points for Louisville. And we have 1 minute 56 seconds left in the first half, so I think we're going to get at least one more jam out of this. Rita and Weep getting lead jammer status for Louisville Roller Derby. Corella DeKill on the line again for Cape Girardeau, finding herself in a what we've been calling these tripods is the Bermuda Triangle of blockers. So really working to try and pull that triangle apart. As that's happening, Rita and Weep finds a hole on the outside and is able to sweep through for 4 points.
And we have a forearm called on Ellie Slay, blocker for Louisville, headed to the box.
Rita and Weep looking for a little bit of truck and trailer assistance from her blocker, who I'm not sure if she was able to get that, so is taking a little bit of a reassessment. A star pass has happened on Cape Girardeau. Shantastic Vixen is now the jammer for Cape Girardeau as the jam is called. And we have 33 seconds left in this half. I think that's enough time for one more jam to start.
I think we will see one more jam. The official clock will expire, but it looks like based off the timing, we're going to have one more jam. Cape Girardeau with 2 blockers in the box. I know one was called on a directional. I am not sure about the second.
It looks like Sketchy Morels is lining up for Cape Girardeau. Tina Fatal for Louisville Roller Derby. This will be the last jam of the half. Tina Fatal is your lead jammer for Louisville. Sketchy Morels really working to get past a nice blocking duo, which has now become a trio of Louisville blockers as Tina comes around. Getting pushed to the inside. 82 from Girardeau doing some great blocking there. Fakin' bacon. And with 4 more points scored for Louisville Roller Derby, that will be the end of the half. We will be back in just a few minutes with the second half of this 7th place game. Thanks for joining us, and we will be back shortly. Welcome back to Derby Date Night. You are here with Aria Kidding Me and Sirius Lee. We are bringing you some great action from Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions here in Muncie, Indiana. You are currently joining us for the 7th place game between Louisville Roller Derby and Cape Girardeau Roller Derby. I've also got Kimbo Slicer here from Circle City to provide some color commentary and help me out so that I don't lose my voice before this championship game later tonight. Coming into the second half, Louisville has pretty much been controlling this game so far, but Cape Girardeau has been just chipping away, earning points where they can, and they've had a few lead jammers as well that they've gotten. So you never know. Teams can come out of the half as a completely different team. So excited to see what is going to happen in this second half. Phoenix is jamming for Louisville Roller Derby, and Diana Slamma is jamming for Cape Girardeau. If I was Diana, I would be tired. So much jamming from both of these jammers. Phoenix getting lead jammer status, Diana following closely behind.
We've got a Louisville blocker going to the box for a multiplayer. There are 2 of them now in the box from Louisville.
Diana sailing through. Phoenix still lead jammer, but Diana is the one who is scoring the points so far in this jam. Diana finding that space to score another 4 points, bringing her total to 8. Phoenix still attempting to get through on that first scoring pass. Was able to, I think, get, it looks like 3 points. Descriptive Vixen jamming for Louisville Roller Derby and Cruella de Kill for Cape Girardeau. Descriptive Vixen getting that lead jammer status, but having a little bit of a tumble, managing to keep with it. Oh, love to see that. Cruella de Kill coming out right about the same time and deciding to try and slow down Descriptive Vixen a little bit, and is up in front of Descriptive Vixen at this point, forcing Descriptive Vixen to call the jam so Cruella can't score any points. I love seeing that kind of a thing happen. You know, it's like, oh.
The crowd always goes crazy when we have, jammers that block each other, because you don't see it very often. So it is exciting and fun to see that.
It really is.
Especially when they're both smiling.
Yes, especially when they're laughing. And I love it when somebody like kind of just gets somebody else and they're like, and then the person who got is just like, yep, you got me this time. And you can tell no hard feelings, and it's just like, good job. That was great.
There's no better compliment than when you go to play offense for your jammer and the person you play offense on tells you nice hit.
I love that.
I love it.
Yes. Harlot O'Hara coming out, getting that lead jammer status, and is now on their scoring pass. We've got Sketchy Morels jamming for Cape Girardeau. Oh, I've been saying it perfectly. Girardeau. What happened there? There's some confusion. Descriptive Vixen is... Whoa. I have no idea what's going on. Everyone looks confused. Usually what that means is it's going to be some sort of an official timeout, official review, or everybody's just going to say, yeah, that jam was called and we're moving on to the next jam.
I think it might be an injury.
Just taking a second to assess a skater, make sure things are good. She is all right and headed back to the bench. We'll be resuming shortly. For those of you who are listening in the building, we do have some hot dogs that have shown up. I think there's a hot dog truck out there, and I've seen a couple of them, and they look pretty good. Seriously is wondering if anybody feels like bringing him a hot dog. He is looking a little hungry, but if not, you all should enjoy them and make sure to at least save us a couple, because we're going to go try to get some after this game. Were you able to enjoy any of those tacos from the taco truck yesterday?
I did not. I missed out on those, unfortunately.
I missed out, too. I was bummed.
They did smell good, though.
They smelled delicious. Although I heard the red sauce was super spicy, and some someone was like, oh, you should try that because they thought that it would be funny. But I don't know. I would like to just go with more of a general taco would be fine with me.
When in doubt, taco places, you want the salsa verde, which is the green. That's a little more
true.
mild.
Tina Fatal, I thought got lead jammer status. There's some confusion. Tina Fatal is getting a penalty now. I think on a track. Did I see track cut? Signal. So Diana Slamma is in that pack. She's got the star off. I don't know if does she have a pivot to pass it to right now? I don't think she does. The pivot's in the box. So Diana's just taking a second to reset. Sometimes jammers take off that hat anyway, regardless if there's a pivot to pass it to or not, just to add to the confusion so they can maybe get through. You could probably talk about that a little bit.
It forces the opposing wall to kind of divide and conquer, because what they don't want is a successful star pass where then the pivot can take off, but they also have to maintain that contact on the jammer, because the jammer is still able to get out.
Right.
They're just not scoring
but
points
now they're
without
also
the cover
looking for the
on.
pivot once that hat comes off. Yep. Tina Fatal getting out. Diana Slamma shortly behind is going to need to put that jammer star on the helmet before being able to score any points. This jam is going to go that full 2 minutes. Tina Fatal getting through.
I think we've got a high block called on Cape Girardeau's blocker coming in, possibly.
Now, you don't want to jinx it. I don't think has either jammer gone to the penalty box. Like, this is literally, they're both going to jam for 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think either one been to the penalty box yet.
No, I don't think so either. I don't know why Tina Fatal was not lead jammer. Something happened when Tina got out that made her not be lead jammer. Whew, good job for everybody. That was 12 points for Louisville in that jam and 3 points for Cape Girardeau.
It could have possibly been a no pass, no penalty situation for Tina Fatal, where she got out but didn't necessarily get around someone. So maybe a down skater, she got up and just kept going instead of coming back in behind to make sure they got those points for to be able to be declared lead jammer.
And when that happens, they can either come back in to make sure they get that last jammer, or they can go all the way around, right? But then they will not get, but they never got lead jammer. I wonder.
I'm not
would they have gotten it if once they came around?
No, because it has to be on your initial pass.
Oh, okay,
yes.
that would make sense. So if you keep going, you don't get it anymore.
Yeah.
Phoenix jamming for Louisville Roller Derby, and Cruella DeKill from Cape Girardeau. We have one Louisville blocker and two Cape Girardeau blockers on the track. This is a very empty track as Phoenix is coming in. Those two Cape Girardeau blockers getting ready. Definitely slowing Phoenix down. Phoenix looking for some help from the one lone blocker out there from Louisville. Is able to get it and coming through to score, I think to score 4 points. No, that was an initial. Nope, 4 points. There it is.
A little confusion in the penalty box for Louisville. They had three blockers coming in all at once. When that happens, only two blockers can sit. So unless one of those blockers was standing, all three cannot report at the same time.
And now
so
the one who has a penalty, I think there is one who still needs to report, will be asked to report once that box is empty.
Exactly, yes.
That was a bit of a confusing jam there, but we also had both teams get another 50 points. I'm seeing a timeout being called by Louisville. So we will get some dad jokes going since we've earned a few more here.
Would you like to hear my dad joke?
Absolutely.
So, do you like soy milk?
Sure.
So what if soy milk is really just introducing itself in Spanish? Hola, soy milk.
That's a good one.
I stole that from TikTok.
So I only know 25 letters of the alphabet. I don't know why. Get it? The letter Y.
I don't know why.
That would make it. Uh-huh.
I'm a math teacher.
Oh, love it. Love it. How does the moon cut his hair? Eclipse it.
I knew it had something to do with shears.
I guess it would be eclipse it. Eclipse it. What did one wall say to the other? I'll meet you at the corner. And our final joke for this timeout. For our math teacher, what did the 0 say to the 8? That belt looks good on you. Wait, I don't get it.
Waist training, it cinches it in.
Of course it.
I love it.
Good job, Rogue.
Drive by Rogue Skater
In her corn costume.
as a corn cob.
And now we've got another timeout. Is it? Okay, wait. I learned this earlier. Looking at the signal that the jam timer is giving, it is an official timeout.
Yes.
Because if it was a timeout, they would be making a T, right?
They would be making the timeout and then pointing to the bench that had requested or taken the timeout. Yes.
Love it. Melody's been working with me to teach me all of this so that I know. It's really nice having a ref to announce with you, and then having you as a jammer. It really gives a different perspective. Having different people who've done different positions and different things in Derby. We appreciate you joining.
I think any skater should at least take the opportunity to try an NSO or even learn a little bit about reffing, because it just makes your knowledge of the game just so much more, and
Absolutely.
it's great. And that way, when you get a penalty, you're not like, why did I get that? I didn't do anything wrong.
And I would like to take a minute during this to recognize some of our officials. We recognized the other crew earlier today, but I would like to recognize this specific crew. We've got our tournament head ref, Shotgun Mike, who's really keeping everything running smoothly behind the scenes and doing an amazing job. We have our head ref for this game, Phil Doe, supported by A. Grew, You Know, I Know, You Know, Melody Mayhem, Where's Waco, Croc, Shenanigans, and Malsdahl, who I believe Malsdahl is also a skater, correct? So
Malsdahl is a skater formerly for Bloomington, but now for Circle City. And the back of her ref jersey actually says Invader Jim's wife's wife as her ref name.
that's amazing. And that would be, so in Derby, some of us have Derby wives, and so I'm guessing that has something to do with that.
Yes, her Derby wife would be the actual wife of whoever Invader Jim is.
Who is, I believe, a ref on one of these crews. Lacey jamming for Louisville Roller Derby, getting that lead jammer status, I believe, for the first time in this tournament. Harlot Oscara jamming for Cape Girardeau is passing Lacey right now. Lacey being forced to call that jam.
And now we have a reverse situation with Cape Girardeau. Now they have 3 blockers in the box, 1 standing, so 2 can now actually sit, and 1 blocker from Louisville sitting.
I've had this happen to me a few times, being the lone only blocker out on the track as the jam starts.
No pressure.
No pressure. You're just there by yourself. And they're currently leaving and putting another pivot out. Hopefully they can do it before the whistle gets blown. Woo! Okay, Mr. Ironham, after an unsuccessful harvest, why did the farmer decide to try a career in music? Because he had some sick beats.
I feel like that's a joke that would be appropriate for Dwight from The Office.
Yes. Harlot O'Hara getting around that lonesome blocker, great job to get lead jammer. Followed closely by Shantastic Vixen from Cape Girardeau. That jam is called. We've got about 21 minutes left in this game. I did not get a chance to say anything about our NSOs, so our head NSO of this game, Mortricia, supported by Mary Choppins, Silken Tofu, who we celebrated earlier for 1,000 games, I believe.
Wow.
Right? Amazing. Mac and Cheeks, Wishbone Breaker, Geo Knitter, Scotchy Scotch Scott, Mimi First, Kill C Grammar, Stabby McNeedles, Galvatron, and Bird. Smaxolotl jamming for Cape Girardeau and Fox Sake for Louisville Roller Derby. Fox coming out with that lead jammer status. As Smaxolotl has got 3 Louisville blockers to get around. I'm seeing, again, only 1 blocker out there for Cape Girardeau as Fox Sake's coming around. is able to get through, but then a Cape Girardeau blocker coming out of the box decides to try and slow things down a little bit. Great awareness there. Smaxalotl headed to the penalty box, so this will become a power jam for Fox Sake, who's coming around on a scoring pass here. Ellie Slay playing a little bit of offense.
Smaxalotl penalty was a track cut.
And Smaxalotl's time starts now, as your 30 seconds does not start until you sit in that penalty box. So that's why sometimes you'll notice jammers going as fast as they can to get to the penalty box. But the other important thing, too, is you can't crash into the penalty box or you will get more penalties. So it's also important that you enter the penalty box safely, but quickly.
Potentially being kicked from the game, ejected from the game if you come sliding in, because they are very serious about officials also being safe, whether they are on skates or off. So crashing in or when you take off, knocking over a chair can earn you a penalty or possible ejection from the game.
Absolutely. The Raging Jim is completely reading my mind, because I was just about to say this. I really think and somehow the coaches need to coordinate this. I need a Harlot versus...
Harlot.
Is it Harlot and Harlot? Because one is Harlot O'Hara and one is Harlot Oscara. So yes, when are we getting a Harlot versus Harlot? They both are jamming. They both have been jamming. So somebody needs to make this happen, that we can get a Harlot versus Harlot. Tina Fatal is coming out as the lead jammer for Louisville. Smaxalotl is out of the penalty box and will be coming in on their initial here. Tina Fatal doing a little shimmy shake, trying to find some space on the inside. Diana Slamma.
We've got a back block on Tina Fatal headed to the box.
Smaxalotl now has a power jam here. So Smaxalotl will be coming around and eligible to score points.
But this will be a full 2-minute jam.
Lots of shouting. That's all I'm hearing right now. It's lots of shouting. Okay, Tina Fatal's coming out of the penalty box. Smaxalotl coming around on a scoring pass. Is Tina Fatal, did they already make their initial?
Yes, Tina Fatal was lead.
Okay.
And then got the penalty, so then forfeit lead, so that's why we're running the full 2 minutes.
And so she is able to score points there and grabbed 4 points coming out of that penalty box. Smaxalotl being recycled right now.
And I am not sure if Smaxalotl has made their initial pass yet. I don't believe so.
Derek, I wish the mispronouncing was because it's spelled wrong on the scoreboard, but the scoreboard has nothing to do with us. The mispronouncing is just because I am learning how to say Girardeau and am hit and miss. Doing my best, but it's going to be a little hit and miss. Hopefully more hit than miss, as I've been working on it. Smaxalotl getting a track cut there and will be headed back to the penalty box.
Speaking of hit or miss, when my daughter played for the Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby, her derby name was Hit or Miss.
Oh, that is lovely. How long did they play derby for?
Ooh, I have to think back. You're making me think. I coached for the juniors for about 2 seasons, so she played as long as I coached. So unfortunately, COVID shut everything down, and she ended up, becoming a teenager, getting a job, working, other priorities. So she has shown some interest in coming back, though. So we'll see. She's 16.
And you're still playing right now,
Yep.
right? So there's a chance that you could both play together.
There is a chance. I would love to see it. I know Hit Her Up Style and Tiny and Mighty, I believe, are the only skaters in history to be a mom and daughter that have played together. I'm probably wrong. I know someone's probably going to correct me on the chat.
Corn-fed, Soul Seeker, and Ragin' Raven.
That's right. I would love for my daughter to play on CCRD, even if it's just one game, so I can say we played together.
And I know that when we went down to B Cup one year, I know there was at least one other mother-daughter duo. I don't remember what team that was.
Derby's a family affair.
Yep. Love it when you see it. Do any of you know any mother-daughter or parent-child pairings that skate together or have skated together? All right, Tina Fatal and Smaxalotl coming out of the penalty box together, I think. Nobody is Oh, that wasn't out of the penalty box. That was literally the beginning of a jam. I am so tired. So Dina Vadel will be lead jammer for Louisville. Getting through on that first score and pass to grab 4. Wait. I think to grab 4 points. Yeah, to grab 4 points. Smaxolotl finding some space and a hole on the outside to get through for 4 points of their own. I've got a question in the chat here from Lucid Dreamer asking, is that Kimbo?
Yes, it's me.
And she's doing a fantastic job. Love having her on the mic here. We are 3 points away from another dad joke, I'm guessing, after the next jam.
I don't think I can top my soy milk joke,
That one was
so I'm going to
pretty
leave
good.
that to you. If we're here at 6:30, I will, though, have another dad joke that is appropriate.
Oh, you have a specific time?
I have a specific joke that pertains only to 6:30. Anyone in the chat, if you can guess.
This is such a slow burn. I love it. You're setting a joke
suspense.
up 4 hours early. All right, Phoenix jamming for Louisville Roller Derby, and Shantastic Vixen jamming for Cape Girardeau.
That was almost a little Southern. Girardeau.
That's what they told me to do. They
That
said
it's
that it
supposed to
will
be a
sound
little
more
Southern?
authentic if I can southern it up a little bit.
Okay. See, I thought it was French, so I was like, Girardeau?
Originally, I was wondering if they were Canadian, and then they were like, no, we're Missouri. There was a pivot pass that happened on Cape Girardeau from and so Shantastic Vixen will be jam and is having a laugh with her jam ref. So
I love
not sure
it.
what happened there, but they both thought it was amusing.
I love it when the teams are having fun.
Yes.
This might be a cornament, but Derby's supposed to be fun, so it's good to see smiles on the skaters' faces.
Oh, it's Scott. Kimbo, you and I announced yesterday. It's Scott.
Hi, Scott. Actually, Scott is Writer's Block. That is his announcer name. Writer's Block is what he came up with. So
Love it. That's great. Have fan favorites been announced? I believe so. I would check Cornfed's social media channels because I think fan favorites are being announced at the end of each of these placement games. So there should be fan favorites that were announced at the end of the third place game between Chicago and Lansing. And there will be fan favorites announced for Louisville and Cape after this game.
we will keep you posted.
Descriptive Vixen is lead jammer for Louisville, and Harlot O'Scara for Cape Girardeau. Harlot able to get out, and so Descriptive Vixen's going to have a choice here. Thinking about calling it. Good awareness, making sure, realizing, oh wait, I got to get this last point, then I'll call it. And we are at 2:01, which means, you know what?
Dad joke.
A skeleton walks into, okay, I don't understand this one either. A skeleton walks into a bar and says, hey, bartender, I'll have one beer and a mop. Oh, because it's a skeleton. So literally they're just pouring a beer on the ground. I don't know if that's a joke as much as just, yeah.
Sad that they're going to buy a beer and not even be able to enjoy it.
Right?
No taste buds, no tongue, so
They're just going to enjoy the smell.
they don't have a nose.
Oh, no!
Oh, nose!
Oh, no! Harlot O'Hara for Louisville, and Shantastic Vixen for Cape Girardeau. Harlot O'Hara was lead, but was getting recycled, and Harlot O'Hara was about to come around on a scoring pass, so that's why that jam was called so quickly.
I was thinking about an announcer name or maybe a referee name that I could have so that I can, differentiate skating from
yes. Mhm.
reffing. And I think if I were to ref or announce, my derby name would be All the Cake.
All the cake.
All the Cake. There have been some...
And ate it too?
No, trying not to eat all the cake, but it's kind of an inside joke. Maybe a little inappropriate, but all the cake.
So when I kept my derby name from when I skated because Aria is just who I've become with Aria Kidding Me, and our whole family, we're all a bunch of puns. My husband, seriously, and our kids, LOL and OMG. Best wishes to OMG, who was on cameras yesterday for over 14 hours and is now home. He's a little dehydrated and not feeling well at all. So best wishes to him. He worked his little heart out yesterday for Derby Date Night, and hoping he starts feeling better soon. With that being said, my derby name is Aria Kidding Me, but even though I never have really become a ref, if I ever do in the future, I will be adding an R. So Aria R Kidding Me, Aria Reffin Kidding Me.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, that was suggested by one of our coaches, JJ. I don't know if she's still JJ Babrams, but that's what she was for a while. But she's coaching today. She'll be coaching in this next game with Circle City versus Cornfed.
Well, I went to IHOP during the second game to get some sustenance, and I was looking through the menu, and I couldn't help but notice how many of the meals at IHOP could be skater names or ref
100%.
names. 100%. For a ref name, there was a IHOP meal called Split Decision, and I was like, that would be a great ref name.
That would be a great ref name. Shantastic Vixen coming out to grab lead jammer for Cape Girardeau. Oh, I saw her looking at that apex.
She was
thinking about it.
Definitely thinking about it. I got a little excited for a second. I was like, are they going to do it? Ooh. As a jammer, that was one of the scariest things, was going in, trying to make that split decision. Mm-hmm. Are you going to jump or are you not?
See, split decision.
Split decision.
It's a great name. I'm trying to remember who it is and on which team. There is somebody who just loves the apex jump that's here.
That is Candace Mansfield
from
South
Candace
Bend.
Mansfield. She is the queen of the apex jump. I think if that could be an award that we give for a tournament, Candace Mansfield would be the one.
And I was noticing the way she takes off is almost, I mean, I know all jammers have their own different strategies, but the way she takes off is the opposite of what you would think. And she lands not on her leading foot, but on her back foot, which is very impressive that she can still get the air that she does.
Yep, absolutely. And you'll be able to see her in the championship game at 5 o'clock if you want to see what those apex jumps look like. Look out for her in that game.
Oh, I can guarantee you she'll have at least one minimum.
So there was a little bit of confusion there. Tina Fatal and Corella de Kill are out there jamming, and they're both smiling. So whatever the confusion was, they're finding it amusing. I believe Tina Fatal was lead jammer, and is no longer. So we're going to have a full 2-minute jam here for both of these jammers to try and get as many points as they can.
The nice thing about the full 2-minute jam is there's no pressure to call really or anything like that. So at this point, jammers are strictly just using those skills to get as many points as they can.
So it's like, forget awareness. All I'm doing is trying to score points.
Yep.
Blockers, we still have to have some of that awareness just a little bit in terms of positioning. Like, do we want to be in the back? Do we want to be in the front? How much time is left on the clock? But sometimes it is just block, 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 and the jammers can just jam, jam, jam.
Yeah, it's definitely a different mindset as a blocker as opposed to a jammer, because you've got to bridge, you got to make sure that you are keeping the pack, not destroying the pack, different things like that, that when starting out as a jammer, I didn't really know that those things existed until I started blocking. So that was a whole nother learning curve going from jamming to blocking.
Great work happening by both teams here as these jammers are really working hard to get through. Both jammers scoring a lot of points. I also just decided that if we can find another parent-child duo, I think one of them should be called Jam, 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 and one of them should be called Block, 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 and they should be on the same team. Wouldn't that be great?
I could see it.
Those are good skater names, right?
There was a Jam Beasley.
Yes.
I saw. I loved that.
Jam Beasley, I think, is going to be skating later today.
Rock, I believe.
Yep. So we'll get to see them also in the championship game. Oh, I also want to mention again, with seeding, our seeding is random. So when we started yesterday, we really had no idea whose games these were going to be, and we've really started learning a little bit more about these teams. And I really think this championship game between Rock and South Bend, they both have looked just fabulous. And I really have no idea which way it's going to go later today. We did hit over 200, so after this jam, it's going to be time for more dad jokes.
But not the 631 yet.
Not the 631 yet. That one's the slow burn. Shantastic Vixen coming out. Okay, we only have 7 minutes left to get a Scarlet versus Scarlet jam. I don't know who I need to talk to, but they've got to make this happen. We've only got 7 minutes left. But Shantastic Vixen is going to be your lead jammer for Cape.
I wonder if we can maybe get like a crowd chant going. Scarlet versus Scarlet, or Harlot versus Harlot, right?
Yeah.
Because it's Harlot O'Scara and Harlot O'Hara.
Yes, yes.
H&H.
There was a star pass that happened to Dave and Buster. Shantastic Vixen still lead here. And let's get some of those dad jokes going while you all can just think good thoughts about Harlot versus Harlot. Sometimes I make things happen by just talking about them, and sometimes
Think
they
hard
just fall
enough
flat.
and it will happen.
Where do fruits go on a vacation? Paris.
I do like pears.
Okay, for a math teacher, I asked my dog, what's 2 minus 2? He said nothing.
Dogs can't talk.
Right. So he said nothing, and he was correct.
He was right. It is nothing.
What did the baby corn say to the mama corn? Where's popcorn?
That's a perfect joke for this tournament.
And
Cornament.
Father's Day.
And Father's Day. Double whammy.
Rita and Weep jamming for Louisville Roller Derby, and Sketchy Morels for Cape. I am not confident on Cape again all of a sudden. Cape Girardeau. Ooh, a dad joke in the... What do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear. That's a great one. Love it. Thanks for that, Leah. And from your 5-year-old. Love it. You know, 5-year-olds have the best jokes. Always. All right, Rita and Weep is lead jammer. Sketchy Morels also working her way through a tough blockers out there.
Looks like we're going to have a low block possibly. We've got the pivot for Cape Girardeau headed to the penalty box.
I think that might be Scarlet. Sketchy Morels is out. And that was not a scoring pass, so Sketchy Morels is out on her initial.
And we've got a Cape Girardeau, another blocker headed to the box. This time, I believe it's Smaxolotl with a forearm headed to the penalty box.
Rita heard her bench yelling to call it, and Rita had called it and then turned to her bench and demonstrated to them very emphatically, here I am, I'm calling it.
Sometimes it's hard when everyone's stuck in the pack. It's hard for the jam refs to see, so sometimes yelling, I'm going to call, gets their attention.
We are under 5 minutes in the game here, and this is our 7th place game, so we will see some placements happening at the end of this game. Phoenix is your lead jammer. Cruella to Kill coming out right behind, about half a lap. Not too many blockers out here on the track. Phoenix has got 2 Cape Girardeau blockers to get through.
Louisville just had a blocker head to the box for, I believe, a high block.
Cruella DeVille sailing through. Phoenix still a little bit tangled up in the pack, getting pushed to the outside. That was the great Catsby with that good blocking there, forcing Phoenix to recycle. Cruella DeVille getting tangled up in the pack as well and needing to do a little recycling.
That was a nice defensive hit from 818 on Louisville. Nice shoulder knocking Cruella to Kill out on the outside.
That is Lacey, who we've seen jam a couple times in this game.
Oh, I think we have. Nope, that's.
Oh, you got me excited.
I was almost. I
We've
thought
only got
it was.
3 minutes left. There's
I know.
not. I don't know if it's gonna happen.
I thought we had a Harlot versus Harlot.
It's
but
a Harlot
I was
versus
wrong.
Shantastic. It's a hat. We got hat. Oh, which means it's not gonna happen. Dang it. All right, well then these two teams are going to have to play each other again later so that we can actually see it happen. All right, both jammers getting a little bit stuck up. Both jammers seeing some space. Who's going to get that space? Looks like it is Shantastic Vixen coming out to grab that lead status for Cape Girardeau, and that jam is called very quickly. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in this game.
Those two jammers have a little bit of a jam romance going on over there. They're very friendly, smiling, high fives. Love it.
A jam-mance.
A jam-ance, yes. So we coined a term, the Shenana Jam. When Circle City went up to UFTA a couple years ago, we had a jam where it was just the jammers were going in and out of the box for the entire jam. And we're like, what is going on?
Shenana Jam. Oh,
and
I love that.
I believe Lego Blocks was the one that coined it, but they were like, it's a Shenana Jam.
Shenana Jam.
So.
Dave and Buster putting on the star for Louisville, coming out with that lead jammer status. Cruella to Kill is also out.
Nice footwork holding off KCDC.
Oh, great offense there from, KCDC. You already said it. And that jam is called, which means we're going to get at least one more jam here with 1 minute and 39 seconds left on the clock. Louisville 225, Cape Girardeau at 94. As we're getting down to the end of the jam, I'm seeing some skaters come out to hang out in the crowd, which can sometimes happen at the end of games when people start collecting those seventh penalties. And sometimes some would say worth it. Some would say, I wish I would have, coulda, shoulda. But we don't tend to look too much at the past here in Derby Date Night. We just enjoy what's in front of us.
Hakuna Matata.
Love it. Phoenix. Working to get that lead jammer status, just has to get past one. Cape Girardeau blocker is able to do so to get lead jammer. Cruella to Kill is standing in the penalty box for Cape Girardeau.
I'm not sure if you knew this, but yesterday was 88 from Louisville's birthday, Nancy.
I did not know that.
Yep.
Happy birthday.
We sang happy birthday last night during that last game.
Great blocking there by Lacey to slow down Cruella to Kill. Phoenix continuing to try and push, just has one more Cape Girardeau blocker to get past, is able to do so to get those 4 points. We have 16 seconds left in the period, so this could be the last jam of this game. Kimbo, I've really enjoyed announcing with you. I hope that you have had fun as well being a guest on Derby Date Night.
Loved being here.
Well, you are welcome at any time.
Perfect.
And Phoenix calls the jam after the time clock has run out. So the unofficial score, Louisville 237, Cape Girardeau 97. Thanks again to both these wonderful teams. Cape Girardeau coming all the way from Missouri, Louisville from Kentucky. We have loved having you here, and we hope you all stick around because we've got 2 more games of Derby to happen. We are getting... my home team, your home team are going to play each other next with Circle City and Corn-Fed.
Dukes up.
We've been friends for this, but I don't know. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah. I think Corn-Fed and Circle City have a pretty good
do.
relationship between the two leagues. So.
And then after that, we've got our championship game, and I cannot wait to see who comes out victorious between South Bend and Rock. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with Circle City and Corn-Fed. Welcome back to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. We have been having a great 2 days of Derby here at the Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions here in Muncie, Indiana. You are joining us for the, I believe, 5th place game of this tournament. We have one more game after this, which is going to be our championship. But right now, I am here with Kimbo Slicer, and we are going to have fun because I get to talk about Corn-Fed, which is my home team, and
I get to talk about Circle City, which is my home team.
So this is going to be fun. I don't think I've ever had two announcers both from the respective teams.
Yep.
So we're going to have a whole bunch of fun talking about our teams and watching these two teams who know each other very well battle for 5th place of this tournament.
And this is actually going to be a rematch from a scrimmage that we had just a couple weeks back, maybe a couple months.
Yep. And I think Circle City, was victorious.
They were.
In that rematch, but it was pretty close,
It was
wasn't
a very close game, yeah.
You can actually rewatch that on our channel because we
Yes.
were there announcing that game. So if you want to see these teams again, you can go back and rewatch our previous showing of that.
And you'll see me. I was in both of those games actually too, so.
Makes it even more fun.
Yeah.
All right, Killdeer jamming for Circle City Roller Derby, and Adderall is jamming for Corn-Fed Roller Derby. We've got visitors to the box already this early in the jam. As Killdeer is getting out to grab that lead jammer status, Addie has passed the start of Boggs, and a knee pad just went flying into the crowd, but Boggs is now, I think that was a successful pass, so Boggs is now going to be the jammer for Corn-Fed as Killdeer comes through to score the first points on the board for Circle City. Boggs is also out, so let's see what Killdeer's going to do, if they're going to try to hit it and quit it, or if they're going to run this jam. They're going to hit it and quit it. Oh, Kimbo, I can already tell you are going to have a hard time announcing and not cheering.
Yes.
It's hard.
I've done better since I announced yesterday, muting myself, but I'll make sure that if I do cheer, I do not cheer directly into the microphone.
We usually try here at Derby Date Night to just cheer for good Derby.
Yes.
I try to cheer for both teams, and my voice does get a little bit more excited when I see good Derby, but it can be hard when you have, love for a specific team.
Right. And after skating for so many years, you know so many of the skaters on a lot of the local teams. So,
Yep.
I see Boggs doing great things and Daisy doing great things, but then also skaters from CCRD doing great
Yep.
things. So it's like, all the Derby, all the fields.
Yep. Alexecutioner getting lead jammer status there, so Corn-Fed will control this jam. Lego Blocks is jamming for Circle City and looking to try and find some space and get out as Alexecutioner's coming in on her first scoring pass. Finds a little space on the inside and scores those 4 points.
Lego Blocks really just trying to find their way through that really tough Corn-Fed wall.
Executioner approaching the pack again on a second scoring pass and just dives through the middle. I don't know how, coming through with 4 more points as I'm noticing Lego Blocks has the star off and in their hand, so maybe deciding to pass that to the pivot as Executioner is slowed down as they are engaging the pack. Is that Pierre Polly who just took that star pass?
And in case you couldn't hear the Corn-Fed coach yelling call.
That's our coach, Kent. He is quite loud, and you can definitely hear when it's time to call it when Kent is yelling. Kent is joined on the bench by Coach JJ, who is currently in an amazing corn dress. It is literally covered in corn cobs, and she looks flipping adorable. Tell me a little bit about who's coaching for CCRD today.
CCRD, yep. So we have Coach Eric Hillman. He joined in this year as our head coach. He actually has been one of the head coaches for IJRD for quite a while now. He was actually part of their board when I was coaching for IJRD and then took over when COVID happened. So that's our head coach. We've got Crash, bench coaching, helping with stats. We've got Vivi, bench coaching. Vivi is so insightful on, blocking and all the things dealing with blocking. And then we've also got Toy Box that is helping with just making sure the right skaters are going out and the lineup for the blockers.
So we've got Misadventure and Battison, and I just love watching Battison skate. She's just a joy out there and always seems to be having fun. I mean, just then she did not make it through on the initial and was being recycled and was like, woo, and just having a great time. Misadventure is on a scoring pass right now, so we'll be earning points, and both jammers, and we're seeing a repeat of this match we just saw about a month ago. These walls are tough. This is going to be slow, and it is going to be hard for these. This is going to be a hard fight for these jammers to get every single point.
I think it's a good thing that this is the last game for both teams because they're going to be tired.
And they're going to put it all out there. Misadventure losing that lead jammer status, going to the box, so this jam will go the full 2 minutes. There was a star pass to Serotonin, who will now be the jammer for Circle City. I don't think I've seen Serotonin with the star on yet this tournament.
Serotonin tends to be a pivot, but a lot of times services are not necessarily needed, but when needed, she can do what she's supposed to do. Unfortunately, I believe Serotonin just got a low block and is headed to the penalty box.
As Misadventure's coming out, the blockers are going to have a chance to reset and figure out what their strategy is for a corn-fed power jam, but only 1 second. So that means we're going to start this next jam with a power jam for corn-fed. Did you see how was Serotonin already in the box?
I'm not sure.
I'm trying to figure out when the 30 seconds started.
I'm not sure if Serotonin had sat down by the time the whistle had blown.
Okay.
But you had mentioned in the previous game the penalty does not start until they sit in the seat. So if they get into the penalty box and they're standing or they're on a knee, their time does not start until
they sit.
Pockets hit the chair.
At least that was the knowledge when I played pre-COVID. So if anything has changed, you can correct me in the chat, but that's what I know what it used to be. Because I took that advice a little too seriously, and then for a while I was literally having to then because I was in such a hurry that I was then a little wild coming in, and so then I had to recorrect because I went a little too much, and I was at danger of knocking chairs over because I was in such a hurry.
Well, as a jammer, you do need to get to that penalty box as quick as possible because you are the one scoring points for your team. So when you're not on the track, your team does not get to score. So a lot of times you will see the jammers really hurry to get to the penalty box. But in general, if you get a penalty, you get to the box, you serve your time, and you get back on the track as soon as you can.
Anytime off the track is time you cannot be scoring points.
Or helping your teammates, so
absolutely.
Yes.
Looks like Serotonin having a conversation with Melody Mayhem, who is jam reffing. So not sure exactly what they're conversing about.
It looks to me like Serotonin might be receiving 2 penalties, one for the low block, possibly another for insubordination. I know there was some hesitation in getting off the track. I do know, just one thing I've talked about with some of our refs, we have some of the best refs, Ogre and Bambi, that we can ask a lot of our questions to. They are actually reffing at the Arch Rivalry right now, but they have said if you make eye contact, even if your name is said incorrectly or your number or your color, if you make eye contact with that ref, letting them know that you comprehend that you have got that penalty and you don't leave, you will get insubordination.
The other thing that's been happening a lot in this tournament is that skaters have been getting those insubordination calls, and they are thinking that it's because they didn't hear it. But what's happening is a lot of the skaters have been continuing to stay on track as they are headed to the penalty box. And when you get a penalty, you need to immediately do whatever you can to get off of the track and then proceed towards the penalty box. And so that is a reason why some of the skaters this weekend have gotten those insubordination calls. It's not necessarily because of it took a minute to respond or, like it took them a second. It's because they're staying on the track as they are trying to exit.
And I'm seeing in the chat, Strader and Shauna. I see your hey, Kimbo. What's up?
This is also a tournament. This is a B-level tournament, so this is not necessarily, an all-star game where everybody's putting it all out. As much as I would like to say we are, Rose City or Arch or Denver, we're not that level, and some of these teams are even our B teams, and so these are a lot of skaters who are just getting their feet wet. Many of these skaters, this is their very first tournament, and so this is not a let's we're not super cutthroat here. We're talking about corn. We're making corn jokes all day. We're having fun, and we are learning about Derby, and hopefully everybody leaves this tournament having learned something.
Yeah, and Derby skaters, everyone starts somewhere. You don't just jump on the track and are amazing. I mean, that might happen with some people, but that is usually the exception. So, starting at these B-level tournaments, even C-level tournaments, we want these skaters to be able to develop their skills so that, they might be able to go play at B Cup or even, someday possibly champs, something like that. So these smaller tournaments do give these skaters that might not have had that opportunity before. I think it's great to see the growth. Even just from Circle City, we've got a couple of newer skaters that are absolutely crushing it, that this is their first season.
Absolutely. Watching these skaters come out of COVID, I've seen so many new skaters who did not skate prior to COVID really coming up as some stars of their teams, and that's been really nice to see. We've got Addie jamming for Corn-Fed Roller Derby and Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom for Circle City. Addie coming out with that lead jammer status for Corn-Fed. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom just needs to get past Spinelli and Grizz. Stretching that pack out as much as they can. Addie entering the pack on a scoring pass. Finding a little bit of offense from Spinelli, but the Circle City blockers were ready. Addie deciding to call it before Boom can come in and score any points.
I love seeing the blockers being careful to not get that forearm penalty, making sure that if they are going to make that hit, they tuck those arms, because they use that forearm, they're going to go get a 30-second break in that penalty box.
All right, so chat, earlier we had people watching from the bathtub and the beach. Where are you watching from today? Because those of you rooting for Muncie skaters, I'm assuming you're not in Muncie, because if you were, you would be here. And we've got some indie people, and I know we've got family members and friends who are all over the place. So would love to hear where you're watching from today. We're watching from the track.
We are.
Track side.
Track side
If
view.
we were on the track, that would be a problem.
I think that might be a hazard. They might have to call the jam on that.
They would be like, Derby date night, we know that we know you, we love you, but get off the track. you can't
are not
be that close.
Geared up. What are you doing?
I'm literally in flip-flops. That would really not be a good idea.
You're on the track. Jammer, how are you feeling right now?
Could you imagine trackside interviews? Okay, you are in the box. What are you thinking?
Get that mic out of my face.
Executioner jamming for Corn-Fed Roller Derby. Marie Fury has got the star for Circle City, but they have the star in their hand, so they will maybe be looking for a pivot or maybe not. We'll have to see. Pivot's not even out on the track, though, I don't think, so going to be pretty hard to pass. Alexa coming through on a scoring pass, getting pushed to the inside there.
We've got Jaja Stabor headed to the penalty box for a directional hit.
Jaja knew immediately on that one.
As blockers, we make a bad hit. A lot of times we do know, especially if it's directional, we know.
Sometimes we don't. I never did. I had no flippin' awareness and would be like, oh, yeah, I did that.
Executioner is doing a great job using those lines.
Absolutely. Wanda is doing her favorite move, which is just recycling. I am going to push you out and pull you back, and that is a tough thing to contend with.
I don't know why this happens, but jammers see a blocker backwards, and it's almost like they're a magnet. They're drawn to that blocker's chest. And I was like, why?
It's like you have
As
to
a
train
jammer.
yourself as a jammer to look for that space. How do you look for the space instead of for...
Yeah.
But and what Wanda does, though, being backwards there, that is, you have to be really brave if you're going to give your chest, because we were talking about back blocks in the last game, and you cannot go at somebody right in between those shoulder blades. But if you turn around and you give somebody their chest, that is all open ground, and a jammer looks at that, and they are allowed to come in and just, they can send you flying.
I see it happen almost every game. Jammer drops that shoulder, gets right up under that rib cage, and that blocker, if they're not steady on their feet, they are going down.
Yep. Okay, we have a timeout happening, and we've been working on learning the signals. So is this an official timeout, or is this a team timeout? I know the answer, but I'm going to have you tell the chat what we're seeing here.
I want to say this is a team timeout taken by Circle City. I think they are taking a timeout to calm down, get collected,
Yep.
I obviously have experience here with Circle City, and I can see that things are getting a little hectic. They're getting a little frazzled, so they are probably just taking this time out to collect, get
Yep.
in their headspace, and calm down.
And that's not just Circle City. I notice in almost every game this whole tournament, somebody takes a timeout within like those first 5 jams. And I think you will probably see it during the championship game. What I've loved watching South Bend do is they take a timeout, and then I literally watch them do breathing exercises and just literally breathing to calm down.
Their coach, Bon Appetit, is very good about team morale and building and keeping them positive. And if you know anything about Bon Appetit, that is her to a T. So
Bona's my former teammate, and I just adore her, and it's been a delight to watch her grow as a coach. Killdeer jamming for Circle City Roller Derby, and Miss Adventure jamming for Cornfed. Miss Adventure coming out with that lead jammer status, but Killdeer is not far behind, and this is going to be a race to see. Killdeer is definitely trying to force Ed to call it, which is exactly what happens. Well, we've got a few people listening to us in the car as they are driving. Azzy is, according to her, forever late. So, Azzy, we will see you soon. So, on her way. And Tailfeather is driving home from JRDA playoffs.
And I see a hey from Tiny. Hi, Tiny.
Lego blocks jamming for Circle City, and Adderall for Cornfed out to a pretty quick lead jammer status there with one Circle City blocker in the box there.
Adderall taking advantage of 4 being open and tiptoes right through that to get lead.
Lego contending with Boggs and Wanda, trying to get through. Lego is out of the pack. Addie is, as she's falling. Jammers have such great awareness, falling and calling the jam at the same time. I can only do one.
We do have Beauty and the Beastly for Circle City in the penalty box, I believe on a forearm. The bench is calling one blocker off since we are only allowed to have 3 since one is in the box. Circle City starting one blocker down.
Executioner jamming for Cornfed, and Battison for Circle City. Oh, please play to the crowd. Yes, she does. I love how Battison plays to the crowd
energy.
when a lead jammer is obtained by Circle City and by Battison.
Nice hit by Daisy Doom, but Batty stays on her skates.
Addison, in the meantime, is headed to the box right now. So, where is the star right now?
The star is over here in it looks like turn 2 on the ground in the ref lane.
Okay. The pivot is back by the star, but not looking like they're going to pick it up. So what that means is when Alexa, I'm guessing that Alexa is still the jammer of record. So when Alexa gets out of the box, she's going to probably skate to where that jammer star is to pick that up before she starts jamming again.
Yes. So technically, Grizz could hold on to the star, but since it would not be a legal pass, they would just essentially be holding it for a executioner. So honestly, that placement is great because if you put it on the track, Circle City can actually line up around it and block the helmet cover, which is
and we just saw that
strategy
on the screen. We just saw Alexa go through and grab that, pick it up. So that was, I don't know if that was intentional by Cornfed, but that was pretty smart to keep that, kind of just out of the way so that Alexa could grab it when she came back.
We've had a lot of issues this season with helmet covers falling off of our jammers, which I don't think I've had as many as we've had this season in my entire Derby career. So we've had a lot of conversations with refs on what is legal, what is not legal in terms of the helmet cover, what should we do, what should we not do. So
when I skated, I know a lot of people had either hockey helmets or 888. Have the helmets changed, or is that still the typical helmet? Oh, Battison. Hyping up the crowd and well deserved. Battison has scored 12 points so far in this jam.
So a lot of people, there are helmets that are required. You have to have one that, is certified, but you see a lot of the S1 helmets, which S1's a big Derby sponsor in the Derby community. Hockey helmets, you don't have to quite worry about with hockey helmets, the tri-glides, which are the little, what do you call those? Adjusters that make sure the helmets stay tight.
Yeah,
because now,
I remember
with
that.
the S1 and the 888 helmets, they've got the little tri-glides, and if those are not at your earlobes, you can earn a penalty for that. So hockey helmets, you don't have to worry about those.
Misadventure grabbing a lead jammer status, but Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is not far behind. Also reminding you that we do not have any sponsors for Derby Date Night. We just talk about people and brands, and we're just going to support everybody here. For now, if you'd like to sponsor us, I don't even know how that would work. So reach out. We'll talk.
It looks like Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is headed to the penalty box for a low block.
You looked very concerned for a second. There was a lot of thinking happening.
There was a lot of falling happening before Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom had fallen, so I'm not sure they were the cause of the low block, but I defer to the referee.
So we are going to start this next jam as a power jam for Cornfed. Adderall is jamming for Cornfed, and Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom will be waiting in the penalty box. Everybody's just... I'm not seeing any walls being formed here. Oh, there we go. Addie able to get through there. A little bit of resetting from both Cornfed and Circle City. Kimbo taking a break from Derby Date Night commentary to coach.
My apologies.
I love it. I think it would be so hard if I was an active skater for my team. I do not think I would be able to do this.
I'm having some serious FOMO right now because I dislocated my ankle last Saturday playing a co-ed mixer, and I was supposed to be playing this weekend, but resting my ankle is a better choice. But I'm having some. Yeah. It's hard to sit here and watch when I know that could be me out there on the track helping my teammates. So.
Well, Addie calling that jam after scoring 8 points there. Score is 43 Cornfed to 21 Circle City.
Not going to announce it, but those of you listening, if you look in the chat, you might see a comment that we might be laughing at.
Now, see, Cornfed, we may be corn, and so we might have some kernels that could get kicked. What does Circle City have? I mean, we can't, we can grind the diamonds into...
Grind the gears, maybe?
Because Circle City is like diamonds,
We've got the brass knuckles and the big diamond, but... Okay. Yeah, I don't...
So we could turn you into
tarnish
coal.
Our diamond, maybe?
Ooh, tarnishing. Let's tarnish those diamonds. I'm not sure. It doesn't work as well as kicking our kernels. Sirius is over here going, keep working. We're going to have to workshop this one. Killdeer is lead jammer for Circle City. Alexecutioner is jamming for Cornfed. Here are those walls.
Oh, we got some penalties being called on Cornfed, just enough to let Killdeer get through while they're trying to figure out who the penalty was on. Jaja Stabor for Circle City coming out of the box to come help her teammates.
Killdeer coming through on the inside line, finding some space to score 4 points for Circle City. Alexa still working through that initial.
It looks like that timeout might have been good for Circle City. They seem a little bit more collected together than they were before.
Another penalty called on a Cornfed skater, and we now have rookie blockers for Cornfed out there doing their best to slow Killdeer down and doing a pretty good job, if I say so myself.
Doing a great job.
I know it was always scary whenever you look at the other blockers that are out there and you realize you're new, they're new. Where did the veterans go? Wanda coming out of the penalty box and taking a pass and is now the jammer for Cornfed. Killdeer calls the jam, but not before scoring 12 points on that jam to bring that lead a little bit less of a big lead. So Cornfed 47, Circle City 33.
And a funny story about Wanda. Yesterday when I was announcing, their coach, Danny Mack, had actually marked off Karmakaze as being skating. So we were announcing, and I knew it wasn't Wanda, but Karma had been marked off, and so there was the constant, I'm not Wanda, or I'm not Karma.
Karma and Wanda are two of my very best friends, and they have shirts that say not Wanda and not Karma.
I love it.
Lego Blocks getting lead jammer status for Circle City. And Misadventure also able to get out of the pack, about half a track behind Lego Blocks.
Lego calls the jam before Misadventure can get through for any points. Lego getting 3 points. This is going to be a very good game.
Oh, I
can already tell this is just going to be a great game.
Well, Cornfed's getting a chance here because they probably are still smarting a little bit from that win a few weeks ago and want to return the favor.
Battison on the line for Circle City. I believe Adderall for Cornfed. We've got a forearm being issued to a Circle City blocker.
And Adderall is going to be your lead jammer for Cornfed. Is that a star pass to Battison? No, Battison she is the jammer.
Little
I love
shimmy.
her little shakes.
Daisy Doom laughing at Battison.
And it worked because as Daisy Doom was laughing, Battison just stepped right around.
And we had some jammer on jammer action up there on turn 3.
Battison is living her best life, and I love it.
Batty has more energy than a kid who has eaten a whole bag of gummy bears right after they woke up.
Love it. Ooh, 51 points for Cornfed. You know what that means. It's time for our Father's Day dad jokes. What's the best thing about Switzerland? I don't know, but the flag is a big plus.
I think their flag is red and white with a red plus
is.
on it. It's like it's the opposite of the Red Cross sign, I think.
Absolutely. I actually have that flag on my Letterman jacket from high school because I spent a year in Switzerland as an exchange student. Random Switzerland connection.
And Boom calls the jam before, I believe, Misadventure gets through for any points. 4 more points for Circle City. The score is now 40 Circle City, 51 Cornfed with just about 9 minutes left in this first half.
We're falling apart over here. I'm sorry. I just went to drink my water, which did not have a cap on it when I set it down, but Sirius had put the cap on it. So I literally went to drink my water with the cap on it.
Well, you have a whole table of electronics, so the cap on the water might be something to have, but
Sirius definitely takes care of me. I think we're sensing a theme. I was a little bit just doing whatever I wanted when I was a skater. I'm doing whatever I want as an announcer. Regardless,
as he puts the lid back on your water.
Just like Batty, I am always having fun. Misadventure and Marie Fury are your jammers. Misadventure coming out with that lead jammer status.
Marie Fury almost out and then sucked back into that pack. That is the worst feeling as a jammer, to be so close and then yet so far away. Serotonin taking the pass.
Misadventure entering the pack on a scoring pass.
1 to beat. Serotonin gets past one hit Wanda and is now coming around to score some points for
Misadventure
Circle
being
City.
forced to recycle.
Nice little shoulder tap there by Wanda on Serotonin to the inside.
We've got a little bit under 8 minutes left in this first half, 40 to 55. Cornfed's currently winning, but as we know, because we both know these teams very well, this is absolutely anyone's game.
I think any game within 30 points, even maybe a little bit more, because, some teams might not be a first half team. They take halftime and come back and
100%.
just, completely dominate. So like you said, it could be anyone's game at this point. And I do think both these teams, in terms of the level of skater, are very well matched. This is a very well matched bout.
Killdeer jamming for Circle City, and Daisy Doom is jamming for Cornfed. Neither jammer has established lead jammer status yet. That is a low block that's going to be called on Spinelli. And Killdeer takes that opportunity to grab that lead jammer status. Daisy, seeing an opportunity on the inside line, is able to get out of the pack. Killdeer coming around on a scoring pass. Is able to get through. Wait. Yep, able to get through. Daisy approaching the pack, eligible to score points.
Looks like CCRD's coach is telling Killdeer to run it. Killdeer coming up for another pass, hoping to get 4 more points for Circle City.
So as we run down this clock and talk about teams being a second half team, I think with Derby, this is a game where conditioning is really important. And a lot of times teams come out real strong in that first half, and when you get to the second half, you get a little tired, sometimes a little bit more sloppy. And so that's where I think you see some teams coming out as that second half team. And a lot of times it might come down to conditioning. Ooh.
And Spinelli is going back to the penalty box for another forearm.
And Killdeer takes another opportunity to grab another 4 points. If Killdeer can score 2 more points here, we're going to get another dad joke because the Circle City is going to go over 50. Big hit from Debbie Darko. Her hits are so rough. Daisy pushing and trying her best to get out, and that jam is called. Called, or did it go all the way to the end?
And Circle City hit the 50-point mark.
Where do you learn to make a banana split? Sunday school. And what
Is
has
that blasphemous? That might be blasphemous.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
There were a lot of ice cream parties in Sunday school in my history.
It's a dad joke. If you can't take a dad joke, where are you at?
So, Dad, did you get a haircut? No, I got them all cut.
It's true.
And what has more letters than the alphabet? The post office. Well, on that groan-inducing joke, Lego Blocks was able to grab lead jammer status for Circle City. Adderall is jumping and tiptoeing her way through, trying to get out of the pack, and passes the star to Spinelli, who will now be the jammer for Circle City, but Lego calls it, and we will reset for another jam. We got about 4 minutes left in this period.
Looks like we've got Battison to the line for Circle City, going up against, I'm not sure who Cornfed's jammer is. They seem to be tucked behind the pack a little bit. I think we've got Misadventure as Cornfed's jammer, but I'm not positive. Don't quote me on that. And Battison is your lead jammer. Nice hit on Boggs, able to get through that last line of defense. Boggs takes the helmet cover, for a star pass.
I love it when Boggs jams. She doesn't love jamming, but I love watching her jam so much.
And Boggs through on the inside. Not sure if Boggs got any points, but
let's see.
We know Battison got 3. We're still waiting. I'm not sure.
Are they consulting? I don't think she did, but it was beautiful. It was beautiful.
Nothing better for a jammer than getting through untouched.
Absolutely. All right, lining up for Circle City is Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom, and One Hit Wanda lining up for Cornfed Roller Derby.
Bippity Boppity Boom pushing up front is now your lead jammer, followed very closely by One Hit Wanda.
2 minutes left in this period. Let's see. These are those opportunities where there could be a lead change. There could be nothing. We're going to see.
Boom recycled to the inside,
right.
but calls it.
Both jammers confidently putting up their hands, showing 0 points for either jammer.
It's the effort that counts.
That was great effort. That was great effort. But I also think Boom made the right decision there. Like, I'm going to hope I get something, but if I don't, I'd rather prevent corn-fed. Like, this is a 5-point game at this point. Like, we're going to be in point protection mode right now.
Bibbidi Boppity Boom has like this innate skill to make their skates about as like 2 inches wide, and they can get through on the inside line. It's crazy. I watch them do it all the time. I'm like, how do you do that? It's like from Harry Potter when that double-decker bus gets real skinny and then all of a sudden comes out. I'm like, how? How does she do that?
Circle City, Killdeer out for lead jammer as we go. We're less than a minute and a half until the end of this half, and Killdeer is going to try and help Circle City here because
we have an illegal star pass.
Oh, dear. So the pivot, Grizz, is needing to give the star back to Misadventure, but then Misadventure hands it right back to Grizz. So now that pass is legal, Grizz is now the jammer for Cornfed and will be chasing Killdeer down. This is a 1-point game right now. Killdeer trying to score points. Here comes Grizz. Oh, no. Killdeer just got a penalty and is headed to the box right as Circle City was about to take the lead. Grizz is coming in. We have 41 seconds left in the period and 50-something left in the jam, so this could be the last jam of the half. Grizz is going to try to seize on this opportunity and grab as many points as they can. This jam, oh no, wait, this is going to be the last jam because no one can call it.
That's true. This is a full 2-minute jam. Yeah, Killdeer went to the penalty box for a back block.
Killdeer is standing and will be coming back in. We still have a 5-point game. At this point, I have no idea who's going to be leading in 10 seconds.
And Killdeer comes out from the box, ready to hit this corn-fed wall.
And that is the end of the period, but not the end of the jam. We've still got 20 seconds left here.
We have a clockwise block being called there on Misadventure. I might have said that before they even called it.
I think you might have. Killdeer through for 4 points there. Grizz getting recycled. We have a 1-point game. Circle City 65, Cornfed 66, and that is the end of the jam and the end of the half. Woo!
Grizz getting 4 more points for Cornfed.
So we are going into the half still at a 5-point game. This is anybody's game, as we've been saying this whole time. Cornfed 70, Circle City Roller Derby 65. We're going to take a little break. Both teams are definitely going to strategize and think about things during intermission. And coming back out, we will see what happens. And welcome back to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. You are joining us for the second half of our Corn-Fed versus Circle City 5th place game at the Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions. We have been having just a great time. I'm here with Kimbo Slicer from Circle City, and we are at a 5-point game here. Addie coming out to grab that lead jammer status as we come out of the half. And we have got Killdeer, who is jamming for Circle City. We did start with a couple blockers in the box. As if you're in the box at the end of the first half, you're going to start there at the beginning of the second half.
Looks like we got Boggs headed to the box on a penalty. Not sure what that penalty was, but Killdeer is now out on their initial pass. Good block by Rowe on Addie. Storm on the inside, knocking Addie in, and Addie decides to call the jam.
We are going to start the next jam with only 2 blockers from Corn-Fed out on the track, as we've got a couple blockers. We've got Wanda and Boggs waiting in the box, so...
Not necessarily a good thing for Corn-Fed, but I will say for Circle City, that's...
Corn-Fed up by 8. It's a potential opportunity here for Circle City to maybe grab lead jammer. It looks like Lego Blocks is lining up for Circle City. Alexecutioner will be jamming for Corn-Fed.
Corn-Fed putting up a very good defense with just those 2 blockers. Lego doing a little spin move, trying to get around. Spinelli doing a great job.
This is some tough. Great job, Debbie and Spinelli working together to hold Lego for as long as they can. Wanda coming in out of the box, providing some offensive help for Alexa. Lego Blocks is able to get out as lead jammer. Alexa passing the star to Boggs. Sneaky pass there. Boggs will now be the jammer for Corn-Fed. Lego approaching the pack is going to try to score some points, and is going to call it before Boggs can score any points of their own. That was a masterclass in roller derby. That entire jam, everybody was doing, like, the strategy, you could see it. It was executed so well. Everybody was doing amazing things.
I mean, even down to Boggs coming out of the box and positioning themselves to get that star pass was poster. I mean, it was perfect.
Well, and Lego was really she was, just one skater at a time. Mm-hmm. They were really working to get out. Wanda coming out of the box, providing that offensive help. It was beautiful.
And Battison is your lead jammer.
Oh, no.
Batty got a track cut.
And gives us an aw shucks as she is headed to the box.
We've got Daisy Doom jamming for Corn-Fed.
And Daisy will be headed to the penalty box, and is continuing to skate on the track, which I'm guessing, we were talking about that earlier, is going to mean 2 penalties for Daisy Doom. So Daisy will sit in the box, and Battison will stand, but I think Daisy's going to be there for a little while, so this could be an opportunity for Battison to score some points for Circle City.
So depending on how they do this, it looks like Daisy Doom's only being given 1 penalty. So
okay, great.
She
I wasn't
will
sure.
sit the same amount of time that Battison had sat, but this will be a 2-minute jam.
And we have 1 minute of those 2 minutes still left.
Daisy entering the pack up against Pure Polly and row him over.
Daisy is so hard to hold. I mean, Daisy is just pure brute strength here and is just going to go through, and Daisy is out and will now be trying to get... No, she can't get Batty to call it.
Nope.
We're
full
just
2 minutes.
Full 2 minutes. We are just trying to score points, which Batty does, getting those 4 points. And here comes Daisy. Now, both jammers, if they do get tired, they could pass the star if they choose to. Doesn't look like either one has any intention of doing that, though.
I did see a jersey whip on there. I'm not sure who it was.
That was Goldie providing Daisy with a jersey whip assist. And Daisy getting around Pure Polly, who's pointing at the line. But Daisy is out and clear to get those 4 points. In the meantime, I'm looking for Battison out there. We're at a 3-point game right now. Just mentioning.
Battison breaking those arms.
And how many points was Battison able to grab there?
I was almost anticipating a multiplayer, but it looked like they dropped their arms in time before they got that call.
Ooh, we have a lead change.
Woo woo!
Circle City is now at 78 to Corn-Fed 77. I'm going to have heart palpitations.
We said this was going to be a good game.
We
Not
knew-
only
we
a
knew.
good game, this is going to be a great
Yeah.
game.
This is fabulous. All right. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom jamming for Circle City. Adderall jamming for Cornfed. Neither one out. These teams know. They know. Great job, Severina Slammer, with the assist from her teammate to get that jammer out. These are newer skaters.
Boggs providing some much-needed offense for Adderall to get out of the pack and get lead jammer.
Adderall
Boom.
is lead, and Boom is out of the pack as well. So let's see what Addie's going to do.
Nice
Oh,
hip
that
hit by
was
Frau
beautiful.
Blocker. Beautiful hit.
Frau did a great job there. Another lead change. Cornfed 79, Circle City 78. If we do this every other jam, this is just
If this
fun
was a
at this
drinking
point.
game, this would just be such a bad idea.
And we would be really sick.
Yes, very sick. Not if it's water, though.
True. And water is what we need because it
Yes.
is hot in here. Executioner jamming for Cornfed. Marie Fury for Circle City. Executioner is your lead jammer. Marie has that star off, and they are looking for Pure Poly. Spinelli, watching that with a close eye, was ready to block Pure Poly as soon as she took that star. Executioner coming into the pack on a scoring pass here.
I will say Pure Poly was very smart not to grab that helmet cover from from Marie Fury while she was down on her
Yes.
knees. So in order to pass the helmet cover, you must be upright and inbound. So Poly was smart not to grab that helmet cover.
All right, Alexa has a watchful eye on that pack as Pure Poly has gone to the back of the pack and has been recycled and is re-engaging again with that corn-fed pack.
Looks like Spinelli's got Poly's number. They are just fighting it out.
Poly
Spinelli
and-
recycling Poly back again.
Poly and Spinelli both have that traditional move of being able to push somebody out and bring them back. So
Yes.
they both know each other because they have a very similar style
It's
with
so
that move.
funny that Poly uses that all the time, and now it's being used against her.
Right now, in this, it's just stopped. Everyone has stopped moving as the Executioner is pushed to the outside. Is that Frau Blocker again?
I think that was Killer Queen with the hit that time.
Or was it Fearless Fairy? I think that might have been.
It might have
Anyway,
been Fearless
everybody's
Fairy.
doing amazing. We're ending that jam with Cornfed 86, Circle City 82. 4-point game.
And another lead change.
Okay, there's a suggestion to take a shot every time there's a penalty. That will well hydrate me. If we take those water shots every time there's a penalty, I
Deal.
think that's more hydration than lead changes.
Yes. But the penalty box is empty as we go into this next jam. It looks like we've got Daisy jamming for Cornfed and Killdeer for Circle City.
This is so slow. These walls are so tough.
And Killdeer is your lead jammer as Cornfed is called out of play out front.
That jammer star is off. Boggs has grabbed that from Daisy.
And we have a track cut on Boggs, so this will be a power jam for Killdeer.
Killdeer is on a scoring pass here, so eligible to score points for every Cornfed blocker's hips that they pass. And that will be 4 points right there.
I almost yelled, sit on Wanda.
So the current score is 86-86. We have a tie, but not for long because I believe Killdeer is scoring some more points here. I've seen her pass at least 2 hips and is going to try to get all 4 before Boggs returns from the penalty box. Killdeer is still lead jammer, so could call the jam if they decide to.
Boggs busting through Circle City's arms for 4 points. Killdeer gets through for another 4 and calls the jam.
Boggs actually did not get 4 points there because Daisy was still on her initial when the star was passed.
Okay.
So Boggs was not able to score
So
points
Boggs
there.
is still making their initial.
Which means we have another lead change.
Another one.
Circle City 90, Cornfed 86.
I feel like DJ Khaled here. It's another one.
This is so exciting.
Looks like we have Lego blocks going up against, I think that's Adderall for Cornfed.
I love it. The whistle blows and no one moves because these walls are so strong. Addie finding some space on that outside line to come out as lead jammer for Cornfed. Lego blocks getting some assistance from her blockers, trying to pull this pack apart as Addie enters the pack and is being forced out and being recycled by Pure Poly with that signature move we were talking about.
Looks like, not sure what is happening, but someone is being called on something.
I think we're just checking on things for safety. We're going to have a little bit of an injury timeout. I think what happened there, and this is something that can happen in any game, is I believe that a ref witnessed a helmet hitting floor, and
Yes.
whenever a helmet hits floor, we are going to stop, regardless of if the skater is like, I'm fine, I didn't hit, because sometimes I know there were times that I would hit, and it doesn't feel like you did. Like maybe you don't even realize that your head hit the floor, but if a ref is going to say, nope, we're stopping, because we're going to make sure that you're okay, because head injuries are no joke, and it's something that we're going to take very seriously.
No, I do know concussion protocol is a very big thing. Like I said, we've mentioned safety before. It's all about skater safety and well-being, and we want to make sure that we are doing what we can to keep these skaters safe. So better safe than sorry.
Absolutely. I know skaters I've skated with in the past who their derby careers have ended because of too many concussions,
Yes.
and it is brains are nothing to joke around with, and we have a very physical sport, but we want to make sure that everybody's noggins stay nice and healthy, and that skater is walking off on their own recognizance.
Yes.
Using big words today, and we're glad that they're doing okay.
Yeah. And with all of the research that they've been doing with, football and concussions and things like that, I mean, you got to take care of yourself.
Have you heard about this concussion collar, I think it is?
I have not. I know that they wear those collars in NASCAR after that big Dale Earnhardt accident, but
when I was in Fort Wayne to do a live stream, they were telling me that there's one being developed for that the NFL is using for football, and I think that Derby might be considering doing something like that
adopting
to help.
something.
While I was talking, Battison got lead jammer for Circle City, and Alexecutioner is the jammer for Cornfed.
My only concern
that
with
was beautiful right there. Battison
That was
sailing
gorgeous.
through without getting touched. I think what happened there was Cornfed was trying to play some offense, and Battison saw the opening and said, I'll take that. Thank you very much.
path of least resistance.
Boggs is now the jammer again, as the star has been passed.
My only concern about using some sort of concussion collar would be, would it inhibit the movement so that we could move and see?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Looks like Battison scored 11 points there for Circle City.
And that is 101 points for Circle City, which means it's time for some more dad jokes. I got carded at a liquor store, and my Blockbuster card fell out. The cashier said, never mind.
What's Blockbuster?
Exactly.
No, I'm joking.
They know you're at least 21 if you got a Blockbuster card falling out of your wallet. Also, change the cards in your wallet. I think there is one Blockbuster left. There was a Netflix show.
There was. I remember. I know what you're talking about.
We've got One Hit Wanda jamming for Cornfed and Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom jamming for Circle City. Wanda getting pushed to the outside.
And Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is through for lead jammer. Big cheer coming from the Circle City bench.
One Hit Wanda noticing Spinelli as the pivot, passes that jammer star. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom entering the pack on their scoring pass. Spinelli coming around, hoping to grab some points. Big hit.
And we have a track cut on Bippity Boppity Boom. It looked like they were hit to the inside and started to call and stepped back on the track in front of the blocker that had knocked them out.
Spinelli is grabbing some points there, taking this opportunity of a power jam to try and get another lead change. She's going to need to score 11 more points in order to do that. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is standing in the penalty box. So less than 10 seconds left.
Nice job by Killer Queen and Row 'em Over holding Spinelli back.
There are 30 seconds left in this jam. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is out of the box. No one can call this jam. Spinelli has gotten through for 4 more points. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom entering the pack to try and start scoring some points. Is through for 4 points of her own. Spinelli entering the pack.
Up against Row 'em Over. Nice little
And
spin move
4
to
more
the
points for
outside.
Spinelli. Here comes Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom to see if she can respond with 4 points.
Spinelli is just so graceful on those outside lines. Just, it looks effortless.
As that jam ends, Circle City is at 107, Corn-Fed 98. We have us a 9-point game. That took me way too long. You're a math teacher. I should have you do the math. Every time I don't know, I know you've said you've listened to Derby Date Night before. Every time I try to do math and I start the sentence, I look at Sirius and he just shakes his head at me because he's like, really, you're going to try this again? You know this is not going to go well.
You know how this is going to end.
I also do play Dungeons and Dragons, and I get made fun of by my teammates who make fun of me for counting on my fingers.
All right, so we've got a star pass right off the line to Boggs. Boggs is not lead jammer. Killdeer is your lead jammer.
That was a beautiful star pass at the beginning to Boggs, which they gave up lead jammer by doing that.
Oh, no.
Boggs is headed to the penalty box. Killdeer on 1 foot. Beautiful ability to stay in here while stretching the pack out is free. Just so you all know, Kimbo's not speaking right now because this is very stressful. So
If you could see me, you would see my hands over the mic and my head as far away from it as possible.
Beautiful. 666 from Circle City doing this
Beauty
amazing.
and the Beastly.
Oh, that was gorgeous. Doing some amazing offense for Killdeer.
We got a Shanana Jam.
Shanana Jam. We are going to. I'm using that from now on. We have got a switcheroo of jammers as Killdeer is sitting down. Boggs is standing up. I am so stressed out right now. Boggs entering that pack.
We are very vested in this game.
Woo! Boggs entering that pack, trying to score some points. We have 43 seconds left in this jam. We're going to go all the way till the end.
Circle City's 4-wall is holding Boggs back, but she gets through for 4 more points.
I believe Killdeer is standing, so will be released soon as Boggs approaches the pack again on another scoring pass.
It looks like we're going to have a back block on a corn-fed skater. Killdeer coming through, trying to get some more points on the board for Circle City.
Well, Boggs working to stretch that pack apart. Corn-fed needing to focus on defense.
We've got Boggs trying to tiptoe on the inside, but we've got, who is that there?
Killdeer got
Serotonin is
through.
like, no thank you.
Whew. That was a fun jam.
2-minute jam. You know, they say in Derby you can do anything for 2 minutes. I'd like them to go out there and do a full 2-minute jam and then talk to us.
I like a good Shanana Jam. I'm totally stealing that. That's going to be a thing now.
That's a Circle City copyright, so that'll be $5.
Okay, so Madison already asked us to sponsor her. Now I'm getting $5 for using. I'm going to be broke by the end of this game with all the Circle City fees that I'm going to be paying at the end. Circle City, you all better be careful or you're going to end up with an honorary Circle City fan over here. I bleed blue and black with corn-fed, but you are definitely tugging at my heartstrings.
Hey, we're green and black, so you can be half.
Green is one of my favorite colors. For those who I mentioned earlier that my son is sick at home after working a 14-hour day today, he did just text a little bit ago saying he is feeling much better and
Yay.
is hydrating. And so I just want to do a shout out to OMG. LOL is, well, he's supposed to be helping take care of his older brother, but I think he's just playing Zelda. But he's been giving us updates, and both LOL and OMG and the dog are doing okay at home.
Looks like we've got Misadventure and Lego Blocks out jamming for their respective teams. And I'd like to say the crowd here right now for this game, I think, has been the biggest crowd that we have
There's
seen
so many
so
people
far
here right
in this
now.
tournament. I don't know if they're filtering in for the championship game or just because both of these teams are
A little bit of both.
I
Lego
think it
Blocks
is.
was the lead jammer for that jam and called it before scoring any points. So that was a 0-point jam, and we still have a 10-point game.
with 12 minutes left.
I see a lot of green and black hearts in the chat for Circle City, so some support for our love for Circle City here. And Iron Ham from over in Hospitality is letting us know he hears Banana Jam and immediately thinks of Manamana, Banana Jam, bum-ba-da-da.
Well, it's not Banana Jam, it's Shenana Jam, like shenanigans.
It is a Shenana Jam, but now I want to figure out what a Banana Jam would be because I think it's when everybody falls down.
Ooh, like
And
a
that's
whoop.
going to be a Banana Jam. Ba-ba-da-da. Stop.
And Spinelli is
Another sticker.
through on their initial
But
pass,
Battison
but
was through
Battison is
first.
our lead jammer. Battison looking to score some points.
Woo.
Nice hit on the side. Those jammers come in, and it is painful to
Great
catch one of
awareness
those
by
rib
Battison
catches.
there to call that as Spinelli was approaching the pack, protecting the 1 point, one very hard-earned point.
1 point at a time. And I will say, Battison, her track awareness to look at our coaches has gotten so much better. Before, she'd be like, I forgot to even look at the coach. And we just shake our heads at her. But she's doing a great job.
I think Battison and I might be spirit animals. 116-105, Circle City with an 11-point lead, which is why Battison's 1 point could definitely come into play. We only have 10 minutes left in this game, and every single point counts.
We've got a corn-fed skater, Daisy, going to the penalty box for a multiplayer, and Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is your lead jammer.
Adderall is jamming for Cornfed and hoping for some offense from Boggs, is looking to potentially pass that star. And
Boom
it is
coming
passed.
in for some points.
So Boggs is out of the pack. Boom is on a scoring pass, is through for 4 points for Circle City, and calls the jam before Boggs can come around and score any points. Circle City doing a really good job of not only point protection, but also grabbing a couple points, but being super aware and not getting into any sort of a rhythm, because Cornfed is definitely doing a good job of just getting out and forcing them to call it. So
And
it's
15 points really is not that big of a lead. So it looks like we've got a team timeout for Cornfed. Everyone, I see the refs all taking time to hydrate in the middle here.
we should also do that as
Yes,
well
we
because we've
should.
got our waters and we'll take a little hydration break as well. I think we might need stickers that say banana jam.
Banana jam,
And then Shenana Jam.
and then, or you could have a banana jam and I could have a Menominat.
Yes. A call and response sticker.
Yes,
And they fit together.
yes. Like two little broken hearts, but it could be two parts of a banana.
It's amazing.
It also makes me think of the ring, ring, ring banana phone,
Yes.
like bananas in pajamas. Now
Ring,
I'm
ring,
aging
ring,
myself,
ring,
but
ring,
I
ring.
don't care.
Banana phone. I shouldn't sing.
Ring, 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 banana phone.
I was yelling at Melody Mayhem earlier because she sings literally every other sentence, and so I had to keep warning
Yes.
her about copyright.
I see a double fairy support on our
Woot woot.
on our chat. I see a right Kimbo with a question mark. I'm not sure what you mean, but yes, I am right. Thank you.
We got it. We got it. So this is so fun to watch. We got Coach Danny Mack in the chat today. He wasn't able to be here, but he is watching. We've got so much support for both teams here, and so Cornfed's
it.
taking a minute to reset. We're going to see what they come out with. 15 points. This could go any direction. We are under 10 minutes left.
My
in
heart
this
is
game.
racing right now.
Mine too. And it's not just the caffeine.
I mean, I did have a double shot Starbucks espresso, the can, and then also a Starbucks Frappuccino in the glass bottle. So I am wired.
Ready to go. So with that being said, this has been a fabulous tournament. This is the 5th place game. So the winner of this game will be getting 5th place in the tournament. And then after this game, we have our championship, which I am so stoked for. We'll be watching Rock take on South Bend to see who will be the Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions cream of the crop.
Sadly, I'm not a fan of creamed corn.
I don't know if I've ever had cream corn.
I like it in banana bread, like if you mix it in with banana bread, but by itself, it's kind of like drinking corn and milk.
Well, that does not sound good at all.
No.
We were talking yesterday about our favorite kinds of corn. And
Popcorn?
I went straight for corn on the cob, and then I remembered that popcorn is literally a corn. I kind of forgot.
It's an exploded corn. Yes.
Spinelli is coming out of the pack as your lead jammer for Corn-Fed.
We've got Serotonin with a star pass for Circle City.
Spinelli speeding into the pack. Oh, one on 1 foot. Ooh, getting pushed out.
BB with a good job taking her to the outside.
Spinelli with great awareness, realizing that because BB fell, she's able to re-enter without being recycled to get those 4 points. Serotonin is pushing to get through as well.
Looks like Serotonin's up against Debbie Darko and Miss Adventure up at the front. Daisy Doom as well. That's a tough wall.
That is
Very tough wall.
A defensive wall that was put out there for
also.
sure. All 4 of those defensive specialists there.
Jeez, that is not a wall I would want to go up against.
Me either. That's a tough wall.
Spinelli tiptoeing, making sure to stay in bounds on that inside.
And now I'm
Another
stressed.
4 points for Spinelli. It looks like Serotonin's about to get through with a big
from Miss
hit.
Adventure with an assist from Wanda. Spinelli enters the pack on another scoring pass here. And Spinelli is out, which makes this a 3-point game. No, 4. Math teacher, help. Yes, 3-point game.
Yes.
Spinelli with an apex jump for 4 more points. And I think a lead change.
Yep, we have a lead
16-point
change.
jam so far for Corn-Fed Roller Derby.
7 seconds, 5 left in the jam.
Spinelli spinning around the outside for another 4 points. That was
a huge jam. My voice just cracked. That's how huge it was.
125 Corn-Fed, 124 Circle City. Serotonin, with all that hard work, was earning points that whole time and was chipping away. So we have a 1-point game.
That was rough.
Okay, we have 7 minutes and 30 seconds left. I don't know if our little caffeinated hearts can take it.
We've got Killdeer going up against Alexecutioner.
Coach Kent, we can hear you all the way across the fairgrounds shouting to his skaters.
If you can't hear Coach Kent, you need to get your ears checked.
Great job by Killdeer to get that lead jammer status.
Oh my God, someone is highly caffeinated.
Another jam star passed to Boggs, so Boggs will now be jamming. The pack is spread apart and moving fast. Killdeer entering the pack on a scoring pass, grabs those 4 points. Boggs coming around, but Killdeer says, oh no, I'm going to take my points and call it.
And we have another lead change. Circle City 128, Corn-Fed 125.
I think another new sticker could be math teacher help.
Math teacher, help me. Math teacher, am I? Help you, I will.
Yoda is very wise, so taking the Yoda approach
And
is a
Coach
good
Eric
idea.
from Circle City is taking a team timeout.
You know, this has been some beautiful derby. Like
Yes.
sometimes jams fall apart a little bit, things get confusing, everybody's kind of all over the place, but I feel like everyone is focused in, strategic, really doing derby at what it should be, and it just is absolutely beautiful to watch.
It's really nice when all of the practice comes together and you see things clicking. And I know just from Circle City, we've been working on a lot of strategies. Not going to give them away for any of our opponents that might be listening, but we've been working on a lot of different strategies that I am seeing being put in place on the track, and I could not be more proud of our team.
Marin Alex saying this is going to be a nail biter. What do you mean going to be?
Yeah, what has been going? Have you been watching? Have you been watching?
Because my nails are bit to the quick at this point. It is
my toenails are gone at this point.
highly stressful environment over here at the Delaware County Fairgrounds in beautiful, luxurious Muncie, Indiana.
And it is a beautiful day. It is
really
gorgeous.
is.
Looks like we've got Lego blocks up jamming against
Adderall.
Beauty and the Beastly. Nice little bump on
Lego
the
blocks,
inside.
lead jammer for Circle City. Adderall getting pushed to the outside, sweeping to the inside, finding a Circle City blocker at every turn, getting some offensive help from Lavender Menace. Circle City turning around to focus on defense as Lego Blocks enters on their scoring pass. I've lost Kimbo again, who is coaching from the side.
I'm not going to apologize this time. Nope. No
That's
apologies.
perfectly fine.
If I were corn-fed, I'd be doing the same thing.
When we had our 10-year celebration of corn-fed and we had our retired skaters, I kept looking over at them. They were all coaching from the bleachers.
Yes,
you can't take it out of us.
No. And that's one thing Circle City we have to work on the bench is a quiet bench so that we can hear our coaches on the track. And so that's one thing. I used to have, shout out to Deadly Dimples, used to have to literally cover my mouth to keep me from yelling when I first started derby.
Spinelli and Battison are our jammers, both trying to find space. Battison getting around Boggs' hips, and Spinelli is headed to the penalty box.
Power jam, Circle City!
Everybody's setting up for Battison coming in. Pure Polly coming in to provide some offense for Battison as the rest of the Circle City blockers are trying to hold that line. Batty trying to pull this pack apart as best as they can. Spinelli is standing in the penalty box, so we'll be entering back in shortly. A penalty has been called on someone.
We've got a multiplayer block on a corn-fed blocker. Looks like Daisy Doom is going to the penalty box.
And Spinelli is back in, and I don't believe Spinelli is on a scoring pass because I don't think Spinelli had finished her initials, so we'll need to come through and is able to do so. So we'll be on a scoring pass in a minute, but in the meantime, Battison is engaged in the pack and trying to score points, but sees Spinelli coming and says, I am going to call that good. And continuing to increase that lead, getting 7 points in that jam, 137-125. But we all know that's only 12 points, and we have 3 minutes, 43 seconds left, and we saw a 16-point jam 2 jams ago.
Yes, we did. Those jams are scary because they can come out of nowhere. And you get an A+ for your math.
I was going to ask for some credit for that because I thought I did really well there. So
I was waiting for you to leave it open to me. I would have been like 12 points.
I accept my gold star happily.
We've got Bippity Boppity Boom on the line for Circle City going up against, I believe it's Misadventure for corn-fed.
Or is it Alexecutioner?
Maybe it's Alexa. I see the green shorts. Is that
Bippity
Misadventure?
Boppity Boom grabbing that lead jammer status. Alexecutioner has that
yes, it is
panty off and it is trying to potentially pass it to Boggs.
Frau Blocker with a nice hit on the inside, recycling, but receiving a penalty, possibly a clockwise block.
Boom running into Boggs and having a hard time getting through as Cornfed is recycling to the front to try and hold Boom, but Boom is able to get around that last Cornfed blocker to score those 4 points. Boggs taking the pass from Alexecutioner is out of the pack, so Boom, let's see if she's going to try to score some points and call it.
And she protects her points, hits, and calls before Boggs can score.
Steal 1 point there.
One stolen point.
I always look for that little
victorious.
stolen point.
I will say on that jam, did you see what I was talking about with Boom and the skates? How she makes them like one skate
Yes, I
and
saw
just
it there.
gets so
I saw it
skinny
there.
on that outside
And I was
line.
wrong. That wasn't Boggs' stolen point. That was Baddison's 1 point. So Baddison got one full circle and then one more point to be at 142 to Cornfed's 125. And we have 2 minutes left in this game.
Whew. This could essentially be the last jam if it is a 2-minute jam.
It could.
Looks
Jam
like
time
we've
and
got
period time
Spinelli.
literally match. Spinelli, who is the one who had that 16-point jam, is your lead jammer. A star has been passed to Killdeer. Spinelli approaching the pack. Daisy providing some offensive help. Spinelli
Frau
stumbling
given-
a little bit, needing to recycle behind Pierre Polly as Killdeer enters the pack. Spinelli calling the jam.
Killdeer getting some assistance from Frau Blocker, throwing Rowe into Spinelli. Sometimes we have to throw our friends. It's important to be there to pick them up when they're down.
I love that. It can be fun to throw our friends.
Yes. When I came back, Polly goes, well, I'm going to be getting thrown again. That's one of my signature moves is I will take Polly and just put her where I need her to be.
I had a tendency to do that to people, and I would always tell new skaters, just so you know, I'm going to throw you.
Yes.
I will do it as safely as I can.
All right, we've got Boggs jamming up against Lego.
With less than a
Lego
minute
is
left in this
declared
jam.
lead
But
already.
Spinelli is doing her characteristic spins to
Nice,
hold Lego, but
nice
Lego gets
defensive
around and is able to
blocking.
get out. Boggs has got that star off, trying to hand it to Spinelli, who's getting a penalty. So Boggs will have to get through on her own, and she does. There are 30 seconds left in this jam. Boggs is in the period. Boggs is out and coming around on a scoring pass.
4 points for Lego blocks for Circle City. Boggs fighting her way through that Circle City wall, left
Lego-
with 2 blockers.
Looks like this might be the very last jam. Oh wait, maybe not.
Oh, look at those tiptoes
12
on
seconds
the
left in the
outside
period.
line.
1 minute left in this jam. Boggs
Oh,
is
we
out
have
after
a
scoring.
Nope, I thought we were having a
thought so
penalty
too.
on the jammer. Nope, we are not.
The period clock has ended, so this will be the last jam. Circle City calls it, and that is the end of the game, and Circle City is victorious in a flippin' nail-biter of a game. That
Oh
was
my
a great
goodness.
game by both teams. I love watching
I
these two
think,
teams
honestly,
play.
I know our championship game hasn't happened, but that was the best game so far of
That
the
was
tournament.
really fun. The amount of lead changes, I think that might have been the most lead
Yes.
changes we've seen this weekend. That was wonderful. And I had such a great time announcing with you.
Thank you.
We should do this again sometime.
I would love to. This is so much fun. I've never announced. This tournament was the first time I've ever tried to announce, and I think I might have been born for this.
I think so too. You are a natural. I've definitely enjoyed it. We are going to take a break to reset and get ready for Rock and South Bend, who are going to be battling each other in a championship game for first place to see who will be cream of the crop. Good evening and welcome back to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. We have been here for 2 whole days for some fantastic fun action at Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions. You are joining us for our championship game between South Bend and Rock, Central Kentucky, and we are so excited to have you joining us here for this last game of this amazing 2-day tournament. You've got me, Aria Kidding Me,
and Melody Mayhem. Thank you for joining us on our final leg of our weekend getaway.
I love that weekend getaway. And you've got Seriously here, who has been behind the control board this whole weekend doing amazing things. Thank you so much to all of our volunteers this whole weekend who have helped us out. Derby Date Night has had a great time here. This game is already getting started here. Rock jumping out to an early lead.
That's Scar, right? Battle Scar?
I believe so.
Yeah. And then out also for South Bend is for a lot of Pushy. Scar is on a scoring pass, working the way through the South Bend Jammers up at the front and calls it as Pushy hits the back of the pack. Rock gets 4 points and 0 for South Bend. I have a feeling that this is going to be a good, close game.
I do too. Both of these teams won their games fairly decisively yesterday, and I've been looking forward to this game all day. I have no idea where this is going to end up, and I think this could be 2 really evenly matched teams, and this could be just a great fight.
I'm also very interested in watching the benches and watching Rock's coach Joe and Bona, South Bend, Bona Petite, coaching up against each other. And Rock is out with lead. That is 8-6.
That is Newcomb.
Looking for the socks.
Candace Mansfield is jamming for South Bend.
Candace is out, and as Newcomb is coming around for points, skates on untouched on the inside for 4. Newcomb is calling the jam. I thought they were going to wait to get their pivot out of the box. Candace jumps the apex, but does not get any points.
However, Seriously was whispering to me during that thing. He goes, wait, who's the apex jumper? And I go, Candace Mansfield. And then she did that. She was like, who's the apex jumper? It's me.
It's like, oh, you forgot? Here, let me show you. Going into Jam 3, we have Pixie, Pulverizing Pixie jamming for South Bend, and Jam Beasley, best name ever. Sorry, big Office fan here.
Pulverizing Pixie is going to be your lead jammer. Jam Beasley needed to get past one more South Bend blocker to get out and is able to do so. Pulverizing Pixie approaching that pack, has 2 rock blockers needing to get past. Takes a push from Chad and is forced to recycle. Jam Beasley entering the pack as well. Gets around. Both jammers scoring 4 points right there.
Pulverizing Pixie calls the jam. 4 points all around. So we got 4 points up on the board for South Bend. Rock with 12. Yes, I know you can see the scoreboard. Yes.
Don't jinx it.
As soon as it came out of my mouth, I was like, oh, there I go. This is a lovely rainbow fan that you have. Where'd you find this?
No, it was from a year ago, and I think it was from Wanda's bachelorette party.
Oh, I love it. All right, we are into the jam. We have Battle Scar for Rock and a lot of Pushy for South Bend. Scar is able to get through on the inside for Lee's jammer. Pushy is trying to work that outside line with the blockers. We have a no pass, no penalty, and Pushy is through. Scar is coming in the back of the pack, is in scoring position, working through those South Bend blockers. Back and forth, pushing. Very nice on Battle Scar to get 4 points. Although is being assessed a track cut and going to the box. So this is a power jam for a lot of Pushy, who is also going to the box, and I'm not sure for what. So Scar is back on the track and is in still their first scoring round. Pushy is also out of the box and coming around.
So since both jammers went to the box, we will be going for the full 2 minutes. So there will be 1 more minute of jammers scoring as many points as they can.
You know, as a jam timer, when we're in the middle, sometimes we make little jokes about it's my jam. And it's now or never. Pushy is through for 4 points. Scar is still working to get back out of the pack, has already scored 4 points.
And there she
but
goes.
There it is. So we have 4-4 each. Each jammer coming around for another scoring pass with 30 seconds left on the jam. Black jammer Battlescar is going to the box for a skating out of bounds penalty.
And Battlescar will start the next jam in the penalty box. So this power jam will continue into the next jam for South Bend.
So it's a power jam, start.
South Bend is made some ground up on that jam, so we have a 4-point game right now. South Bend's coach coming out to have a quick chat with the refs.
It looked like they were talking about looking for excessive pushing in forearms. I've seen that motion and many times from coaches.
We've got not only Battlescar in the penalty box, we also have one of Rock's blockers. So we will be starting this next jam. I think that's Pulverizing Pixie right now, who's lined up, and South Bend's definitely going to want to take advantage of this, and hopefully they're going to be trying to get back close to Rock.
See, this is why we also need a fan. We need a video. So you have a nice rainbow fan, and I have a nice pure black fan that the officials got this weekend. So because it is warm in here, it's not air conditioning, and so it was just a nice neutral way so NSOs and referees could fan themselves. It was my best friend during
one of our
the
volunteers
game.
right now has just been wandering around, and this entire building is filled with not only people fans but literal fans with the Smalltown Smackdown schedule on them, so you can look over and see the whole audience fanning themselves, and it is just, maybe we're like creating a good wind tunnel.
Sure. All right, with that, there's a rolling whistle to get out of the official timeout and get going for Jam 5. On the line, it looks like we have Candace Mansfield, but I could be wrong.
I think it's Pixie.
No, I know it's not Pixie. It is Candace Mansfield. Scar is in the box because this is a power start for South Bend. Tara Mop, the pivot for South Bend, is going to the penalty box, and Candace is through for lead jammer while Scar is standing in the box. Candace is coming around in scoring position, hits the Rock blockers, tries to get in on the inside, is not, and Rock says, no, I don't think
out
so.
Of the box and is now engaged the blockers on her initial takes
pass.
A hit to the inside.
A no pass, no penalty to get around and out on their initial pass. That's 4 points for South Bend. Candace comes around smiling as they pass Scar and calls off the jam in turn 3-4.
We have got us a 4-point game here. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Derby Date Night on all of our channels, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. I was just informed that we have 298 subscribers right now. I would love to end this tournament with hitting 300 subscribers.
So we need two.
We need at least two.
I should go on in a timeout and see if I've subscribed.
I'm thinking maybe we can get those 2 subscribers.
Probably. I mean, I know that I followed on Instagram. Are we on Facebook? I guess.
Yes.
Are you on Facebook? I know I followed on Instagram. See, social media.
Rock was able to grab 4 points in that jam before calling it. So that is now an 8-point game again. A lot of pushy jamming for South Bend, and Jam Beasley will be taking the star for Rock. Looks like Pushy might be headed to the box
On
there.
a forearm penalty, so this is a power jam situation for Jam Beasley and the rest
Oh.
of Rock. A hard hit from 1134 South Bend's blocker.
That is Undertaker.
Appropriate. Jam Beasley is able to juke around and get out for lead jammer while the pivot for Rock comes out of the box.
Thanks, Tiny. Looks like we're now at 199 with Tiny and Mighty.
Oh, thank you, Tiny.
299. We're one away from 300.
One away. Jam
Oh.
Beasley is going to the box for a forearm. So, we're at
We're at
302.
302.
I see.
Thank
302.
you.
So we have Jam Beasley going to the
So
box
excited.
for a forearm. A lot of Pushy is out of the box. So Jam Beasley will sit for the entire 30 seconds. So now this is a power jam for
Again,
a lot of Pushy.
In the last jam, we decided to call these Shenana Jams, copyright Circle City, when a jammer goes to the box and then another jammer goes to the box. We got some Shenana Jams going on.
There were quite a few Shenana Jams a couple of games ago.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of broke my brain. I'm not gonna lie. Ooh, a big hit by Chad on turn 3, but Pushy gets back up and is out for 4 points.
Nice recovery by Pushy there. Jam Beasley re-entering re-entering from the penalty box. Definitely pushing their way through and trying to find some space. Just needs to get past one more South Bend blocker. Is able to do so.
For 4 more points. The Rock blockers are looking to see for a cut, but it was not assessed. A lot of Pushy does a nice spin move at the top, grabs 4 more points as the jam is called off. It is 30 points Rock, 24 South Bend.
This is going to be a fun game, I can tell. Also, looking at our subscribers, we are now at 305. I am in love with the chat. Thank you all for subscribing and following us. 306 and climbing. Just loving that you are supporting Derby Date Night.
I have a
We
goal
love
of
spending time with you.
325 followers by
Ooh.
halftime.
Whew, that's a big one. We're going to have to spread the word around the
I'm going to
the
go
Delaware
big,
County
and then I'm going to go
Fairgrounds.
home even if I don't get there.
I'm going to go big and go home, too.
Oh, we have Battle Scar out for Rock as lead jammer, and we have Candace Mansfield jamming for South Bend, who is stuck at the back of the pack and is able to wrap around on the inside on their initial pass.
Scar coming around the outside. Beautiful moves there.
Calling
Grabbing
off the
those
jam.
4 points and calling that jam off. We have stress in the chat. We had so much stress in the chat and at the table in the last game, and I have a feeling my blood pressure is not going down until this tournament is over. And I don't think it's just the caffeine.
I should have brought my extra anxiety pill that I could take. Mental health is very important. You have to know your limits.
You just pulled a me. I just said something random. I'm gonna double down on it.
Why not? The anxiety. It helps with the anxieties.
Newcomb jamming for Rock and Pulverizing Pixie for South Bend. Newcomb out with a lead, but Pulverizing Pixie saying, not so fast, I'm coming right behind you.
Coming around in scoring position, Newcomb gets through and is going to run it long. We have 2 South Bend blockers in the penalty box. One is the pivot.
Pulverizing Pixie through for 4 points of her own.
Newcomb is through and calls 4 points.
Rock 42, South Bend 28. Oh, we've got some coaches visiting the refs. Both coaches were heading in to just tell the refs something real quick there.
I feel like South Bend's coach went in to say something and Rock's coach was running on in to hear what was being said.
Having coached before, I respect that. What's going on? What are we talking about here, huh?
You know, knowing both of the coaches is very interesting because I'm always like, what are you thinking? A lot of Pushy is out for South Bend, getting lead jammer, while Jam Beasley is being held by the South Bend blockers up at the front of the pack in turn 1. Now into turn 2, and Pushy is in a scoring pass.
Jam Beasley has gotten out.
Okay. Really working to score some of those points.
Jam Beasley entering into that pack. Pushy finding some space there, but Pushy getting a penalty.
Track cut.
So Pushy will be spending some time in the box, and this jam will be going the full 2 minutes.
And it's a power jam for Jam Beasley. Power Jam Beasley. Is that a little too much?
When you're really looking at The Office, it's never too much.
I want to like sing the song, but I can't. You know, I want to go and visit Scranton. We should make that a trip. South Bend is doing a fantastic job holding Jam Beasley, and they are eating this power jam time, not allowing Jam Beasley to get points.
Yeah, South Bend's
a lot of
defense
Pushy
is really strong here.
Coming back onto the track from the penalty box and is on a scoring pass.
Pushy engaging with an equally strong tripod of rock blockers. These walls are tough.
I knew it. I knew this was going to be it. Ooh, Pushy gets through on the outside and has scored 4 points, and the crowd goes wild. We have 10 seconds left on the jam. Let's see if Pushy can get around and score a couple more points before it goes to its natural conclusion. Jam Beasley is still pushing very hard at the front of the pack. We'll see what happens.
Ooh. What was all that? That was a lot of whistles. Things are happening.
Well, that was all the whistles. They were not necessarily synced in the call-off. No points by a lot of Pushy there.
Do you know that they call Jam Beasley Power Jams Beasley?
Like the team does?
Yeah, that's what it says in the chat. I don't just have random things in my head. I mean, I wish I did, but yes, they call her Power Jams Beasley.
I love it. It's great. South Bend is doing a little
South Bend and their
collectiveness there.
Little meditation, little breathing.
A nice little deep breath is great. I found myself doing that a lot before a jam, just focusing myself back out. And we are in a team timeout. It looks like Rock has taken this team timeout.
We are a little less than halfway through this first half, so we've got 16 minutes left. Rock 49, South Bend 32, and this one is anybody's game.
Mm-hmm.
On top of Shenana Jams, the other thing we came up with last game is when everybody kind of falls down and there's a lot of falling, we're going to call that a banana jam. Banana jam.
Ring, 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 banana jam.
That's what it triggered last time, too.
Now I'm going to have banana phone stuck in my head.
Shout out to Bananas and Pajamas.
Oh, Raffi for me.
Oh, yeah, that. It started with Raffi.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We're doing those pop culture references again.
All
Can't
right,
stop.
Battlescar is jamming for Rock with Candace Manfield for South Bend, and Battlescar is able to get around on the outside for lead jammer while Candace Manfield gets recycled to the back, tries to jump but is unsuccessful. Scar is coming back in, jumps the apex, lands for the points, but gets caught with a little
tear him up.
Well, I was thinking, the little slip and fall, and then South Bend, tear him up. I'm from South Bend, did catch Battlescar, who is called off, has collected all 4 points before Candace Mansfield can come around and score any.
And as Rock goes above 50 points, that means it's time for a Father's Day dad joke. Where do boats go when they're sick? To the boat dock.
The boat dock. I was going to say to the seaport, but that...
And, I get a little scared when I go in the forest because those trees, they're kind of shady.
All right, jam is on. Pulverizing Pixie jamming for South Bend. Newcomb for Rock, and Pulverizing Pixie is out for lead jammer. Newcomb is also out and trying to gain that speed to close the gap. Pulverizing Pixie coming into the back of the pack, trying to score points. Is calling the jam, has collected all 4 points before Newcomb could score any. Very nice job. Well, good awareness. Grabbing those points.
Thanks again to those subscribing. We are at 309. You might not
right.
be stretching with this 325. We might be able to end this tournament with gaining some great new subscribers who can see where we're headed to next.
I aimed for halftime, and maybe long term is maybe by the end of the game. So maybe our friends, if you have multiple people watching in your house, maybe you could just jump on and subscribe, even though you're watching one stream together. Or, text your bestie and say, hey, subscribe to this. Just do it for funsies. And then
Not
watch.
just for funsies, because you should also be watching Derby Date Night, trying to bring you the best quality roller derby we can from beautiful, luxurious Muncie, Indiana.
Alada Pushy is being assessed a track cut, while Multipass is the jammer for rock and is declared lead jammer with a little twirl and tiptoe. That was very fancy. I can't wait to watch that later. Multipass is coming back on a scoring pass, trying to sneak in through the inside, and has done so, scoring 4 points. Terramop for South Bend, as the pivot is going to the penalty box. Multipass is coming back around for another scoring pass.
Ooh,
does a little twirl on the outside for 4 more points. Alada Pushy is back on the track from the penalty box, and Multipass decides to declare the jam over, and we're rolling into the lineup time.
This has been such a fun tournament for all 8 teams who have come and participated. We have 4 different states represented here this weekend, and I know I've really just enjoyed getting to know these skaters from all these different states, and I think it's also been a great experience for a lot of skaters. This is a learnament, and I think many skaters here have never done a tournament before, and so this has been just a great opportunity, and I have seen so much growth in all of these skaters as they are getting into their 3rd games today.
Yeah.
It's just been beautiful to see the learning happen real time.
Yes, officials too. Some officials, this is their first tournament as well. And so that's been kind of really interesting and fun. We have Candace Mansfield is through as lead jammer for South Bend. Bettlescar is jamming for rock and has been recycled and is coming out on the front of the pack, trying to get through on the outside, but is hit out by 54 Beefstock. Candace Mansfield on their scoring pass is hit out and recycled to the back. Bettlescar has the star cover in hand, still working the front of the pack, maybe hoping their pivot will come up and help or take the pivot panty. And from the ground, Candace Mansfield calls the jam after scoring 3 points.
Holly asking for a joke, and I aim to please. So we'll go with a couple more dad jokes for Father's Day here. Why don't eggs tell jokes? Because they'd crack each other up.
All right, Pulverizing Pixie is the jammer for South Bend, with Newcomb jamming for rock. Newcomb does a little turn and is through for lead jammer. Pulverizing Pixie being recycled back and is coming up on the back of the pack. But 762 of rock was like, no, I'm going to hit you to the outside and recycle you back again.
Pretty backwards skating on the outside to get through.
Thank
That
you.
was gorgeous.
I missed that while watching Pulverizing Pixie.
That's Newcomb. And Newcomb coming through on the inside this time. I did it on the outside. Now I'm gonna slide through on the inside for 4 more points.
Pivot for rock. Chad is going to the box for a direction of gameplay penalty.
Newcomb taking a hit to the inside, deciding to call the jam at that point. Again, you are joining us for the championship game. So the winner of this game will be the cream of the crop and will be victorious in the Cornament of Champions and take that trophy home.
Aw, shucks. Ain't that sweet?
Love it.
Listen, I'm all ears.
Got any more?
No, I gotta dust off my cob webs. I reached too far for that one. Ooh, just got the from Seriously. All right, a lot of pushy jamming for South Bend, with Multipass jamming for rock.
A lot of pushy finding that space on that 1 foot on the inside line to establish lead jammer status.
Multipass is working very hard through the blockers of South Bend.
We are under 10 minutes left in this first half.
There's only 10 minutes left?
I know, it's going real fast.
Aladi gets through.
Pushy.
Pushy gets through
Just go
for
with
4
Pushy.
points, calls the jam, when as Multipass also got out on their initial. Woo!
So I know I said we provide you the best roller derby we can from Muncie, Indiana, but we have traveled to Fort Wayne. We traveled to Indianapolis. Maybe someday we'd love to travel out of state, go on a road trip, and do some derby date night things.
Road trip.
Woo! A star.
Battle Scar is out for lead jammer for Rock. Candace Mansfield is still working in the pack, has taken off the helmet cover and has successfully passed the star to the
I think
pivot.
that tear 'em up.
I do believe so. Yes, tear 'em up. So they're no longer the pivot. They are the jammer. Scar is in a scoring pass, looking to get a few more points before calling the jam. So tear 'em up could not score any points.
I love what Tara did there. She knew the jam was going to be called. She flipped her skates so that she was going in butt first, because if your hips can pass those blockers, that's where you get the point. And so she was making sure that her hips were going to be the first thing to enter that pack.
Yes, I've had a couple of jammers in the last game. They were very close. We're talking like an inch very close with that fourth whistle, and it's so hard to call. She's like, did I do it right? And I know those jammers are working really hard.
They
Speaking
are.
of jammers, we have Newcomb for Rock versus Pulverizing Pixie for South Bend. Newcomb fighting through for lead jammer. Pulverizing Pixie skating on the outside and is also out as well on her initial. Catching up speed to Newcomb. Newcomb is kind of just letting it roll and decides to call the jam. Not worrying about points, just ticking off some time off the game clock.
Newcomb took a little bit of time before calling that jam, I think Newcomb kind of wanted to play that jam, but knew, I guess South Bend's gonna make me call this one.
Or maybe the smart thing is saving those points and a possibility there could be a jammer penalty. It happens.
You never know.
All right, we got a lot of pushy jamming for South Bend. Multi-pass for Rock. Lot of conversation happening here. Multipass is your lead jammer with a lot of pushy going to the box on a track cut, I do believe. That little toe stop hit on the inside of the tape. So this is a power jam for Multipass. Let's see.
Chad giving some great offensive help there, but Multipass just being pushed to the inside and being forced to recycle here. South Bend is going to really do the best they can to keep the pain of this power jam as little as possible.
And Multipass is listening to her coach, who is telling her to call it. So freezing a lot of pushy standing in the box, and Multipass picked up 3 points.
So much love for all these skaters in the chat. It's so great to see everyone getting excited and supporting their favorite skaters.
Thank you, J.M. Johnson, for the Alati love. Just meshing the name. A lot of pushy to Alati.
Sounds like oodalati, oodalati.
Ooh. Also reminds me Lottie from the dog from Animal Crossing, working in the office.
Big hit from Smash Bandicoot from South Bend to Battle Scar. But Battle and a lot of pushy both working hard to try and get through. But Scar's going to come out victorious with that lead jammer status.
Yeah. Pushy is through on the inside out of her initial pass, while Scar is trying to pick up as many points as possible and getting out possibly before Pushy gets around, but decides to listen to her coach and call the jam for 2 points.
We are less than 5 minutes in this half, 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. This game has been going so fast so far. What a championship so far.
It is very exciting. It's hard to look away.
I hope you're not looking away because we're literally announcing right now.
You are correct, but like me, squirrel. Something shiny, squirrel. Jam is on Candace Mansfield for South Bend with Newcomb on rock. Newcomb has been on a streak, pushing up the inside, but has stepped out, is being recycled back. Candace is zooming up and is lead jammer with that speed. Newcomb also gaining some speed, is out of the pack and trying to get around and hopefully have Candace call the jam. Candace entering that engagement zone. Her blockers are offering some offense to get some points. Calls the jam, picks up
Did they both
2
get
points. They did not. No, 2 points each. South Bend 3 points, 2 points for Rock.
I just said spicy Bon Appetit, which really works well with her
Her
derby
outfit.
name.
Oh.
Bon Appetit, spicy. The food is spicy.
That is true. I thought you were going with her outfit today.
Oh,
'Cause-
that suit is fire. Love it.
Have you seen it up close? Have you seen it up close?
Not yet. Can't
You'll
wait.
have to take a peek. That is multi-pass for a lead. Jammer for Rock. Pulverizing Pixie gaining speed behind multi-pass. Multi-pass decides to call it. Was trying to get her teammates to get to the front, but to preserve any points being scored by South Bend, decided to call it. Good call.
A little bit over 2 minutes left in this first half. Rock 82, South Bend 46.
Yes, Holly, both of those jammers do have insane apex jumps. I am jealous of the confidence.
Living for the apex jumps.
And they're massive airs. I'm all like, I did a little hop.
And speaking of apex jumps, we have got our corn-fed photographer, Matt Ruddick, here taking pictures of every single game, and he has got some great apex jump shots that he has gotten. Matt Ruddick Photography. You should find him on Facebook. Follow him. He is we just adore him and are so lucky to have him as a photographer for this tournament and for corn-fed.
A lot of pushy as your lead jammer is on a scoring pass. Bettle Scar is trying to work through the pack, and a lot of calls the jam, picking up 2 points. And we have an official timeout. Official review, South Bend. Speaking of Matt, when he traveled to Michigan when we went to our first tournament as a team, and he was a tournament photographer. He applied to be a tournament photographer. What was it when we went to up in Kalamazoo?
Yeah, that tournament.
I'm blanking on the
Me
name.
too.
They named it one thing and then they changed it at the last minute. But anyway, we were at a tournament up
K-Town Shakedown.
Yes, thank you. K-Town Shakedown. And so it was really nice because we had never been to a tournament before as a team and we didn't know really what to expect. So to have our photographer there with us was kind of a nice remembrance of home, a reminding of home, and so we could feel more comfortable on the track.
Well, Matt has been here for every single game this tournament weekend and has been working hard to provide us with those photographs. We love our derby photographers, so shout out to your derby photographer in the comments, as most teams have one or two home photographers that they really appreciate.
We do. We also have Barrett Photography, who has been here all weekend as well. And whose wife skates for Corn-Fed, so does all of our games as well, and travels too. We travel, he comes with, it's fine.
So when I said like and subscribe and you'll see what we're up to next, I realized as I was saying that I literally don't know what we're up to next. Seriously, just tells me what we're doing. And so I think we're going to Indianapolis, maybe Fort Wayne. I think we're doing at least one more Circle City, maybe some Fort Wayne games. We'll see where we end up. I'm not even sure.
I mean, there was a brief conversation, and I'd like to see this. Corn-Fed's A-team, we're playing Naptown on July 1st at Perry Park in Indianapolis, so we would love to see you guys there. We'll see what happens. Ooh, that reminds me, I need to find childcare for July 1st.
Always a good thing to think about. Something else that we've been thinking about doing with Derby Date Night, and we've also started doing, if you look at our YouTube, you'll see that we have some highlight videos.
Ooh.
So after this tournament and in the next couple months, we're going to be trying to make up some highlight videos of some of the games that we have done live stream for. So keep an eye out on our YouTube, because you might see your favorite team in a highlight video coming soon to a YouTube channel near you. I'm doing all of the just talking about the channel because this is the last game. This is the last chance. I want to make sure that I don't lose all of you lovely people in the chat, because I feel like we're all friends now, and I'd like you to stick around and stay friends with us as we move on in our Derby Date Night travels. And we're currently at 314 subscribers.
Ooh.
Look at those subscriber numbers going up.
I don't think we're going to get to 325 by halftime, because there's a minute 39 left. And we are in an official review. And that does depend on how long that takes. But I could go for 325, and then I will add, if we get there before, maybe I'll add small antics.
Okay, fun fact from the chat. Kimmy's telling us that their second bout ever was against Rock and Newcomb in 2008. So fun to see her back with Rock. Newcomb has been skating since 2008. That's amazing. I think that's when my first child was born, who was on camera yesterday. So that's been a while.
It's 15 years.
Yeah.
I graduated college in 09.
Cornfed started in 2010. So our longest, Debbie Darko is our only original skater.
Correct.
Who is still skating with Cornfed. So Debbie Darko has been skating for 13 years. Newcomb has been skating for more than that.
15.
I know. I decided I was announcing in the last game with a math teacher. I am not going to be doing the math. And didn't we decide we're doing a sticker? What did I say at one point? Math teacher help. Yeah. So whenever I need to calculate things, math teacher help is our new phrase. And Kimbo Slicer from Circle City will come running.
Oh, I love it. All right. All right. So I got a joke for you.
Oh, I would love that.
Where do fruits go on vacation?
Fruit flies somewhere?
Paris.
She has her own jokes. I have my own jokes. We both happen to
It was a different Paris joke.
We did the Paris joke in the last bout.
Oh.
Yep.
My bad. I just and I wasn't here for it. Okay. All right. So it looks like we have someone who is coming over to tell us what the official review is about. We are getting started, so we're going to have the jam start, and we will let you know what the official review is about.
Thank you very much.
All right. So for the official review, South Bend was seeking a charging call on the black jammer, and it was determined there was not enough evidence pieced together from the officials for a charging call to be issued.
So that means they will not retain their official review.
Correct. So during official reviews, sometimes one official will see the beginning of something, and another official will see the middle, and another two will see the end. So if we're able to piece all of the action together, then yes, maybe we can be like, oh yeah, that is what happened.
All right, this might be the last jam of the half before
How
we
are
go
we
into
there?
halftime.
How are we already
I know, you're having
there?
so much fun. So am I. This has been just a great championship game so far. I can't wait for the next half. Pulverizing Pixie on the line for South Bend. Who is jamming for Rock? I can't tell. Is that Jam? No.
It's not
Multi-pass?
Newcomb. Multi-pass, yes, multi-pass. Not multi. Potato, got it. Multi-pass is out. Oh, Chad trying to catch Pulverizing Pixie at the top. Was unsuccessful.
Pulverizing Pixie is lead. The jam clock is about to run out.
Both jammers are on a scoring pass.
And that will be intermission. So we are going to go take a little break before we come back for the last half of the game.
I think we're going to need to hold on for a hot second, because I do not believe that Pulverizing Pixie did call off the jam from the outside. But our head ref is declaring that it is halftime.
We will be back in about 15 minutes. We have continued to enjoy chilling with you here in the chat. Everybody go grab a snack, get hydrated, and we'll see you in 15 minutes for the end of this championship game where we're going to find out who is cream of the crop. Welcome back to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. You are joining us for the last half of the last game. This is the championship game, the Cornament of Champions, the cream of the crop, and it is going to either go to Rock or South Bend. I did that nice big announcement and then just ran out of steam.
You know, I think I need to apologize because I don't need to apologize for anything, so never mind. I thought I did a thing, and in fact I did not. It's just for us. So people at home, just ignore me. We are in...
Nell's just having a conversation with herself over here while Scar and a lot of Pushy are jamming for their respective teams.
It's the truth. Listen, I spent that time out putting my gear away, putting it in my car, putting some other things that have been tore down in my car, helping clean up so when we are done and tearing down, it goes a little smoother. So let's get back to Derby.
What I did during that halftime was I went and found sticky buns and brownies. So I think mine was a little bit more fruitful.
Yours was, in a way, because I could really go for some food right now.
There will be more in the hospitality room afterwards for you.
I just have to remember to eat it.
All right, both jammers really having a hard time. We are a minute into this jam, and no lead jammer has been established.
Both teams took a reset during that halftime.
Both teams coming out strong on defense.
Yes. And offense, because these are fantastic jammers as well. Chad trying to play a little bit of offense while bridging. Scar is working that front of the pack. Pushy trying to find some space on the inside, unsuccessfully. Is unsuccessful, being hit into the inside and recycled back.
Scar finally finding some purchase with that lead jammer status. Well earned and hard fought.
There was only 24 seconds left on the jam when they were awarded lead jammer. Yes.
Wow.
Scar is able to come around and is in a scoring pass, so we'll see how many points Scar is able to pick up for the end of the jam, or they call it off.
Looks like a rock blocker will be headed to the penalty box, so we will start the next jam down one blocker for Central Kentucky.
When you said a rock blocker, I heard rock blocker.
Someone yesterday in the chat said that they were thinking rock lobster when we said rock blocker. So,
but you don't sing rock lobster, you sing blocker.
Rock blocker.
Rock blocker.
All right, Jam Beasley lining up for Rock and Candace Mansfield lining up for South Bend. I heard a bunch of whistles, so somebody's going to the penalty box. Looks like a blocker from Rock.
Jam Beasley has spun on the inside for lead jammer. Candace asking her blockers to not allow the Rock blocker to run her back.
Multi-pass with some great defense there, forcing Candace to recycle and delaying the time it takes Candace to get out of the pack as Jam Beasley comes in to engage the pack on her next scoring pass.
Jam Beasley has scored 4 points and looked to their coach and thought they were going to call it, but instead decided to keep running it.
Candace Mansfield getting through right behind Jam Beasley.
You're finishing my thought. Thank you. And Jam Beasley calls it before Candace can come around for scoring any more points.
But the most exciting thing about that whole thing, I mean, it's very exciting, Derby, but I'm very excited that I get to tell you a few more dad jokes.
Because South Bend has reached over 50 points.
You are correct. I didn't tell anybody why they get dad jokes, so that is the reason. My wife is really mad at the fact that I have no sense of direction, so I packed up all my stuff and right. Get it? Instead of left, they packed up all their stuff and right.
Yeah. Newcomb is out for Rock is lead jammer. Pulverizing Pixie just got out of the pack, and there's about half a track distance between them as Newcomb comes around on a scoring pass and decides to call it. There was just some interesting stuff happening with the blockers. It is a delight watching Bona coach.
It really is. I was on PC when, or practice committee when Bona started Derby. And so I remember Bona when she started Derby a very, very long time ago when she was in college at Ball State University. And now we're watching her coach with confidence.
A young Beeb under the age of 21. A lot of pushy is through for your lead jammer. Battle Scar is still working through those South Bend blockers, trying to get out, has taken the star helmet off, maybe thinking about pass it, and we are called for an injury timeout, and we will be right back shortly.
Welcome back. We thank you for your patience while we paused for an injury timeout. The skater is walking back to their bench, and we wish them the best. Again, big thank you to our medics who are on site and ready to respond within seconds to anything that happens. We should be returning to the Derby action in just a few minutes here. Again, you're joining the championship game of the Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions. We are looking at a championship game between Rock of Central Kentucky, who I just found out that this is really their first experience playing since the shutdown. I was talking with a skater during halftime, and they were like, we're just coming back. Like, this is their, like, you know, debutante ball, you know, entrance into society after COVID.
That is a deep societal reference. That's not even a pop culture.
I don't know why that's the thing that came out. So, but anyway, this is they're being presented to the world here, and they are presenting themselves incredibly well.
Is it their coming out party?
Anyway, Candace Mansfield is a lead jammer for South Bend.
It is their return to Derby.
Return to Derby celebration, and what a way to celebrate being in the championship game.
Multi-passes out on their initial pass. Candace Mansfield is through is going to the box. I am missing what the first one, but it has 2 penalties, so this will be a 1-minute power jam for multi-pass. So I missed the first call, but then I did see the misconduct being called after.
And remember, misconduct doesn't necessarily mean misconduct. It just means that when
you did something you shouldn't have done. Multi-pass is through for 4 points.
Seriously is suggesting that misconduct would be a great derby name.
Yes.
Misconduct.
Now I'm like second because I have reffed 6 games this weekend and announced a whole bunch more too. I'm trying to think now.
Have you ever seen one?
Well, I think that's the old misconduct. Yeah, that's the old misconduct. That's an insubordination.
Mm-hmm.
So still not doing something that you should be, and you're just not listening and following the rule, and you continue to do something bad. So now you are insubordinate. Yes, explaining through the referee
big
stuff.
Hit on Jam Beasley there.
That was beef stock.
Chad has taken a star pass while we were discussing misconduct.
Candace
and is
Mansfield,
the jammer for
big leap
Rock.
coming in out of the box to be out for 4 points. Both jammers are on scoring passes. Chad picking up 4 points. Candace hitting the back of the pass. Jam has been called, picking up 4 more points.
Multipass did a great job with blocking there, making sure that she knew Candace was coming in hot and was using all of her body. Instead of just standing there as one person, she turned her body to the side and was really using her entire body because she was bent, more in the shape of an L rather than a person standing up, which would just be a straight
instead of
up
an
and down.
I or was a capital L versus a lowercase L.
Yes, exactly, which takes up more space on the track.
I'm a nerd. Jam is on for South Bend. Pulverizing Pixie is jamming with Newcomb for Rock. And there's a multiplayer being assessed to Blue 8-8 with Newcomb sliding through for lead jammer. Pixie has the helmet cover in her hand, is looking maybe to pass, maybe just to kind of confuse and get through. Pixie is able to get through and is putting the helmet cover back up on her helmet as Newcomb has scored 4 points and coming back around for another scoring pass, has told her teammates that we are going, has hit it and quit it, as we like to call it. So hit it and called the jam, picking up 2 more points for Rock, no points for
And since we
South
are
Bend.
now above 100 for Rock, congratulations on hitting that century mark. We got a couple more dad jokes for you. What do you call somebody with no body and no nose?
I don't know.
Nobody knows.
Wah, 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 wah.
Okay, did you hear the rumor about the butter? I'm not telling you because I'm not going to spread it.
I just wish everybody could see my face and my body language just like deflate and give a little side eye.
This championship game's getting a lot of attention because we currently have 91 viewers in the chat. Hello to all of you.
Ooh, 93.
Oh, look at that. We're getting even more here. Welcome to all of you. We are enjoying this championship game as this amazing tournament is coming to a close. But not before we play a little bit more roller derby here.
A lot of pushy is your lead jammer coming back for a scoring pass. Bettlescar is close behind. A lot of pushy has gone through and has called the jam, but is sitting on the track.
Taking a second to get up here.
You know, I feel that as a jammer, just sometimes you're able to call it off and you're not injured. You just need a hot second to get up off the floor. And hopefully you can do that before the next jam starts.
Whistle has been called. Okay.
An official timeout.
I knew you would know. I'm like, I looked I looked right at you as soon as I saw it. I was like, that has something to do with the officials here. They're discussing something.
Oh,
I
it's
think
a
that
team
happened.
timeout. And it looks like the Rock coach is discussing something with Shotgun Mike, our tournament head ref.
I'm giggling because I'm currently getting in trouble again because I keep having my drinks here and then I take the lid off and then seriously puts the lid on while I'm talking because he's concerned I'm going to spill the drink around all this really fancy equipment and talking with my hands. And this time I had taken the lid off and I had it in my lap, so he couldn't find it to be able to put the lid on. And I think I was panicking him that I was going to just toss the drink into all of this really fancy equipment.
Very fancy equipment. And we could not do this without the fancy equipment, so thank you. I like how you smile. It's like, thanks, I got it. When it was really seriously that got it.
Right? He really runs this whole thing. I mean, I know you guys hear my voice all the time, but Derby Date Night is the brainchild of Seriously, and he asked me to come do this and really begged me to come do this. I was worried as a former skater that I was going to be too sad to not be skating to be able to do commentary. And so I really am grateful to him for deciding that we needed to get out as a couple, do something together, and that's Derby Date Night. So really his brainchild, he gets all the credit. I just sit here and talk and tell stories.
And you do all the talking, not just on air, but to all the people too.
It's true. I've always been talented with my talking. I'm good at having things to say. Ooh, very pretty.
Is out for your lead jammer for Rock. Candace Mansfield had taken off the pass but is able to get out, and so has put the star cover back up on her helmet. Multipass goes ahead and calls the jam as they're approaching the back of the pack, unable to score any points, but protecting any points that maybe could have been stolen.
We've got a little bit less than 20 minutes left in this game. Again, I'm going to say, just because it's the last game, don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, Mel, we are at 316 subscribers. I know we want to get to 325, but I bet you on rewatch we're going to get there because a lot of people come back to these later and they like to rewatch these games. And so welcome to all of you watching this on your rewatch as well as those of you who are here live. But don't forget to like and subscribe, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube.
Oh.
Beautiful work by Newcomb there to get lead jammer for... No, Newcomb did not get lead jammer. Pulverizing Pixie just came out from nowhere and got that.
Well, Newcomb did have lead jammer, but the helmet cover fell off, so they were no longer eligible for lead. Although there is some debate if it comes off in natural gameplay versus being taken off, so that's...
Potato.
Yes and no, but that's a discussion for another time. Not right now. Okay. Newcomb is out for 4 points. Pulverizing Pulverizing Pixie is out for 4 as well. And we're letting it roll. Both jammers are in the pack scoring points. Newcomb is able to skirt around on the outside, barely touch for 4 points. Pulverizing Pixie, the same on the inside for 4 points.
I could watch these jammers do this all day.
I know. I feel like we're just kind of like skating laps and we're just kind of like doing a little bit of juking and weaving and...
Spins McGee doing a great job there helping manage that tripod. Working really well there with Beefstock and I think Smash in that tripod.
Pulverizing Pixie gets through for 4 points and decides to call it.
Mr. Ironham, who has been coming in clutch all tournament long with some great jokes. This one is a gem. Mr. Ironham, he tells dad jokes but has no kids, which means he's a faux pas.
Oh, wah, 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 wah. I want to give a shout out to Mr. Ironham. He is the spouse of our skater Ivy Brusinia, and they have been on point for official and volunteer hospitality weekend. So just acknowledging, thank you so much for all the work that you have done, making sure that we have food, we're fed, we have snacks. Thank you. Tara Mupp is out for lead jammer.
Look at that. Tara Mupp, who usually does not start with that star, really did a great job there. Multi-pass jamming for Rock. Still stuck in the pack, being held by South Bend. Tara trying to pull apart this Rock tripod, being forced to recycle to the back.
Sometimes you just got to throw in a different jammer because sometimes your usual jammers can't make anything happen with the walls that they are given. And sometimes, corn-fed, we have that where depending on the wall type, we have blockers and jammers who can go back and forth depending on what the blockers are like.
We have a question from Purple Fury about when we upload the live. Is it going to be in one block or broken up? It will be in one block, but we will have timestamps on the stream, so you'll be able to find each game, and they'll be labeled so you can fast forward or rewind and choose to watch the different games that you want.
That's fancy.
Oh, Seriously is just giving me breaking news that he might split them up. So depends. Now he's saying it depends on how many subscribers we have. So I don't think he means it, but just in case, you might want to subscribe. Battlescar jamming for Rock is your lead jammer. Lead jammer status did not get established till turn 3, which I have not. Candace Mansfield grinning is chasing down Bettle because Candace is like, I am going to make you call this. And call it she did.
She did. Oh, I am not subscribed to Derby Date Night. See, I forgot to do that during.
Okay.
So I just hit subscribe. Subscription added. So where are we at, Nat?
Requirement for co-announcers is that you are already subscribed, I think.
Are you personally subscribed?
Subscribe. Newcomb
is your lead jammer. A lot of Pushy is jamming for South Bend. Seriously, are you on your personal YouTube subscribed? I just got I don't know. Let me think about it.
Mel, you're just going for where can I find some subscribers, starting with us.
Listen, if I had Mike's phone, I'd be like, do it. I almost want to jump on my school account and subscribe.
Tear him up, taking a pass there. Will become the jammer for South Bend. Newcomb has engaged again with the pack and grabs those 4 points and calls that jam.
Ooh, I do have 2 personal emails. Yeah, I know. So I could switch accounts and get it on my other email. Is that too far? I know, we want individual people. Did you say real people, seriously? I am a real person.
Wait, I got something very important to say. Mr. Iron Ham has another joke. Which is faster, hot or cold? Hot, because you can catch a cold. It's a very good point. A very good point? Melody is having a thought. It's forming right now. I'm literally watching it form in her head. Dance party on the line.
Oh, because we got a little, good song going on in the background. I'm trying to think of the punchline, and I don't want to ruin it. What did the mustard say to the tomato sauce?
I don't know.
Hurry up and catch up.
Of course. Oh, we're singing.
Oh, yeah, dance party and singing.
There was singing accompanying that dance party.
All right, we had an official timeout. We had a rolling whistle, so we are getting back in the action. We are over halfway through.
Mr. Iron Ham is calling himself out in the chat. He has betrayed us. There is a lack of subscription happening over there in that hospitality suite.
Oh! Pulverizing Pixie is through on the inside for lead jammer. Multi-pass is hit on the inside. Oh, we have a no pass, no penalty happening because the blocker that hit multi-pass out is going to the box for a penalty. Pulverizing
Multi-pass breaking that pack apart, doing a great job there.
Pulverizing Pixie was hit on the inside and led back, but is out and has scored 4 points. Multi-pass is coming back on around and is approaching the back of the pack on her scoring pass. Pulverizing Pixie is letting it run, looking at the bench coach who is signaling to keep it going. I think they're wanting to get the blocker out of the box so we can have a full, strong pack. And Pulverizing Pixie is through for 4 more points, while Multi-Pass has the star cover in hand, but decides, oh, no, we're going to put it back on and try to score some more points.
Multi-Pass got pushed out there, and nope, did not get called on a track cut there.
I think the ref blew the whistle, thought about it, and sometimes you just need to take a pause and a second to go with it. So Multi-Pass did get 4 points there.
Melody, more breaking news. We just hit 325.
I think that deserves a dad joke.
That chat, I said I don't think we're going to hit it, and you all said, okay, Aria, we're going to make it happen. This chat is just amazing. Amazing. So, yes, it deserves at least one dad joke. There's a timeout happening
We
right
are in
now.
an official timeout. Okay, so we've got 12 minutes. There are 12 minutes left on the clock. So can I get 3:35?
Mr. Ironham, what did the Tennessee? The same thing as Arkansas, of course.
You shall not multi-pass. You shall not multi-pass.
Why couldn't the bicycle stand up by itself?
It needed a kickstand.
It was too tired. Why did Billy get fired from the banana factory? He kept throwing away the bent ones. Oh, you knew that one.
No, that's not what I was going to say.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say he kept slipping on the peel. That doesn't even...
Why can't a nose be 12 inches long?
Because then it'd be a foot.
That is, yes, classic dad joke.
Woo! Oh, I do like this one. What kind of car does an egg drive? I know you saw the answer, so I'll say a Volkswagen.
Treva Marie is asking, you're literally sitting next to us and asking us in the chat, why did the chicken cross the road?
To see what's on the other side?
I have no idea what she's going to say here.
Knock, knock.
Uh-oh. Who's there? Hold on, I think I have to say who's there first.
I'm just waiting in anticipation to see what is going on. Oh, I knock, knock, and I open the door. Wait.
She's trying to explain this joke, Jess, and I think neither one of us are getting it. But somehow we have opened the door and the chicken was trying to get to our house. So, but I'm not going to add the other part that you're saying.
I think we're just confused at this point.
Greg, thank you. That's so complimentary. You're telling us we're having fantastic coverage while we're over here getting confused over a chicken crossing the road joke. So we appreciate your support. Honestly, I can't say enough about how fun it's been interacting with all of you in the chat. And I'm kind of sad that this tournament is over. I think that I couldn't do many more games because I would definitely lose my voice. But this has been just so fun. I feel that Derby community is just really, it's coming back. We really had a hard time coming out of the pandemic. And this weekend has made my heart so full. And I can feel Derby just resurging again. And it feels good.
Well, and seeing the teams having fun while they play. And it's just like the camaraderie. And I don't know if you can see it so much from where you're sitting here, but like on the official as the jam timer, I'm very up close with the packs and with the skaters. And it's just they're having fun on the track and congratulating each other. Oh, that was a good hit. Oh, I'm sorry, I did that thing. But still, they're not stopping the derby. They're still playing the derby and enjoying what they're doing. Because when it does come down to it, we all choose to do this. This is not a professional or an amateur sport that is going into a professional league. We do this for fun.
So Sprint Julep is asking if we have stats. They'd love to know which jammers scored the most points. We do not. We could make them up, but we're not going to do that to you. I think that Derby scoreboard, which is what we get into here, has the ability to do that, but it really does depend on what is entered in that the technical scoreboard from the NSOs. So the capability is there. We haven't quite figured it out yet, but it is something that would be great for us to have stats, but not currently something that we've been able to have access to. But if we ever do, we will definitely let you know.
All right, I have just received word that official timeout was the officials discussing a forearm penalty that Chad from Iraq received. It has been upgraded to a
egregious.
Thank you, and they have been expelled from the bout. So Chad will no longer be joining us on the track, but Battle Scar has joined us on the track and is out for lead jammer, followed by Candace Mansfield. 50 feet and closing in with some speed. Battle Scar is approaching the back of the pack and has just listened to her coaches and decided to call it off.
We have 11 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game. Rock and South Bend both doing a fantastic job, really showing us why they are here in this championship game, battling for cream of the crop.
Yes, NSOs do have it afterwards, but that's not. It gets submitted, but these aren't for. It gets submitted for rankings and stuff, but these aren't sanctioned games. They're just regulation games, and the stats usually get shared with the teams at some point. But it's a lot of paperwork getting input into computers. So yeah, the stats do go somewhere. It just takes a little bit.
Beautiful work by Lotta Pushy getting out to grab lead jammer very quickly as that jam begins. Newcomb jamming for Rock, getting stuck. Where is Newcomb? I'm not seeing where. Oh no. Wait.
I see Newcomb skates.
Following the Rock pivot. So I think when Pushy was coming in, she was helping a little bit with that blocking, finished helping with the blocking, and then jumped forward, got through, and is collecting those 4 points. Newcomb getting out now after the initial and will now be eligible to score points. Let's see if Pushy's going to call it or if she's going to let this jam continue. She's going to call it. There's 10 minutes left in this game, and South Bend is chipping into that lead that Rock has established and has now gone into the 100 mark. You know what that means. And Robert, pop of the class. You know, they can be cream of the crop, and I think they should also be pop of the class since this is a corn tournament. With that being said, it's time for a corn joke. This graveyard looks pretty overcrowded. People must be dying to get in. Dad, can you put the cat out? Well, I didn't know it was on fire. Okay, this is like the morbid section of dad jokes. We got to get some.
Oh, but I do like this one. Hopefully you didn't read it. How does the taco say grace? You already knew this one. Let us pray.
And our last dad joke for now, how do you make 7 even?
I don't know.
You take away the S in the word 7 because then it reads even.
It's fine. So I'm looking in the chat. Yes, friends, Chad has been ejected. You know, we just know the outcome of the result. There's a lot of information going in through. And I remember the forearm happening, being called, but I don't remember seeing how the block and how it was going. And so, you know, we just want to make sure we as officials are just making sure that everybody is playing safe. It does happen, you know, and it is a learning experience from everybody. So yes, I am sad to see that Chad is no longer playing in the game.
We've really enjoyed watching Chad this weekend as well. So great weekend of Derby by everybody. Whether or not you end up making it through the whole game or you get out after 7 penalties or you get ejected, there's lots of different things that can happen.
We got a couple of jokes from the chat that we'll announce after this jam. We have Pulverizing Pixie jamming for South Bend and is being recycled to the back by Rock blockers. And we have Jam Beasley who jamming for Rock, who is pushing South Bend and is out for lead jammer.
So pretty. That was so pretty.
That was very nice. South Bend looking to give some offense to Pulverizing Pixie, or maybe Terra Mop is the pivot, is trying to go for a star pass. There has been a star pass complete.
Terra Mop is now going to be jamming for South Bend, putting that star on.
Okay.
I don't know if the star pass was actually completed. There seems
to
be a little bit of
looking for some
confusion.
clarification if Pulverizing Pixie got a penalty and we were trying to decide they were trying to discuss if it happened as a jammer. And so Tara was trying to decide, are they the jammer or is Pixie still the jammer?
I'm going to predict official review is about to happen.
Yep. South Bend has called an official review. Ooh, so we can
Yeah, we got a bajillion jokes in the chat right now. Love this participation. Treva coming in with one of the best dad jokes. Classic. What did the Mayo say when you open the fridge? I'm dressing. Oh, losing my voice made that joke even better.
I'm dressing.
You want to do the next one here?
Yes. Okay. How do you get an octopus to giggle? 10 tickles.
Oh, I love it. And why did the nurse need a red pen? In case she needed to draw blood. That's delightful.
Why was 6 afraid of 7?
Because 7, 8, 9. Fun fact, South Bend coach Bonaparte, her derby number was 7, 8, 9.
Correct.
And I think it was for a similar reason because of that joke.
I do believe so.
Love a good pen. Pun. I'm still thinking about the drawing blood with a pen.
It looks like Bona is dancing to the music while in the official review, or at least waiting for the head ref to come back. I mean,
if you're waiting for something, why not dance?
Hum a little ditty in your head and...
We have 8 minutes and 41 seconds left in this game. I'm so sad that this weekend is ending. We're going to do it again next year, right? Smalltown Smackdown.
Listen, I know that you're asking me that, but I have no idea.
Same-ish time, same-ish place. Bringing everybody to Muncie. More corn jokes. More dad jokes. More fun. More derby.
Not Father's Day weekend. Not that spending Father's Day weekend on with roller derby is not a bad thing. But you never know what other people would have to do. I mean, we could have had a barbecue. I do like a good barbecue.
Well, it is derby date night, and we did say this is a weekend getaway, so we could add some fun, luxurious things to this weekend.
Yeah,
although
but
I don't want to do more work.
We've been sitting at this table, or I've been on wheelie shoes skating around. So
that's true.
When could we have barbecued?
I'm not sure. We could probably ask the chat because they seem to be able to do anything. I think they could plan whatever because they make magic happen. When you say something to this chat, they'll be like, barbecue, got it. That's how I got coffee yesterday.
That is true.
Oh, more jokes. More jokes. I should probably tell them. What did the chip say to the taco? I am nacho type. That one got you.
I love a good
J.M. Johnson, you're right. We are so delirious right now. So hope we're entertaining you. All 98 of you.
Woo woo.
Love you, chat. Oh, it says delicious, not delirious. That only proves that I am a little delirious.
I think that was in response to the chip taco joke. Hey, seriously, where are we at on those followers?
Sirius is reporting we are at 330.
330. Okay, I think in the next 8 minutes we could get 5 more followers to be at 335 followers. Listen,
wow, that's a
when we
tall
had
order.
12 minutes left, I said we could get 10 more. And we're halfway there.
All right, more jokes. Air used to be free at the gas station. Now it's $1.50. You know why?
Why?
Inflation. Air getting inflated. You all are just enjoying the fact that we are so delirious that it's really a crapshoot how hard we're going to laugh at each joke at this point. Okay, next one. Ooh, Bloomington Blockheads will put their name in the pool for next year's opportunity.
Bloomington.
I would love. Oh, I like Bloomington.
Where does it say
says Bloomington, but
my
maybe,
bad. I'm sorry. My bad.
I think that is speaking about Bloomington. I'm pretty sure.
Maybe possibly.
We would love to see y'all here. Seriously, just in the background, very quietly says, "I miss B Cup," which was in Bloomington.
It was in Bloomington.
We did enjoy that.
That was the
tournament
first tournament
so much.
I officiated. Both Mike and I. He did it the year before I did it, and we did. It was nice.
That's awesome. Robert Gibbons, why do cows wear bells? Because their horns don't work. So another fun fact, Noah, my son, who was on camera all day yesterday, his first time ever on camera was at B Cup.
Yeah, wearing the corn.
And he was wearing the corn suit, which those of you who have seen us on Instagram, you've seen that our children sometimes like to wear that corn suit.
Liked. They don't.
Yeah, no, I don't think I could get them to do it now.
You got a high schooler and a middle schooler.
I
they're
know,
growing
high
up.
Schooler.
High
I'm not ready for
schooler.
it. We also are going to be doing our first summer of band camp now that I have a high schooler. So the end of July is going to be my first experience being a band mom.
Woo! You choir nerd. And I say that in love from the music teacher.
I have learned to lean into my nerddom and wear that badge with pride.
hey, I'm a music teacher. I play roller derby, and that's all real cool. But I got my old lady hobbies. I knit. I crochet. Got to do what makes you
I know
happy.
we're waiting for this official review to happen. That ref is going very far away. We just had a ref. Literally, they seem to be skating out of the building.
I think they're going to the restroom. Listen, when it hits and you got to go, you got to go.
I was like, are they going to tell someone what happened with that official review all the way in the back of the building?
I don't know where they're going.
He knows how long an official review takes. He knows he's got time. Well, I know that we're in an official review and we're having to wait for the ending of this amazing game, but it's giving us more chance to chat with you, to chat with each other, and to have to extend our derby date night a little bit longer.
Just a little bit more.
Before
It's
we
like
go home.
we're ordering some dessert.
Ooh, I like that. Little dessert before we go home to take care of the kids.
Our flight has been delayed because we're coming from our weekend getaway. So our, quote, flight has been delayed.
Going all in on this metaphor.
Yes. I mean, come on. It's golden. I'm getting the very disapproved, like,
No, actually, when you said golden, I thought of, now I'm back into our 1990, maybe even 1980s references, and I just thought of Stay Golden, Pony Boy. I don't know.
That one's a little...
Is that over your head?
That's
Are
a
you
little,
that young? Oh, my gosh.
Listen,
I need someone to understand that reference, please.
Somebody in the chat, please help her out because I'm an 86
Name the movie that's from, please.
and-
Someone in the chat has got to know what I'm referencing.
Wait, say it again.
Stay Golden, Pony Boy. Come on.
No. All right.
All right, we're getting started again. Battlescar from Rock is battling Candace Mansfield from South Bend. Candace Mansfield being forced to recycle. Battlescar needing to get past Beefstock, who does a great hit, but Battlescar is able to stay in to establish themselves as the lead jammer. Candace Mansfield getting out about half a lap behind. Thank you, Sarah. You knew it. It was the Outsiders. I appreciate it. That jam is called. Candace was hoping she got a stolen point there.
And did not. So the official review, South Bend was wanting a forearm to be issued on the rock jammer and then would not have established lead jammer, but that did not happen. So that was our long discussion talking about the motion, looking for that forearm to be assessed. So South Bend does not obtain their official review.
I have a whole bunch of information for you, but we're going to have to wait until this jam is done.
Okay. And Newcomb is able to slide up the inside for lead jammer. A lot of pushy is out on the outside and trying to make up some ground by speeding around. Newcomb is signaling to her pack to bring it up and break up that pack, hopefully to slide on through and to score some points. Newcomb is scoring some points, is able to call off the jam before Candace is, a lot of pushy is able to score any points, and Newcomb got 3 points on that jam.
Bringing Rock score to 145, South Bend 104. The movie that I was referencing is called The Outsiders, and we had a couple people from the chat who came in clutch who knew exactly what that movie was. I highly suggest you watch it at some point.
I was like, is it one that I
also
should
a good book.
watch?
It's a great book as well, so depending upon how you enjoy those things.
Listen, I try to get into reading. I really try. I was not a reader as a kid. Not my strong suit. We have Jam Beasley jamming for Rock and Pulverizing Pixie for South Bend. Jam Beasley is working through the South Bend blockers at the front of the pack and is through for lead jammer. Pulverizing Pixie is 40 feet and closing in on Jam Beasley as they're skating around. Jam Beasley is looking. Pulverizing Pixie is going to the box on a forearm penalty. So it's still on their initial pass while Jam Beasley is in a scoring pass. So, and this is a power jam.
Jam Beasley's going to see if she can capitalize on this power jam with some points. We're going to stop real quickly for an injury timeout. And we are back. Again, much appreciation to the medics for checking our skaters out. We are behind on a few jokes here, so quickly I will just let you know some jokes from the chat. Do you know why you can't hear a pterodactyl use the restroom? No. Yes, Sirius got that one. The P is silent.
All right, but why?
Amazing. I missed this one. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent.
Yeah, I did that one yesterday or earlier today.
And we've got one specific to our skaters here. Candy will catch up. Get it? Ketchup. Well, I guess it's spelled ketchup.
Oh, okay. I'm totally blinked. Battlescar is out for lead jammer, and because this is a power jam.
We are getting close on time. We're running down that clock, and we have a little bit over 5 minutes left in this game. Rock score 149, South Bend 104. Both teams working so incredibly hard. Oh, amazing.
Pulverizing Pixie is out of the box and out of the pack on their initial pass, where Scar is coming back again on a scoring pass, looking to score some points and call it, so Pixie is unable to score any points. You know, I saw that we have reached 335 subscribers.
We did. You made magic happen.
We have 5 minutes left.
And you got your goal. No,
can I get 2 more, please?
Oh my gosh.
I do. I know that's an odd number. Can I get 3 more so it's an even number?
We'll
500, 338.
We'll have to see. A couple questions about the injury. We're not, we don't get that privileged information, but the skater was able to return to their bench on their own. So we wish them well, and again, grateful to our medics for all their help.
Yeah. Newcomb.
Nice work by Beefstock there, juking Newcomb so that Newcomb is not able. It doesn't look like Who is lead jammer?
Newcomb is lead jammer, and our blue jam ref has retracted it very quickly. And Candace Mansfield and Newcomb are back in the pack scoring.
A little bit of a break to fix a knee pad. As Candace Mansfield's being recycled to the inside. Newcomb getting tangled up with another one of those strong Bermuda Triangles tripods from South Bend, but able to get around.
Newcomb and Candace are both outscoring 4 points, and Newcomb is going to keep it running. We do have all jammers on the track, so both packs are at full force.
And we have 3 minutes and 45 seconds left in this game.
I need 3 more followers. 2, 3?
Well, currently we have 100 people watching.
Oh,
I just love the fact that we've got all these people watching this championship game.
Newcomb is through for 4 points. A penalty is being assessed to Smash Bandicoot. And Candace is through for another 4 points. Shaking their hand like we might have had some kind of contact with a finger or a thumb. Newcomb is through for another 4 points as Candace is approaching the pack on anher pass.
Newcomb did a little jukem there.
Yeah, a little juking. A little jukem Newcomb.
A little jukem from Newcomb.
We are at 3 minutes left in the game. The whole game, not the jam, because there are no 3-minute jams.
I know.
I would not like that.
3 minutes left in this game. We've got a rock pivot headed to the box here. Candace Mansfield being recycled.
Newcomb is slowly coming around a track. I think they just are letting the jam go to time just to kind of help run the clock down. That's a good coaching strategy, depending on what your long game and your end goal is.
Yep. Well, thanks for joining me today and helping as I've been slowly losing my voice throughout the day, and I've just enjoyed spending time with you on this Derby Day. Thanks for crashing our date.
You're welcome. I love being the third wheel.
Oh my gosh, we are totally having guests. Whenever we have a guest on Derby Date night, we're gonna. Yep. Thanks for joining us.
I'm the third wheel, and you know what? You're here with Seriously, but I'm pretty sure he appreciates that we're doing all the talking to each other, and he can just kind of be here in the hangout. We just need to get Shotgun Mike to hang out too.
A
lot of Pushy has got a track cut.
We have 1:35 left in the period. We have this pretty much the same amount of time left in the jam. So depending upon how this jam goes, do we have a lead jammer right now?
We do. Jam Beasley is our lead jammer, and she is pushing through on her power jam.
And I'm not sure how long did Pushy get one penalty at this as a result of that? There was some conversation happening. Multi-pass, providing some offensive help, trying to help Jam Beasley out.
A lot of Pushy is out of the box and is going up against the rock blockers.
We are under 1 minute. This could be the last jam of the game and the championship deciding jam. A lot of Pushy coming around, giving a big old wave to the crowd, saying hello. It's been nice to have you here today. Jam Beasley calling the jam, so we are gonna get one more jam. This is where I want to say everybody up on your feet, but a lot of you are at home, so you might not get on your feet for this potential last jam.
Listen, I have stood plenty of times on my feet at home while I'm watching. Did I see
Nell,
that we are?
I got good news for you.
Okay.
We have 337 subscribers. No, we are happy with that. And you know what? On the rewatch, I would love to get above 342 because of my Derby number being 42. So that is my goal on the rewatch, is that we're going to get above 342.
I mean, my Derby number is 440.
Okay, I will let you know whenever we hit 440. Woo!
Very nice job, Pulverizing Pixie, getting lead jammer on our last jam. Scar is trying to work through those South Bend jammers, trying to leap in on the inside line, but unsuccessful. Recycled back in. We have tear him up, the pivot for South Bend going to the box. Pulverizing Pixie in on the inside for 4 points. Battle Scar is still trying to work through on her initial pass. The rock blockers have offered some offense, and Scar is able to get out on her initial pass. Meanwhile, Pixie is coming back up for a second scoring pass.
Period time has ended, so this will be the last jam. We will either go for another minute or Pulverizing Pixie will call it. We will see.
Pulverizing Pixie is through for 4 points. Looking around at her coach, and Bona is giving the signal, the wee-woo, we're going to keep on going. Let's keep it rolling. Battlescar is also out for 4 points, as Pixie is in the pack scoring, working for points along with Battlescar. Pulverizing Pixie is able to get out for another 4 points and keeping it rolling. I love seeing South Bend. They are very excited. Oh, there's even some clapping going on by Rock's coach as Pulverizing Pixie is coming around.
I think everybody is cheering for everyone. Everybody's cheering for Great Derby. Pixie on 1 foot, coming through. Battlescar doing their best. Everybody is just doing amazing things out there. We're just getting to watch Derby in action and seeing beautiful athleticism and the end of this tournament.
That.
Whoa! Pixie coming through for a few more points here.
And the jam is called going to time, so we went the entire 2 minutes. Pixie picked up another 4 points, a 20-point jam there at the end.
That was amazing. Great job to South Bend. Second place in the Cornament of Champions, and big congratulations to Rock Central Kentucky. You are the winners of Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champion. You are cream of the crop, and we are so excited to have been able to be here for this weekend, to have had all of you in the chat. I'm gonna miss you because I don't get to hang out with you tomorrow, and so I hope we see you again next time Derby Date Night has a chance to get on the road and have another date. Thank you, Mel, for joining and being our third wheel.
You're welcome. I'm going to do your please like and subscribe to us on social media platforms. If you have not already, we did get 337. I was hoping to see an 8 there at the end. I don't know, maybe seriously could refresh the page real quick just to see, just in case we got that one more. No, we're at 337, but you know what? We kept raising the bar.
And thank you again to all of our volunteers who helped Derby Date Night happen, whether it was helping feed us, helping with the cameras, checking in on us. That was so appreciated. It takes a village to make all of this happen. And a big thank you again to all of our NSOs, our ref crew, all of the volunteers for Smalltown Smackdown. We can't wait to do this again next year, and we hope to see you at a roller derby event near you or near me or near somebody soon.
That would be great. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.